think in-game leader in CS definitely have to have like a feel for the game, and you have to be decisive. You got to trust your own gut.
People thought that I wouldn't be an in-game leader ever. No one trusted me. I mean, it's a big challenge, but that's what I'm living for. We are in Stade de France, which is the French stadium where the national team of football and rugby play. It's also our facility for 2 years. For most of French people, it's really known because we won like the first World Cup of France 23 years ago. I used to be an entry fragger for probably 10 years of my career. I love that role. I love playing for the team because the entry fragger, they dies first. Yeah, it's a hard role, really hard role. But I always on the side work for the team, like tactically, with nades, with coding. I've never been like that far from being a leader. For some years, I didn't do it myself, even though I could, because I wasn't ready.
There has been some movement on Vitality, as we see here in the lower third. I mean, Alex no longer in the roster, and the team seems to be having its ups and downs.
And when Alex departed the team in 2020, my old coaching staff came to me and said, I think it's time for you. I said, okay, let me 2 or 3 days. I need to think about that.
A player like Apex now having to be that in-game leader, I think is a huge, huge change for him and a huge responsibility.
And then I came and said, okay, I think I'm ready.
Trust it's everything in this game. Like if you don't trust your coach, if you don't trust, I don't know, manager, analyst, player, like why you play this game? Like it's all about trust. Actually, when he became a leader, I trust him like 100% because he has him in the blood. Like he can motivate, he can cry, he loves CS. He had a lot of emotion, so yeah, I like it. Yeah, you can be a good leader, and he proves every day.
My name's Johnny. That's gonna happen a lot, by the way. My voice cracks a lot. My name's Johnny. My in-game nickname is JT, and I'm the in-game leader for Complexity. In-game leader is definitely like a big responsibility. If you lose a game, it's always your fault, and if you win a game, it's the star player's fault. So in South Africa, like when I started, there was pretty much only like one big team. It was Bravado, which I wasn't playing for at the start. I played at a LAN tournament in South Africa. It was like one of the biggest tournaments at the end of the year. It was like, I don't know, a few hundred people watching. And I came second place against Bravado. And then like from then on, I just like decided like, yeah, I want to like take this as serious as I can and like try and go overseas. We moved to the US, we played a few tournaments and stuff, and the team just came to me and just said like they wanted me to call. I think it was mostly TC's decision.
I started playing with JT in about 2016, but I would say I probably met him around 2014 at a local LAN that my team ended up winning, but I remember playing him there and he probably dropped like 30 kills on us. I was like, who's this kid, you know? Where did he come from all of a sudden? I believe we attended WSG. After that event, Johnny just had such a good read for the game that I felt like we were just wasting him. The team was like, we need Johnny to IGL. If we were going to make it, we need to switch to him.
I think I was a little surprised, and I think I was the youngest player on the team at the time. So like being the leader of the team was like something that I didn't think was going to happen. But like I knew I could do it, and I knew I had like the mind for the game.
As I was like entry fragging and running first and listening to my in-game leader, people thought that I wouldn't be an in-game leader ever. No one trusted me. Like it's most likely 98% of people were like, you're not gonna success. You cannot be good in-game leader, and no way you can be smart or whatever. That's how I could see that people didn't know me at all. Didn't know like the love I had for the game and for the tactics. But it's something funny because it gives me strength. Whenever people say, yeah, it's gonna be too hard for them, for this, I'm like, okay, I take the challenge, and I love it.
Yeah, there's definitely pressure to succeed, especially because I'm from South Africa, so like I'm just living on a visa most of the time. So I think, especially for me, I don't really have anything to like go back to in South Africa. Like I just straight out of high school, I went straight into gaming. So Like I'm kind of used to like living out of hotels and living out of the suitcase and constantly moving around in the US. Yeah, I think it's hard for like most people to leave family behind, but I knew at the time that it was something that I had to do. So it wasn't a difficult decision, but it was definitely like upsetting to leave them all back home in South Africa.
You excited, Johnny?
It's taller than I thought.
Damn, it's pretty impressive, eh?
Bright.
Very bright. As bright as your future.
Pretty cool.
No, my favorite thing about JT is the amount of time and work that he puts into the game. Like, yeah, he really does a lot for the team. Yeah, I just like that he can always play with confidence, always play the same, always call the same. Doesn't matter if we up 11-0 or down 11-0.
I should have asked him when I wasn't here. See what he says. Say the same thing.
Favorite thing about JT, I hate them.
There's a lot of rumours coming out that a majority of this squad is going to be moving.
A Danish core that's always played in Danish, a French core that's always played in French, suddenly merging together. I think Vitality is going to be a top 3 team in the world this year. I don't believe they will drop off. I think they will hit the ground running because of the quality of the roster that is so incredible.
Obviously, they played for 4 years with Glaive, who has been the best in-game leader ever, probably. So that was obviously big shoes to fill. But at the same time, I showed them what I was capable of as well with the lineup we had. Because I'm not Glaive. I've been playing with them ever. So obviously I need to do my own things as well and improve on my things.
I think Apex is, first of all, he's really hardworking. Like, he really wants to improve. I spent a lot of time with him during January talking about the philosophy of the team. For me, in terms of trust with Dan, we have to be open and we have to be honest. If there is some way that he feels like I'm doing a wrong job, he has to state it. We have a term in both Astralis but also now here in Vitality called Empty the Backpack, where we have these sessions where this is the forum where you can really talk about everything and you have to be open. We have to solve even the small issues, otherwise they will go into big issues. Whenever players lose trust in their IGL, for example, it's almost a death sentence to this guy, and something has to happen. It's very difficult to come back from.
After you have smoked the door, then go warehouse and hide.
It's important between the in-game leader and the coach to have a good relationship, and that's why we're building right now as well, like the way we're working together and the way we approach things. So it's really, really important.
I wouldn't say there is a clash, but we have 2 different styles as a coach and as an IGL. And I think by working together and being open and honest, I think that's the only way you can have this work.
Okay, let me call this round here. Yeah, sure. Can you buy smoke and then go main and smoke the door instantly?
I think that we can really benefit as a team, having me who's more known for being structured, whereas Dan is a bit more creative. So having an in-game leader who can play fast-paced Counter-Strike, who can play structured and slow, I think that's the way of being an in-game leader.
You know, it's been 4 years that we spent away from home a lot of the time, not even getting to go back to South Africa. So it's definitely helped us develop a much closer relationship. And like you're saying, that trust is super important to have, because when I call attack pause and like I tell Johnny like we should do this, there's 100% trust from Johnny. The same way if Johnny's making a call on the server, and like I might not necessarily 100% agree in the moment, but I'm like, okay, I'm trusting you on this. Let's see if it works out, and like usually it does. So
I think for me as an in-game leader, like the biggest thing that's changed like over the last few years is that like I've definitely become more decisive and more strict and more of a leader outside of the game. So like I've become someone that my teammates can like respect or go to if they're having problems, or go to if they're having like emotional issues or anything like that. So I try and be like the rock of the team.
Yeah, so the environment outside a game is honestly as important as the environment in game. Like, I think coming into this team, it's definitely been like one of the closer like families I've ever had on team. JT is a super good guy, and he definitely feels that aspect of just like bringing up the morale and chemistry of the team.
When you have that good environment in the team, it just like elevates everybody's ability to performing better. And I think we've seen that a lot with a lot of the teams that we've had. We haven't always had the most skilled and most talented players, but because we have such a good team environment where it just allows everyone to thrive in.
Thanks.
Yeah, you guys did so raw.
No, like, I didn't do it.
Well, my leadership approach has been the same for 2 years, but now it might change in a certain way. For 2 years, I was like the calling all the time, micromanaging a lot, and I had to take care of everything because obviously we had some young players in the team. But now with the ENCE, it's gonna be way different because I have players that want more responsibilities, that they want to do things more by their own. It's really good to have like people talking a lot, admit their mistakes. It's something that has been really hard for the French scene, like to say just my bad. You know, it's a big word for French to say my bad. And that's really good to have some players saying, yeah, that's just my bad. And also add my approach in the way they play as well, because it's my identity and I cannot remove that. I cannot change my style completely because I will be lost as well.
Yeah, this is definitely the biggest challenge of Dan's career, I think, because now he's going all in with international players. One thing that's good that he gets from Emil and Peter is that they are soldiers and they follow their in-game leader. And for Dan to have this trust from me helps Dan become a better in-game leader. So having an open and honest environment around the whole team gets the best out of them as well.
He's definitely developed, is grown into a lot more of a leader instead of just being like the IGL. He's also become a lot less reserved, which I think is really important. That trust element is fortunately like already there. So it's just all that Johnny needs to do is keep that trust from him. And with the amount of work that he puts in, I feel like it would be hard to lose it.
Being the leader of the team definitely like makes it that I need to work as hard as I can because I know that I'm setting an example for my teammates. We're trying to make it look like esports can make it somewhere with South African teams. So like always, every time we play a tournament or we play like a match, like we're always thinking of like the players back home and stuff like that. We want to win as many tournaments as we can. We want to go as far as we can, and just try and make like a legacy for our own careers.
What's the biggest challenge in my career to get the trust of all those players? Yeah, obviously it's a big thing. It's probably the best team I ever had in my career, and now I'm in game leader. So yeah, I mean it's a big challenge, but that's what I'm living for.
No, this ain't good.
How is he doing that?
Defensive mode, guys!
Oh, how?
I think he's cheating.
That is a scandal.
Oh, I don't know, my crosshair was on him.
Oh, I said, where did he kill you boys? Come on!
Thanks to Betway, we're here with West Ham United, and I'm about to be joined by Jared Bowen, David Martin, and Mikel Antonio, and we are going to play some Counter-Strike, and they've got to go up against the Betway bot. Will our players be able to stop the bot? Let's find out.
Wait a minute, he's got AK-47, I've only got a little pistol.
Oh, you'll be able to get your weapons. You'll be able to get the different ones in there and choose what you want.
Well, basically, they gave the most powerful man.
You guys need some tactics, right, to be able to take him down. This is 3v1, it should be easy. So how are you going to coordinate this?
Just spray. Spray and pray.
You're not even going to talk to each other on it, you're just going to go all out for it. Have you heard of Counter-Strike before? You know what it was?
Nah, not
at all. So in terms of first-person shooters, it's just Call of Duty you were playing?
Yeah, I'd say so. Oh, you shoot me.
Boys, got to stay together, mate. Stay together. Let's not go individual, yeah? He's meant to be decent, it's 3v1. Try to stay close. Let's go.
Bosh.
Getting nervous now.
3v1, it's going to be 5-minute rounds, and you've got to take him down as many times as possible. If he gets the round against you guys, we're going to lower his difficulty.
In that one, was he the highest in that one as well?
Yeah, everything was on highest, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's fine. Mate.
Oh,
It's
okay,
easy.
confidence.
Don't
All
worry
right.
about that.
The Three Musketeers, here we go. Boom,
We're
now
off,
it's started. 5 minutes, 3v1, you've got to
Right,
fight
that's
him.
you.
Now, 2 of you joined up together already. You're just bashing up the glass.
All right.
He's going to be the guy, the red guy. You killed him last time. Oh, okay.
Mate,
He
winding
started
me
off.
up.
Wait, he done you
Where are
quick.
you?
What's my health?
Oh my God.
So you didn't expect
Right,
how
that's
quick
it.
that
Nah,
was.
I haven't it no more.
Let's see, I told you it's good.
No, this ain't good. This is not good. Oh, I wanted to knife him. I'm used to pressing the analog stick in.
I wouldn't recommend trying to knife.
All right, yo, defensive mode, guys. Get in the corner.
Stick together. You want to change up the weapon?
No. This is my weapon.
You're trusting on this one? At the moment, you've got random weapons going through.
Oh, how?
Oh.
I shot him about 3 times.
I ain't
You're
moving.
just waiting for it.
I'm waiting for him to come for me.
I'm going to say he's probably not going to come up to you. It's deathmatch, it's constant, you've got to stay focused, stay on it.
Dave, let's go together.
Where is it?
Oh, to your right. See that team behind you.
Oh, he's good. Oh, he just swung straight wide.
Oh my! He's told me he's not coming up
Yeah,
here.
Dave, you here?
Ah.
Yeah, Dave, wait.
I'm here. Wait, he just jumped.
Together. Go on. Boom. There we
Surely
go.
I killed him then.
I got him, mate.
So now you all got
No.
one. You've all got one against him, but he is, he's kind of wrecking you guys. Feel
Right,
good.
let's wait. Wait in these corners again.
All right, now we're going camping, yeah?
Yeah, 100.
Where is he?
I don't know.
There he is.
He's coming to the doors.
Oh,
Communicate.
you guys got to tell me, mate.
Oh, I don't know. My crosshair was on it.
Where is he?
I
Where
don't
did he
know
kill you?
about
That? Oh, I said where did he kill you?
Talk to each other.
Yeah, but it's
Communicate.
hard in the moment because you want to kill him. And then he just pops up, bang.
Shout it now and
I think he's going to be your left, Dave.
Oh my.
Get him, bro. Go and get him.
go. Oh no, he did all 3 of you. He's got the AK. He's got the AK-47.
That is a scandal. How is he doing that?
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where is
Doesn't
he?
matter. He
Where
could
is
be
he, boys? He just pops up wherever I am.
He got 42. So Jared, you're first. Antonio, you're second. Martin, man, you did so well in warm-up. What happened?
It's the real stage.
So what do we think of that first round? How did
We
you feel?
got destroyed.
But you were quite calm. Bro, and you were actually getting frustrated
I think
multiple
he's
times.
cheating.
So we are going to lower the difficulty, right? So it should give you a better chance to take him down. We got one point up on there.
Oh my God.
Close. Good
Where is
damage.
he? Where did he kill you?
He's down by the double doors at the moment. Antonio with another one. Let's go.
Where is he? Where's he shooting you? Where's he shooting you? Talk.
you go.
He's behind me. I'm upstairs on the ramp.
There we go. Good communication. That's what we want to
Oh
hear.
my God. So he's coming from the...
Yes! Go on, Martin.
Did I get him?
Yeah, headshot him.
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he?
Behind you. Behind you.
Oh, yeah.
Behind you.
How? No.
He spun on you. He
No.
spun on you.
Bruv, I sprayed man up.
He's in
Here
the
we go.
bottom bit
Here
again.
we go. Yes.
Bit of team kill. Love it, Mick.
Better communication so far this round, boys.
Oh, I don't understand. He's in the middle on the floor. Where is he? Where is he?
He's in the hallway. He's in the hallway. I can't get around. Right, go the other way.
You already got more kills than you had last time.
To right.
2 minutes left on it.
Yes.
Nice, Dave. You like that call out, didn't you, Dave?
Yes, mate.
Turn.
There we go. There we go.
I can't turn it. I can't stand this thing.
He's in the middle again. Nah, he's weak. He's weak.
Where is he? Where did he kill you? Where did he kill you? Oh, that says where did he kill you, boys? Come on. Can someone say something?
He's here to my left, I think.
Oh.
Not.
He just duppied me. Clean.
Right, Mick, I'm behind you.
I'm behind.
Yeah.
I'm behind you, Jazz.
Just hit fire, just spray,
Just
you know what I mean?
spray and
He's going to
run
come
it at
behind you, I think, Dave. Yes.
Boy, we're 2 in a row.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Just call me the decoy.
You got 15 seconds left in it.
Move. He's on where I just spawned.
Where did you spawn?
Where would you spawn?
I
Yeah.
don't know anything on this map, though.
Call out your near what was close.
No, I don't need it.
Did him
Don't need it.
again.
Do not need it.
So going into this round, boys, we have changed his mouse. So when he goes upwards, he's going down. It's inverted. So it should be very, very hard for him to shoot you guys. Now you've got to take advantage of him. Go on. Run at him. There we go. Bowen again.
He's behind you, Dave, I think. Yeah, he is, to your left.
For the first time ever,
Behind
you guys are ahead of the box. You are actually ahead of the box.
Nice, Dave.
All right, you got to focus. You got to cool. You can't, if you get this mad.
I'm pretty sure it was easier when he was harder.
It's because now you're frustrated, you know, you're letting the tension get to you.
Yeah, I can't.
What happens in a game, if you get heated up in a game, you got to chill. Oh, it's really learning this, man. We might have to give you a mouse and keyboard at the end of this.
Yeah, can you?
Get some more practice going for you.
I need more bullets. I need a 60-round mag or something.
All right, that's good, that's clicking. There we go, see, now you're learning, the adaptation. And look, you calm down with it, you've got the kills. Behind you.
Where is he?
He's behind, I don't know that.
Towards the vents where the double door is, yes, again. Oi! You guys have got better overall, but he's still in the lead.
Is he high or low, Dave? I'm trying to guess his spawn, you see.
Guess his spawn, now we're really learning. You did good damage.
Same thing again, Dave.
Yeah, look, Bowen straight away, we fragged him. So the teamwork's here now, boys, you're doing it.
Same place again. Sorry.
Every time, you do all the damage and then he just take the kill.
That means he's coming this way. I knew it. I said I got to turn around. He's coming this way. I knew it.
Nice.
You guys are quite even in this game as well. You're spreading the kills out quite nicely. Oh.
Nice, Dave-O. He's coming there again.
There we go. Right up in his grills for that one.
To our left, Dave. Behind us.
How did he kills me?
3,
Where? Every
2, 1.
Every shot me. I killed him more than 4. No way. You are shocking. Mate, you were there going, you capped him. You capped him again. There's no way
you did enough damage, yeah?
No,
but you didn't finish him off. Bowen was just taking him away.
Nah.
Sorry, mate.
You played against our bot. Should we start with you? Painful?
I'm fuming. Me and Jared at the end were stood right by each other. He's managed to shoot me, not Jared. I'm hitting this guy, and he's not dying, and everyone else gets to kill him, yeah?
I was tactically positioned for like, when he was dying, I was just pop.
Pop. I said you were playing against the Betway bot. You were actually playing against an ex-pro in Jacob Pimp Vinegar from Denmark. He's played for like some of the best teams in the world.
Where is he?
He's online at home. You have some fun there with the inverted mouse at the end?
You guys quick learners. Felt like pretty easy to begin with, not gonna lie, but yeah, it was tough at the end. Very tough at the end.
Well, you only won because of me.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I like Antonio. He found like one spot in the map where he just camp out there, you know, just stay in that one position throughout the entire time. That's smart, you know, you're playing with your brains.
Who was the best pimp?
I gotta give it to Bowen. He was good, you know, running around, getting it going. There was one of you guys who kept shooting at each other. I don't know which one it was, but I work in your team play that way.
Cheers, Pimp. Thank you very much for being our Betway bot. What do you think of Counter-Strike?
Okay, I'm playing to be fair.
So you're going to go and get yourself a mouse and keyboard? Yeah,
I play on controller usually, but mouse and keyboard is get a little muscle memory. Yeah. I liked it. I was getting into it.
Bowen, you are our winner. Guys, thank you very much for playing. You guys went up against our Undercover Pro, brought to you by Betway.
I think it's important for every lineup, every team, to have a good IGL. We don't think that by losing one player, we are destroying our lineup, destroying our legacy, destroying our system. No. I think it's more about opportunities. When the one door closed, another one is open. Now it's a new chapter for us. Now we're testing Electronic as an IGL. He vouched like himself, he wanted to try this role. And he has a lot of experience. I think we already worked a lot in Flipside very closely, especially even more in NAVI, because he is one of the players with whom I speak a lot about the game. Nowadays, there is not a lot of good IGLs, and good IGLs, it's always about experience. So now it's a very good opportunity. We still have everything that we need to win trophies. We have best player in the world, simple. We have Electronic, who is very experienced, and he is very good at analyzing macro situations on the map. We have really good firepower with star players like Beat. He's very young, and I think we are far from what he can be. And Perfecto, the guy who's always in the tough situations, like in clutch situations, he has very good aim, very good movement, and understanding of the game. And this is one of players, Perfecto, who can be a star in future, but all he needs is confidence and proper mindset. We believe in our system, and at the moment we will play almost the same CS that we played throughout this year. And we had chances, good chances in this year to win some of them. I think it will be the same here. If we will find the groove, the vibes of event, we have players who can show incredible things. So Simple will feel the stage, Electronic will feel the stage. The lineup is really strong.
Vitality tried to make it convincing versus Pain, but they dropped Dust2 in an unacceptable way. Are they out of trouble yet? G2 took on the major champions FaZe clan, and it was a back and forth affair until we got to Dust2, when m0NESY hit them with the knockout punch. Big went up against NAVI, and both teams got maps they like, but it was NAVI all the way, with Simple dominating from start to finish. OG went up against the favourites in ENCE, and although Dust2 went OG's way, we never expected them to win Vertigo, as OG grabbed the clean 2-0 and find themselves in the arena.
The group stage wrapped, and now the playoffs await as we return for another day of Counter-Strike action here in the beautiful city of Lisbon. Today, 2 more teams will qualify to be heading in front of that crowd. 2 more, unfortunately, sliced and diced from the competition here at the Blast Premier Spring Finals. Of course, all the remaining teams fighting for the chance to lift that coveted trophy here in Lisbon. Joining me down here in front of the booths, I've got 2 gentlemen now. I've got Maniac, as always. Pimp, you joining me down here.
It's good to be back.
For another day?
Yeah, it's good to be back with you guys. It's been a while, huh?
Yeah,
long time no see. Just been meeting you in the concourse, just high-fiving around. Now we're back. Bigger games, bigger desk.
And we've had so much incredible action going down. I mean, just yesterday, looking at that group stage wrapping up as well. I know you were on the latter half of the games, Jacob. So, I mean, any highlights coming out of yesterday for you?
I mean, obviously the OG win against ENCE, that was quite impressive. The fact they won the game in itself was a big surprise, but in the fashion they did it as well. 2-0 winning on Vertigo. A map that OG notoriously are known not to be playing at all. They've only played it twice in the entire history of the organization's Counter-Strike team. So for them to beat ENCE in the fashion they did, that is without a doubt the highlight of the day for me.
I mean, unfortunately for Big, on your side of the groups, they are eliminated from the spring finals. I mean, when you're looking at how stacked the competition was in there, just unfortunate that they couldn't survive it.
Yeah, I mean, they took
the position that OG was supposed to take. And OG surprised everyone. We painted OG as being a party pooper here. Well, way more than that, actually. They're already in semi-final waiting.
And speaking of the other team that are going to be making it to that arena, of course, G2 managing to claim a bit of revenge against FaZe for that incredible grand final that we saw going down in Katowice. They delivered another absolute banger of a game yesterday. Huge fortitude coming out from G2.
That was a crazy game, and Thorin actually tweeted about the fact that the heroics from m0NESY took us away from Nico, and he's correct. Actually, Nico had a banger of receivers. We're talking plus 100 ADR, 140 plus rating. That was classic golden Nico against FaZe.
He's leading the MVP race right now, right? He's
Yeah.
a big candidate to take that title, and he's again showing up in the best of the best form. So very excited to see more of G2.
Yeah, very excited indeed. I'm excited to recap our CS Money Play of the Days as well. You guys know the deal by now. You've been voting over on Twitter. So what do we see coming into play number 3, Jake?
Well, we have Neofrag pulling off an ace with the M4A1S on the ramp. He was a big part of the reason as to why OG were able to win yesterday against ENCE on Vertigo, and he was controlling this area like a charm, going for all the duels, not fearing anything, and getting a nice ace right here to crown a great performance.
God damn. Number 2, we have Simple, a man that we will have to keep in touch under the spotlight today, and he's doing his antics with the P250. Oh, that one is already... That's all we need to know to start things off. Look at this, headshots, left, right, front, and center. It's very controlled and very a la Simple. Never, ever taken aback by the situation. Just beautiful work by Simple.
How many times are we going to see this guy pull off an amazing clutch? m0NESY is just absolutely insane. A 1v4 on Dust 2, and I absolutely love everything about this play. Look at what he's doing right here with the Molotov, using it as cover to go for the duel in a very tense situation. m0NESY right now is making a case to be one of the best clutches in the world.
You know what's cool about this? You should guys check out on Twitter, and you can see Jason and Anders' reaction as the clutch is happening, and that one is golden. Just Jason's face when that's happening. It's best time of the day.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. I love that we got to talk to m0NESY after that one as well, and he was like, you know what? I was just kind of treating it as, 1v1s as you should. Didn't really feel the pressure for that one. That's where the start-starter plays really come out.
Yeah, I think Existence tweeted something about it's like he's slowing down time. That's what's happening. m0NESY is playing at 100%, and everyone is just slowing the clutch. And it's like the Flash. He's got time to do anything he wants. Peak, utility. He's just in the clutch.
Well, that does wrap up all the action we're going to be seeing in the group stage of the Spring Fun, as we can take a look at exactly what was going down in the Group 1 side of life. As we were saying, G2 managing to make it through them. We have got an absolute banger of the game coming up first. That's going to be determining who goes through to the arena.
Yeah, and I just want to put a few words on Pain before we leave this one as well, right? They came in here with no expectations whatsoever, but they did pull off a decent result yesterday, taking a map away from Vitality. And if there's one positive, Bigosera, we saw him online. He was a big part of the reason why they even qualified to the stage. He was having another great tournament, so big ups to Bigosera. Unfortunately for Pain, the competition was too steep.
I think just a note on Vitality as well. Of course, we will be seeing them playing later on today against ENCE. I don't know where you're sort of having them in terms of a temperature check at the moment, Maniac, because there's been some ups, there's been some downs, quite a lot of downs actually for them.
It's been quite a sad side of my heart if you're talking about Vitality. I don't really know where to stand on that one. They had this first map against G2 where I thought they had solved some of the issues, and then suddenly Nightmares came back knocking at the door, and I don't think the Pain game reassured anyone. If anything, the man we have on camera right now, Dupree, found a little bit of momentum on that one. We're hoping he's carrying over today, because it's going to be much needed.
Any thoughts from you, Jacob, on the Vitality side of
It's a wounded animal. Every time I see them play right now, it's just it's an animal.
Hemorrhaging at this point.
Yeah, but we know they can be good, right? You look at the players, you look at the potential they have. We know they're supposed to be better, but it's been one of those wounds that just won't heal, and I'm starting to question whether or not it's gonna heal at any point for Vitality, or we need to see some roster changes. They have a chance today to make it all look good, go into a semi-final. That'll be a positive result, but yeah, it's hard to bring with a broken leg.
Yeah, of course, we're going to be seeing that one going down later on today. We can recap exactly what's happened in Group 2 as well. Just in terms of, this being turned a little bit on its head. The fact that OG were coming in with not only a stand-in in the form of Dexter, by the way, the 3rd highest rated player in the tournament so far, but with 2 new players as well. We'd only seen them competing at one tournament before this, Jacob, but I think it's fair to say they have been the biggest underdogs of this competition.
Yes, because they were very underwhelming in Dubai. I saw them play in that tournament. They lost to NIP, who were playing with a stand-in as well. Obviously, there was some COVID going on. Mantu was later, deemed out, and they couldn't, play the tournament with a full roster as well. So it's tough to judge them just on that performance, but what we've seen so far in this tournament, OG have played way above expectations, and they're playing some solid Counter-Strike. You mentioned it, Dexter, up there with the best of the best. We saw him with Spirit at the major, and he's just continuing down that path.
I'm so confused. I am so confused about OG. They have to be the highest honeymoon ride team we ever had, because you remember at the very beginning of the previous roster with Blast as well, they shocked everybody. We thought, oh my god, this is insane. Then we all came back down to earth. Now Dexter was always and will always be a point of focus. And I'm very glad he's delivering. The man might be playing his future in his career as well, right here, right now, and he's making a statement.
Yeah, he's definitely delivering indeed. Not only with the hand slaps as well. I hope maybe that calms down going into the arena. I don't think
I want to get one.
Should have seen Flame's hand yesterday. It was just completely saw on red. It was unbelievable.
I mean, he says it makes flicks easier, so maybe that's the
science
secret.
to it. Maybe
I don't
blood
know,
pressure
science.
increased.
I would just want to get a few words just in the playoff brackets coming into this one, as well as we can see the exact situation on the cards going down. We're going to have FaZe taking on NAVI, then it's going to be ENCE taking on Vitality. I wanted to get a few thoughts just on the ENCE side of things as well, considering, you know, they looked absolutely huge at the major, going into Dallas, of course, at making it to that grand final without Spinks, obviously the big star of the team. I don't know what you're thinking now in terms of them coming into this.
Listen, it's been underwhelming for ENCE. Even though they beat Big 2-0, it was in a very scrappy convention. Right? It wasn't looking good for ENCE in that game. We even talked to Snappy afterwards saying that it was not okay. It was not a good enough performance. And then they lost yesterday to OG. They're losing to a team with a stand-in. They're losing to a team that is integrating 2 new players. We'll talk about the honeymoon, but we're also talking about ENCE being the second best team in the world and being, you know, one of the favorites to win the entire tournament. So I think overall what we've seen from ENCE so far, it's just been straight up underwhelming.
I think they are discovering what it is to be the favorite and be grossly underperforming. And this is new for them. This is absolutely new. You have to remember, in their meteoric rise, we were always surprised about how well ENCE is playing. They were always exceeding expectations. Even in Dallas, Snacks is here instead of Spinks. They make it to the grand final. Hell yeah, beautiful. Do they come here in Lisbon? What are the headlines talking about? This time, it's the trophy for ENCE. That's going to be it. And then now they barely make it to big. They lost to OG. This is way below what we expected. And this is new territory for them.
Yeah, of course, this will be determining that game against Vitality later, whether they make it through to that semi-final to be playing in front of the crowd. We can take a look at exactly what is on the cards for today as well. Maybe just a bit of a temperature check in terms of you in that ENCE and Vitality game, Matthew. I'm interested to hear what you have thoughts on that one.
Well, as I say, I think ENCE is in a very complicated situation, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they will handle it. Because Vitality, we have already established, not even Wounded is hemorrhaging at this point. Expectations are quite low, and I think they themselves are just looking for a miracle. For ENCE, they have to win that game. There's no narrative that supports Vitality winning. There's no data that supports it, and I wonder how they're gonna act for it. Diha, Spinks, AWOL at the moment. Who knows?
Well, I think that led you to actually predicting Vitality.
Did I do that now? Did I do that?
In our Betway predictions
Hell yeah, I did.
I've literally never seen such a split in terms of our predictions as well. This is probably this year how split we are. Pimp, do you want to walk us through what your logic was?
Yeah, I mean, FaZe is still the best team in the world. Still a team I expect to win. They're going up against NAVI with a stand-in, obviously. Electronic going up against Kerrigan as an in-game leader. We'll talk more about that later. So I still have FaZe as the slight favorite right there. And as for Vitality, I've been very disappointed in ENCE. You know, I'm also very disappointed in Vitality, but I had to pick one.
It's crazy that we have the actual #1 and #2 team in the world playing right now, and still one of the most split prediction desks we have. That's how wide open this is today.
It's going to be absolutely incredible, and I cannot wait to be jumping into the action. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but when we are back, the first game of the day is going to be going down, a rematch of the major grand final, no less. It's NAVI taking on FaZe to decide who goes through to the Altus Arena.
FaZe up at the major has seen them down ever since. They need to bring back their A game if they want to take down NAVI.
Broky, couple of quick shots there, picks up the AK, keeps going. Oh, and he's gonna find a third one. Absolutely styling.
A new face NAVI was quick to dismantle big. Can they warm up in Lisbon to get their major revenge?
Oh, goes right back. Down goes Tizian. Up close. Oh, Crimbo gets rocked. Fobin finds the support kill, but Simple. Oh, man.
Two Titans collide in another historical brawl. The last time they clashed was on the Grand Major stage, but now they'll be battling just to claw their way onto one here in Lisbon. Two huge names coming into the equation, gentlemen, as we get this battle ready to ensue. Heartbreaking that one of these two will be going home after this.
Yeah, the clash at the highest level, as you pointed out, Freya, we have NAVI, who dominated without sharing anything at the end of 2021. They had this era that we all know got put to a halt, to an end, but now we have FaZe, actually, who put their footprint solely on 2022 and are trying to fight to prove that this weren't just a couple of good months. You lose here, you start a conversation.
Yeah, you do, right? Because FaZe have not been looking great since the major. They were a little bit underwhelming in Dallas. They couldn't win that event. They're coming into this one as well, and they've had their struggles. So you're right. If they were to lose to a NAVI right now that's in a transition period, I would argue that FaZe are not as good as we thought they would be, and that could be a problem for the future for them, because they're in a prime position to establish themselves as the best in the world for a long, long time coming.
I think that's the caveat when we're looking at this NAVI lineup as well. We really have to take into account the changes that have been happening as of late for this lineup. Jacob, I want to get some thoughts, some kind of opening thoughts from you from what we've seen of NAVI thus far with Sundayon coming into the equation.
It was a slow start for NAVI, no doubt about it, and a slow start for Simple, right? We always highlight him to be the one known quantity within NAVI. He's always going to perform, he's always going to step up. I even made the argument when they were 1-1 in their opening match and they ended up losing 2-1. I made the argument that when we come into the third map, Simple will play well. He's always going to step up to the occasion, he's always going to find that extra level, and he went on having a 13-22 score on Ancient against OG. I didn't think that would be possible for a man that is so well playing. The positive thing is, though, that yesterday he stepped it up massively. He was playing well, he was back in his gear, so it's one of those scenarios where I think Simple will only get better game by game. So maybe, just maybe, we've seen the worst from NAVI so far.
Yeah, you'd have to hope that this game against me kind of unlocked that mystery potential that, you know, Simple has as a player. And I think the most exciting and enticing part of this NAVI is, when was the last time we talked about NAVI as having no pressure? When was the last time we even ushered these words? We've always talked about what NAVI has to do, the tournaments they have to win, the major they have to snatch. They're here, they don't have to do anything. They have a brand new IGL in form of Electronic. They have SDY as a standing that we have no idea whether or not he's going to be midterm. No one is putting him ahead of FaZe. They can just play with pure pleasure, and I want to see that unlock something special, which I know they have.
And that was one of the huge storylines coming into this for SDY at the very least. You know, there were rumors that if he plays well here, it might spell a longer future on the side of NAVI. What have you made of him from what we've seen so far, Jacob?
I think he's done a decent job so far. He hasn't been breaking the bank by any means at all. He hasn't been the big star for this lineup, but he wasn't necessarily supposed to. We even talked to him after one of the games where he said he's not necessarily getting all the freedom that he's used to, but he's okay with that. He's fitting into a role and he's feeling somewhat comfortable early on. I think he's been doing a great job without, you know, being too good just yet, but I think he's one of the players that I rated him high when he was in Spirit. I think he was doing well in Mad Lions as well. I think he's only going to get better game by game.
Look, in the analysis that we have to put on NAVI right now is, through the scope of SDY, is sort of systematic, right? What are the performances of the other players? Because this is the Pandora box that we're opening. Personally, I got terrified when I heard Electronic was going to move positions. Sure. I understand why. I understand the structural need of having an IGL in certain positions, but he was and always is so instrumental in key victories. You're going to take Electronic, move him away. How much does that impact him? I'm sure SDY is going to do fine. I think SDY is a great player, but the total of the performances, then that scares me a little bit.
I think a very underrated point I want to make here is that moving Electronic from being a fragger to an in-game leader leaves a lot more pressure on Bit, right? We've seen him step up to the occasion, we've seen him play well for a long, long time, but so far this tournament, Bit has been a little bit underwhelming. He's not up to the highest of highest level. We see his rating graph right here, it's going a little bit up and down, but notoriously speaking, right, is always up there with the best, especially during the major. He was having a fantastic tournament, but that's the point I want to make right here. Now Electronic being a game leader, there's going to be games, there's going to be scenarios where he's not going to frag out as he used to, and then you need Bit to step up and you need him to be consistent, and I'm not too sure he's been that just yet.
Well, we spoke about the big star of Simple earlier, so let's get a few words from him courtesy of Parla.
Simple, great to see you. How are you and the team doing today?
Good.
Yeah? Good vibe in the camp?
Yes, always good vibe.
All right, so firstly, 2-1 loss versus OG. Was it a surprise, and what went wrong?
I think, yeah, it was a surprise. It was hard to predict how they're gonna play with 2 new players and 1 stand-in. So overall, they played better as a mix, and we played worse as a team.
Now, after that, you bounced back very strongly against Big. Other than you, sir, going 47 to 23, what changed?
We fixed our mistakes. It was our first game against OG, and against BIG it was much better and more comfortable to play against.
Simple, I think it's fair to say you're in a process of rebuilding NAVI. You know, you've got SDY on board, new IGL. Does this mean there's less pressure on you?
I don't think so. I mean, like, everyone need to put the same performance as we did in 2021 to achieve same goals. So everyone need to step up in an important moment.
Because some would say maybe right now NAVI can play like a team with nothing to lose. Would that be wrong?
Yes, that would be 100% wrong.
Okay, final question. Does this current roster have what it takes to exact revenge on FaZe for the Antwerp Major Grand Final?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if we're not gonna do a big mistakes, if we're gonna close all retakes and all kills advantage, I think we're gonna win.
All right, Simple, thank you very much. Any final words to the fans out there?
I hope the whole people will enjoy this game.
Thank you so much.
I think we are certainly going to be enjoying this one. Just in terms of the redemption for NAVI, having, you know, seen them lose out to OG earlier on in the tournament, seeing them against Big yesterday, was it enough to kind of fill you with hope that NAVI are going to be pushing back into this one?
If Simple is playing as well as he did yesterday, I think there's a chance, yeah. He was playing some fantastic Counter-Strike. He was being very aggressive, especially on the T side, so that is a massive win condition for me.
How could I think that Simple will have no pressure? He just had an interview like 100% wrong. We always want to go. We always want to perform. That's the man.
Well, let's get into the nitty-gritty a little bit. As Danny has a few words before we dive into this one. What have you got for us, Mahone?
I want to talk about from the last match against Big yesterday. They played on Dust 2, and I want to kind of break down what the changes are exactly to Electronic being the IGL. So first off, we're going to open up the map here, and what I want to kind of put into context versus these are all the old spots that NAVI had. So obviously Boomich was the IGL towards the top middle area on Dust 2, and then Electronic used to play that outside long position. But now, ever since that, Electronic is now taking this IGL position, and now it means that he actually slots into this top mid position. A lot of IGLs are typically playing this spot on Dust 2, and that also means that SDY, he now slots in for Electronic's position outside long. And you're going to see that this round here against Big really shows the reason why you want to have your IGL towards top middle. So first you're going to see NAVI, they're just in a default. Perfecto, he gets a kill onto Crimbo, and there's a bit of pressure towards B. They're able to find both kills. Now, after they find both kills, they're going to try to speed up, knowing that they found both kills, that there can really only be one more player in the site at most. But what you'll see here, or what I want to focus on specifically, is Electronic's position here. Now, the fact that he's towards his top mid position, it gives him the opportunity to actually now be able to take space towards his catwalk position. This is something that he could not do when he was playing outside long. And you can see this is exactly what he does. As he comes up towards catwalk, he throws a smoke towards B, and being in this spot towards catwalk allows you to track the rotations. And you'll see that's exactly what happens. As Big are rotating through CT spawn, Electronic can hear the footsteps of these two players rotating through CT spawn to B. And what that means is that because it's very likely one more player at B, there's a good chance that A is completely open. And you'll see that he's going to call off this B take or this B pressure that NAVI have. Since Perfecto has the bomb here, he's going to call it off. These players now are going to fall back, knowing that he has heard the rotation through CT spawn, and he's going to make the play to drop into CT spawn. And now that he's dropped into CT spawn, it basically puts Big in a spot where they can no longer rotate back through CT spawn. Electronic, he's going to hold this, and by the time Big realizes that they're coming back to B, he is able to lock this rotation down, and that basically seals the round. So this is kind of the effect that it has on Electronic swapping positions from outside long to catwalk. It basically puts him in those more information-grabbing positions, and he's able to make the more crucial calls.
Thank you very much for that one, Danny. Electronic pivotal in at that moment, and he's going to be a full focus coming into this one, particularly when we're comparing him to one of the most decorated in-game leaders on the side of Karrigan.
He's going up against Karrigan, right? I think we all agree that he is one of the most decorated in-game leaders. He's probably the most informed in-game leader as well, given that he's finally won the major. He's finally get to build the dream team of his, right? He has all the pieces he needs in order to establish himself as one of the greatest in-game leaders of all time. An awful lot of experience being an underdog, an awful lot of experience rebuilding teams, and also a bit of experience, you know, being on top. So when you talk Karrigan versus Electronic, obviously individually speaking, Electronic is a better player. He has the ability to dictate the game with a play like we just saw here from Mahone, but when it comes to mid-round calling, controlling the game, and going through all the motions, going through all the emotions in a game like this, Karrigan got a head up right here.
And what's going to be really interesting to see is how much preparation plays or doesn't play a role in this, because we know Karrigan and Robin, they like to search, they like to research their opponents, they like to have an established plan as we have the maps coming over. There's not a whole lot of information about this Na'Vi. In fact, I would go ahead and say there are more questions than answers.
Any surprises in terms of the video? What we'll be seeing playing out? Dust 2 Inferno and then Overpass is the decider if we do need it.
A little bit in the sense that FaZe could have gone for Nuke. They don't dare to.
They could have, yeah.
They could have. Inferno is also a close call and a safe call. We saw them play very well on Inferno yesterday, so not really that big of a surprise, but still Nuke was up there for the taking and they will not be allowed to play it.
Yeah, I think the conversation about Inferno versus Nuke was more about pushing Na'Vi into uncomfortable territories. Like, we know how Nuke can be tactic heavy and rotation heavy and requires all these cogs in your mechanisms that arguably Na'Vi wouldn't have right now. Karrigan said, none of that bullshit. We're going to Inferno. I know that map. I know what I can do on it. And I think that's also why the canvas is a little bit more blank when it comes to Karrigan and his prep. And I think Inferno serves that purpose.
It also eliminates the CT side start for Na'Vi, right? Going into Inferno, starting on the T side is not too bad of a thing. Whereas if you start T side Nuke, that could be rough for them, right? So it's again about playing your comfortable map. And I agree with you. They could have pushed them out to Nuke. They could have pushed them into a shaky scenario where they could have faulted for it. But I think FaZe did the right decision by taking Inferno.
And I think it's a really good point that you bring up, Machu, the fact that, you know, they face each other a hell of a lot of times this year on some of the highest pressure stages. Of course, with a little bit of a caveat now that Na'Vi have changed things up, that you don't know exactly how they're going to be playing, especially with some of the new positions and some of the new roles coming in.
It's absolutely different. We just had Danny and Mahone here giving us an absolutely beautiful prep about this game. Like, the fact that Electronic is changing positions, the roles are changing, and probably the patterns will change. Because I'm not doubting Electronic's game sense in mind for the game. I know he's got it. But what I don't know is his style, his DNA as an IGL. How does he like to play? What's his tempo? What's his decisions? If I don't know that, Karrigan doesn't know it either.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough for Electronic. There's no doubt about it. Let's pretend that we get into a scenario where the scoreline is 12-12. Karrigan has been there so many times before. Electronic will need the help of Simple. He will need the help of Blade. And I think that's another underrated point as well. Blade is probably the best coach in the entire world to help out Electronic right now. So as much as we want to talk up, you know, Karrigan being the better in-game leader, Electronic being a rookie, I guess, in that role, he got Blade behind him, and that's going to be a massive positive and a massive cushion to fall back.
Well, the teams are ready to be getting this one underway, and it is an absolute banger to be starting off the day. This will determine who makes it straight through to face the crowd in the Altus Arena here in Lisbon. Potentially a chance for Na'Vi to get some revenge on that Antwerp annihilation. We're going to see exactly how it goes down. Dust 2 is coming up after this.
Well, welcome back to sunny Lisbon, Portugal. The playoffs have arrived. The quarterfinals of the Blast Premier Spring Finals are here. We've got a big matchup today. We've got NAVI taking on FaZe Clan, the two best teams in the world at the moment, but both of them looking a little shaky.
Yeah, there's a lot of question marks on either side. It's going to be exciting. I can't wait for it. This is going to be one hell of a game. The odds, thankfully, are super close. It makes sense given what we're coming into this one with. Did you pick for this one? I forget.
I picked FaZe for this one.
All right.
I'm all good. I'm ready to be confident in NAVI. I need to see a little bit more of this whole electronic. I don't really know where it's going to go yet. SDY coming in electronic as an in-game leader, and also I think FaZe. I mean, obviously with the confidence they've had at the start of their year, the things they've mentioned. I think Kerrigan specifically in interviews has been like, look, we know that you don't have to necessarily have to start out events at your best, but you do have to end them at your best, and I have full faith that FaZe is going to be able to build into this event.
They have the experience, and they certainly have the firepower, so the question if they can put it all together right here. It's going to be going down on Dust 2 to begin with, so welcome to the show, everybody. FaZe, they're going to be starting on the CT side with NAVI on the T side. We have USPs all across the board, no dualies.
That's a shame.
It's a little bit of a shame. A single P250 on Simple, that makes a lot of sense. And they've all stacked up in the upper part of Dark right now, leaving just a player outside of Long, just to check what's happening here. Might be expecting some kind of aggressive play from FaZe at the beginning. Buying a little bit of time here until they make up their minds.
Also just been quiet, not giving over any information over to FaZe. Just looking for any kind of aggressive push that's not coming whatsoever just yet. FaZe played a very aggressive game yesterday against G2. His opening pissed around much slower paced. A lot of space given over to NIP, and that can be tough to deal with.
Nice smoke. Oh, Simple with the opening kill of the series. Perfecto with a quick follow-up, and there's no way through that. Doesn't really matter how many flashbangs you're going to be throwing through that one. There's 3 people on the other side with Glocks, so you're not coming through. Rain and Brokey, 2 versus 5.
That's brutal. I mean, you don't even actually need to execute the mid to be split. You just have Simple kill someone, and then Perfecto followed up.
It's a well-known NAVI plan.
Yeah, it's a good tactic. Rinse and repeat, they go back to it. Brokey's just trying to survive. Nice shot there on both SDY and Simple. Rain is the last one left, but no reason for him to move forward at all. Preserve the armor if you can. So 1-0 for NAVI right out of the gate. I don't know, this prediction feels like a little trap, because as I mentioned, I feel like there's good reasons to be a little bit wary about what level NAVI's going to be into with some of the recent form, and then obviously Electronic coming in and Boomich out. But also, I mean, FaZe hasn't exactly looked perfect either. I don't know, this is like, if there's ever a trap game to lure you into picking FaZe and losing faith in NAVI and having them just come out and just bust FaZe open in this series, this would be the one.
Yeah, I picked FaZe as well, and I don't feel good about it at all, but that's also partly because it feels, we've all seen Simple win series like these, so the problem is, there's not a lot that you could do to stop him if he's going to go off on that level, so I'd be scared. The
only thing keeping me, okay about this prediction is if you are to go for NAVI, you probably don't feel that good either with FaZe on the other side of things. So this is just a really, really cool matchup that we're getting here in the quarterfinals.
There's no sure thing, that's the problem, right? Like, there's no way to really be confident in anything, which is good. Good foundation for a good game. We've got a bunch of scouts in play, or at least 2 of them here. And Twist and Robs with a deagle each. So, a lot of potential here. Pretty aggressive buy from FaZe in the second round.
Again, pretty slow pace, though, from NAVI.
Yeah.
Electronic not putting any pace in these tactics just yet. We're only into round 2, and makes sense why they'd keep things slow against the deagles, the scout, and obviously Rain with the FAMAS also, as we can see. Good flashbang. You're not getting away from that one. Not even going to get close to escaping that flash. 5-on-4 for NAVI early.
Yeah, really basic kind of hit to try and minimize some of the power that's on the FaZe side in this round, but it doesn't always have to be that complicated. Pop flash into the middle, go for a bit of a fight. If you don't find anyone, you try it again. You've got plenty of flashbangs. You could do it one more time. Good opening there. Rain, only good for the 1. FAMAS, difficult to stop. Basically a 4-man hit up the catwalk like that with a FAMAS. So it's going to be Robs and Twist to try and save what they can on the other side of the map. Really respectful Counter-Strike coming out from Navi at the beginning. They're really making sure to not make any mistakes. And listen, that's been almost the theme of some of these last couple of days. Who can make fewer mistakes? And Navi are trying to minimize that right now.
You know, I'll tell you honestly, I think that's usually the goal, too, of most teams when you're preparing for a game, and most coaches is the emphasis on not making that many mistakes. Yeah, you're trying to find ways to win. Mistakes are always going to happen, but the really, really critical ones, you're always trying to minimize those, obviously.
Yeah.
I think, too, it's important as well with the new in-game leader and things as well, which wouldn't surprise me if this kind of, like, more slow creeping thing came out from Navi throughout this half on the T side. Still a new in-game leader, and while he's well-versed in how they like to play, how Blade likes to play, and his teammates, obviously, it's going to be a transitional period where I think kind of that slower pace style, give him a little bit more time to make decisions is going to be very helpful.
What a thing to be thrown into for Electronic.
It's a risk as well. I spoke with Kerrigan about this. He'll come out on a podcast after the event, the Push to Talk podcast, but I asked him about that specifically because there's a lot of players, like, you just don't ever come back the same, you know? If you're a player that's switched over to in-game leading and you try and go back to just being a regular player, name someone who's kind of done that successfully. Most of them have, like, really reduced impact from what we've seen throughout their career leading up to the switch into becoming an in-game leader. So in one sense, this is very ambitious and a little risky for Electronic in the context of his career as a whole.
What isn't they say? Ignorance is bliss. You know, once you peek on the other side of that curtain, you realize how much you have to think about as an in-game leader.
Yeah.
Maybe you go back and you try and play a regular role, but you probably you're going to be aware of it in a different way, right?
And all the extra stresses that get it added on top that you really have no control over whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a reason historically why a lot of players, first of all, never even try their hand at being an in-game leader, and even if they do, they don't succeed in doing it, right? You're usually the first person to be blamed, and you know all of the responsibilities. It's not a fun job, but it is cool to see, and I hope Electronic succeeds because we always need more in-game leaders in the space, pretty much.
Yeah, we even had Blade coming into this broadcast. He was having that interview, and he said, yeah, just in general in Counter-Strike, there's just a lack of in-game leaders at the moment. So, if you're an aspiring Counter-Strike pro, maybe look into becoming an in-game leader.
Well, one of the cool things I think that's also happening now, this is going to be kind of a round where they just walk away anyway. It's fun to think about the idea that now there's a whole host of people. I've been talking actually to a couple of them just on Twitter that basically have recognized along the way that they maybe don't have the mechanical skill to play at a super top level, but they have kind of the brain for it. So then they become coaches or analysts or something else instead. And some of these people are really, really, really smart. So that's so fun to think about that there's like an extra level there coming into the game. Nice shot from Kerrigan. But it will be a 3-0 start now for Navi. And I mean, that's fine. I think it's nice to see them play, making really no mistakes in these rounds. It's what we probably should expect, but you never know. Couple of changes to a team and suddenly a lot could start to crack open, so good to see them stay on track right here.
Well, they've just got a lot of track left to stay on. Just the first 2 rounds of the opening map in these quarterfinals at the spring finals of Blast Premier.
That was shot over by a teammate. I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah. Style points.
That could be in a movie right there. Shoot me with a gun, and pick it up and get a headshot with a scout. Double orb on the CT side. So let's see. But you did say it earlier. FaZe was super aggressive when they played yesterday. We haven't seen that yet on the CT side. A little bit of a quick boost up out here. And a double orb already. I don't know if it's necessarily going to shock Navi, but I mean, it's possible if you hear one AWP on one part of the map, you could make a slight mistake in walking into another angle somewhere else. Everyone's being real slow about this one.
Although this is a early timing for the catwalk take compared to what we've seen. Good flashbang to force back the AWPer. Brokey had the deep angle. Catwalk control for Navi early with about 1 minute and 11 seconds on the clock now. A lot to work with. SDY boosted up in the long cave. Just going to chill on top of the boxes, look for a push. But Navi really not interested in moving forward a whole lot just yet.
Brokey coming back. He's got to be so careful out here. At least when he's on the ledge, he can sort of dive down and out of the range of the AK-47. But when he's a little bit further back like that, if they actually run at him and he misses the shot, there's not a lot that he could do to stay alive.
They might not expect that position, though. Okay, he gives it up. I was very, very curious. He might have been able to grab one.
Yeah, it's not impossible. And he's super confident, so he's not thinking about, I think, missing a shot. I think he's just gonna...
This isn't a commitment. I think they're gonna go out mid. They just want to have a distraction here. There's gonna be the smoke up. Information is being called out by FaZe to go out mid, and 2 quick kills from Bit and Perfecto. 20 seconds. Now you don't got any time to be slow if you're Electronic and NAVI.
Not at all. I think they might lose this round anyway. Rops is at the back of the bomb site. 14 seconds right now. Out long, it's SDY. Comes, tries to get the kill, but here's the big problem. Oh no, 7 seconds left. Running with the knife out with the bomb, and I don't think he has it. It's too late. Navi, please.
It's okay. It's one of those things you have to know if you're this team. That has to be the conversation with Electronic coming in. Look, there's going to be a couple of these rounds, and this is the whole concept of Maniac that we've been kind of teasing over throughout this week. The garbage rounds. These are the ones you just forget about, throw away, don't worry about it. That's no mistakes made from Navi except not pulling the trigger on this final call, and I think it was a lack of smokes that made them not want to try and actually pull off the mid to be split. And those miscues are going to happen with the new in-game leader. So you got to just kind of relax and keep your head in it for the sake of Electronic as well. Because no one's more pissed off and frustrated than he is after a round like that.
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. The problem is, Jason, I have PTSD from watching Navi for 10 years doing this. So the impact is felt a little bit more. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's not to say there's no consequences to it, right? I mean, we've seen a number of times just one round that's just given up for no good reason. Just is such a brutal thing to take at the wrong moment in the game, and we'll see if this one has a lasting impact. But here they're gonna have to battle for round 5.
Look at Rops. He's owning this part of the map, and Navi making a slightly unusual decision to actually fall back from long. I feel like most of the time people just commit to it now, but they decide to track back across the map. There's a lot of map to look for. Oh, and they catch Robs. It turns out to be a real good call at the end of it, and they've left Simple down in the pit. And he's not really challenging. He's just waiting to see if someone from FaZe is going to go look for information so they can take him down. It makes sense. And FaZe, I think, are basically rolling the dice, saying we're playing a really unfortunate round here, 3 versus 4. We might as well just try and see if we can find the right place.
Well, this is where Electronic will have in his mind the time running out in the previous round. They do have 1 smoke on SDY for the pin smoke if they want to pull it off and make a jump up towards Catwalk. This is dangerous, so they're going to swing right into it. Ooh, Kerrigan goes down. Brokey not able to connect, and the bomb crosses as well. 20 seconds, and now he's shifting over to B. He's going to save the weapon. Simple's been holding on to this side of the map the whole time. So Navi back and forth between the bomb sites. They're going to get a free plant and a free round. And now the question becomes, do they want to hunt down these weapons on Twist and Brokey? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, I'm going to say, the only problem is maybe the health on some of them, but Simple, if someone drops him an AK instead, makes sense for him to try and take a run at it. So a little bit of a peek there.
That's it. They're done hunting.
Slow it down.
Especially with the op. There's no flashbangs to pull him off any kind of an angle. So that was the hunt, trying to get a little bit close, and Brokey, good aggression to put a stop to it.
It's also a classic. Send in the new guy.
The hazing ritual.
Hey.
Welcome to the team. You get the dirty job.
Why don't you go look? No, I wasn't as worried here, but there's about 10 seconds when they started that bomb plant here. I think they were well in control of this round, but it's just to say there is a version of Navi in the past, right? There's like a long history of playing these rounds super slow. And when Boomich was here, it wasn't really quite the same. I think they didn't have a lot of those rounds, especially towards the end. They kind of managed to put that away. But I'm curious to see if there's going to be more of that stuff returning a little bit into some of their game here.
I think you add that as time goes on, and I think that time, if Electronic still proves to be competent in the IGL role, I think that change of pace and those quicker tactics will come in much earlier than you might expect. SDY with just some basic shots through the smoke, establishing presence.
Interesting amount of metagame in the middle in this particular round. 2 people running past with no grenade or no smoke being thrown, and Simple not trying to shoot at any of them because he's expecting that it's basically a fake for a third player to take a peek at him.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a round where you expect there to be low economy, and 1 ADP was saved, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of things to unpack. If you were just watching and you didn't know what the game was, you might have said, wait, why didn't they smoke the middle to jump across? Like, what are they doing, But, or why didn't he take the shot when they didn't smoke it? A lot of reasons. A little bit of a nade. Doesn't really catch anyone on the other side. But yeah, you're right. The money for FaZe, especially showing in the grenades here, that's a bit of an issue. Especially if you wanted to go for a retake really on either bomb side. looks like it could be another mid to be affair.
Yeah, there's been no engagements whatsoever. 42 seconds on the clock. Brokey's going to jiggle. Oh my lord, that is just poor timing with the jiggle. Nothing Brokey really did wrong there except not have blind timing. Flashbang over the top. Molotov is going to prevent any kind of a peek from Twist. Excuse me, he stands in the flames for one. 4 on 4. Rain is close up on Catwalk. There's the peek from Electronic to clean up the kill.
Yep, a lot of trouble for Rops once again. He's out of nades. He can't buy any more time. He's going to have to take a lot of fights. Electronic is traded in the middle, but it's still all on Rops. And look at the time again. 13 seconds here. Rain is there, and Rops with a headshot, and they've done enough here. 8 seconds. Sundar Young trying to get the fight, and he's going to get the last 2 kills. I thought surely Rain would have been able to stay out of that, and somehow he goes down outside of the bomb site. That's crazy. If they could have stayed out of the fight, they must have forgot about the time at the end phase.
Yeah, that, and I think Rain is just, I mean, look, there's so much pressure being put on. Rain's just getting over and trying to save the day, and he does a great job. Maybe just peaks a little early. Maybe should have let Rops take contact, but how can you know? Especially after you already had the fight against Simple. But you're right, surely if Rain just backs off that and lets the fight, the engagement go down, the 1v1 with Rops, they probably win by time.
I didn't even think about it. I was looking at the clock the whole time. I was thinking, surely they just leave him there. Again, we just saw it last time. It takes a while. He has to get in and plant the bomb, right? It's going to be tricky no matter what. Wow. 5-1. And NAVI, another very, very, very close round in terms of the time that was left. But they get the job done. Pistols back on the side of FaZe now. Rough start for the FaZe side of things right now. We're not seeing any of them popping off in a way that has an impact on some of these rounds.
Yeah, pretty slow, pretty lethargic. And you're right, not a whole lot of impact coming out from any of the FaZe players quite yet. Another plant, another round for NAVI, up to a 6-1 lead. Love and life on their own map pick. Good round to mention. If you guys are tuning in, check out Blast.tv as well, the new Blast platform that you guys can tune into. You guys get to have a little bit of influence. They have some fun and games there. They also have like a tracker, so you can go back and look at all the cool highlights, all the multi-kills, all the aces, all the clutches that might come out.
Hell yeah.
Feel free to check out that and give some feedback.
Yeah, we'd appreciate it a lot. Rops landing a couple of headshots this round. It's not bad at all. Trying to do a little bit of damage, keep that economy as low as possible. We need to see some of the strength in the roster here for FaZe to, I think, to a higher degree. I guess one of the things that is really hard is to get some of these players like Robs or Brokey or even Twist, to get them rolling when NAVI are playing this slowly. Like that, you're not getting a chance for like some of these like really back-to-back fights where you're like swinging your M4 all over the place and it's a fight here and you know it's all so slow that you're just waiting around for a long time, and by the time it happens, like 2 quick kills in the middle, and the round is almost over.
Yeah, it's probably a level of discomfort in the FaZe side of things. I mean, just stylistically, there's going to be small little changes in how the game is played from Navi's side with Electronic as the in-game leader. So all that research you've done in the past to prepare for NAVI, kind of got to throw it out the window.
Yeah.
Hard to make it happen out of the gates, and first time out taken from FaZe to talk things over. Double op setup, Brokey and Rops.
Yeah, I mean, again, good go-to.
Yeah, and I think the part of the concept too is you don't want to switch into some of the aggression that we saw yesterday quite yet because the pace is so slow. So the aggression is playing right into kind of how Navi's opening up these rounds. So yeah, get the op out, let them slowly creep across the map and go for some of your picks. Grab some angles, see if you can find some kills as they take basic map control. Here's a good first opportunity.
Flashbang was pretty decent. You could see Brokey was in fact flashed. And it wasn't even Electronic who exited first. It was Sundar Young who went down right afterwards. Molotov out, spray, and he's standing inside of the fire. Friendly smoke to put it out, and that's super helpful. Brokey goes down, but Robs is going to fight Bit on the other side, and he'll win that in the middle. Not bad. 4 versus 3. Good shot right here for FaZe to try and pick up another round. This is about the time where they really need to start to get into the game a little bit more. So just need to negotiate this round, and could still be in a pretty good spot. Don't have a lot of information, I suppose. Twist is back there, and last time we saw them on Dust 2, he was actually really good at the back of that bomb site.
Yeah, he's a great bomb site anchor. We'll see if they actually end up in this position. Bomb is here in the hands of Simple, joined up by Perfecto now towards lower dark. 42 seconds. And all the gun rounds have been played very, very late into the round clock.
Electronic's been out on long for a while, just hoping for someone to peek. And on the other side, Robs is absolutely not moving. Yeah, there's a line there you don't want to cross.
It's going to be Kerrigan first to take contact, I think.
Electronic is thinking about it. He's got a Molotov. Oh, he makes it past, and that's one hell of an opening. Perfecto on the follow-up to take down Kerrigan with a Molotov behind him. He could never escape. Well, that's a little bit of a double nade down there, but who really cares at this point in time? Again, look at the clock when they get that bomb down. Not a lot can go wrong in the execution of this, but it's devastating to FaZe because they also can't rotate more people over. It's just 2 people defending, and they lose both the fights, and that is pretty much it. Twist and Rain now going to try and see if they get on the retake, and it is doable here. It's the A-bomb side after all. Don't have any nades or anything like that, and no kit currently picked up, so might get very, very tricky. Trying for the boost. They know where both are after that. Rain goes down. Nice headshot. Twist, a very quick shot coming out from Simple, but Twist a little bit faster. Gonna stick around and try and make it maybe a little bit more expensive. I don't think he can win the round any longer, and Perfecto will take him down. And Navi, it's a pretty shocking turnaround from that 4-on-3 scenario.
Yeah, it really is. Well struck, and you're exactly right. They kind of have to hit those headshots immediately. This is like, that kill Electronic onto Rops is like, I think the 3rd time in this game where I've seen a FaZe player have the right idea, hold the right angle, or jiggle peek into a position and just have a mistiming with when the peek actually comes. And I mean, you got to give credit over to Navi there. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Add a little bit on top. You got to give credit over to Navi. This kind of slow style, they're controlling the pace of this game so well.
Yeah, making it very hard for FaZe to activate some of these players.
Yeah, they're dictating everything right now, which is absolutely disgusting.
By the way, at some point, if we should get a replay of from like a third-person view of that swing from Electronic, because that needs to be in like a Counter-Strike textbook at some point. That's whenever we talk about the difference between a shallow and a wide peak. That's what it's there for, right? Because if he goes for like a really shallow peek and crouches right into the corner, he's dead every single time, right? Robs is just going to pull the trigger and that's it. But that wide peek just...
Also, peeking with intent is another concept, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're turning that corner expecting the fight at car.
Yeah, first time I think I heard someone use that exact phrase was
Jordan.
Nothing. Yeah. Yep. Jordan, yeah. It's a nice way to summarize it, yeah. So kind of doing both, right? The wide swing with intent. He knew what he was aiming for before he even saw it. Good times. Wow. 8-1 in favor of Navi. Not the start of the day that I think most people were expecting, maybe. But it's pretty cool to see. Still waiting for FaZe to really find the answer here.
Well, here's a little bit of it. Molotov all the way towards top mid. Smoke towards top mid as well from FaZe. Going to allow Twist to get a position in lower dark. And ooh, missed shot from Rops. Twist is going to fall back, but Rops is in so much trouble. Here's the change of pace. Oh, trying to track. Good luck. Bless your heart. It's a nice attempt, but Twist and Kerrigan to pull it back just a little bit. All the kills coming out for Navi after that. A stunning strike. They have lulled FaZe Clan into a sense of security with a slow style, and that is a devastating B hit.
Oh, once you miss that shot, it's just, you're in trouble. By the way, I think Electronic is 14-2. How close was that shot that he landed? I mean, he would have died anyway, but...
The one Rops of tracking it?
Yeah, like,
I don't think it was close at all.
It hits the box in front, but I couldn't tell, like, if it was just on top or not. Wow.
That's what seals it.
And also, that's an annoying change of pace for Navi, right?
Yeah.
Whereas it's been way more feeling it out slow. Now it's like, okay, we're setting up, and then we're going for it, all in. Hard to deal with.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's the 3rd time we've seen FaZe invest in that double op setup on this defensive side so far, and it's not netted them a single round.
Yeah, they're not doing anything with it. The one round that the AWP made a difference was Rob slowing them down when they were running out of time.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe one round. It's just not been as impactful as they'd like.
Yeah, but not even because Robs necessarily gets 3 kills with it, just because they were out of time, basically. Yeah. What a suffocating game that they're playing right now, Navi. FaZe must feel like then it's also, part of this is also the map, right? This is part of the issue of playing CT side on Dust 2. If they're playing Mirage instead or something like that, there are probably a couple of more options that FaZe can do to force some of these fights a little bit more. It can be hard to do on this map.
I'm very interested to see the switch up in the next round. At this point, I mean, you're down. You're going to be, you know, let's just assume you're going to be down 10-1 after this. Go for something into the playbook that's a bit riskier. Go for something you might not think would actually work. I mean,
earlier in the tournament, if you guys remember, we were watching Pain Gaming on this particular map, and they were really aggressive on the CT side. And I mean, the problem is, you already said it, the problem is NAVI are playing to stop that from happening. So it's going to be difficult, but it might be better than what's happening here.
Yeah, go for something that might not be like the straight textbook solution. We'll see. 5-on-2. 4-on-2, excuse me. Molotov is out. Twist forced into the ocean. Into the ocean. He's forced into the ocean, Anders.
Send off Viking funeral.
Up to the A bomb site we go. Now they know Brokey's the offer. They know they've seen him at the A bomb site. But 3-on-1 when you know you're up against pistols, it's all good for Navi. Brokey's going to push into Upper Dark. I believe hunting for a weapon. And he might just want to grab one and save it.
You know they have a name. It's like a kind of phobia for being in like deep waters.
Phasalophobia or something like that?
Something like
Yeah.
that. I have that for sure.
Do you?
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't mind the ocean, but there is something about the feeling of just like depth beneath you that I don't like that.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's a very uncomfortable feeling. I'm with you.
I did also watch Jaws when I was way too young.
That'll do it. I think Jaws ruined sharks for everyone for a long time.
Yeah.
I think we're still, you know, I remember reading an article one time about Steven Spielberg after he made that movie. Actually, like, has ever since that movie came out, has gone on like a tour of trying to repair the image of sharks because he's actually caused so much devastation to shark life due to people just being straight up afraid.
I was afraid to go in the bathtub.
You would be. Well, you know, if you see a ghost shark, that makes sense.
I can't even explain it now and think like, why would I? How could there be a shark? It doesn't matter.
If it was a ghost, Anders.
Possible. Anything's possible, yeah.
It's about the soul of a shark that haunts a house. Comes out of puddles, comes out of a slip inside, toilet, bathroom.
FaZe could use that right now.
They could use a lot right now. They could use Jesus right about now. 10-1.
I actually thought for a minute Simple hit that shot. It just looked like it could have been happening. It feels like anything could happen right now. 10-1, you're right. Well, Brokey is way more aggressive on catwalk. That's one of the most forward positions we've seen yet. He obviously, with no backup, he can't stick around all day because they can walk up close to him. So there's a timer on how long he can stick around. But this is definitely a small attempt at trying something a little bit different. And why not? I'm gonna get Molotov back.
Oh, yikes. Sorry, bro.
He's looking at him still. He's like,
yeah, I will shoot you back. Don't make me do it.
It's tempting, isn't it?
Yeah. Mid to B smoke hasn't really caused a whole lot. Double op setup again. FaZe just saying, look, this is the right idea for what we're going up against. It's just not working yet. Keeping the faith.
And look at again how it's one flashbang to push Brokey back, right? That's it. Now they're kind of in the position that they've been in all along, Navi. They control the center of the map. They have all the information, basically, or at least they're limiting all the information from FaZe point of view. And problem is, if Kerrigan goes down, that double position up at the A-bomb site becomes real bad.
33 seconds. Yeah, Kerrigan's life is so important. That Molotov is way too deep. They won't care. Electronic heard that. Still gets clothesline. 1-for-1 trade. Brokey's got to address the situation, which leaves Rain on his own. 20 seconds on the clock.
Yep, nice shot from Brokey. They need so much more. He's going to pick up Bit as well. That might be the shutdown right here. Not enough time, I think, for Navi once again. And Brokey keeps going. Nice triple. And Simple's on his own. Oh, gets one on Robs right there. 7 seconds on the clock, but this time they can't even do it with kills. Go for the no-scope.
Oh, he hit him. 1 HP left on Twist.
No way.
He no-scoped him through the door. Quick scope, whatever you want to call it. Just 1 HP left on Twist. That's unfortunate.
Fair play.
Yeah, that's a lot on Brokey.
Yeah.
That kill out towards long was everything. Allows him to completely turn and look over towards Catwalk and even towards CT spawn. Triple kill for Brokey. Finally FaZe put a stop to the run. It was 7-0 for Navi. And FaZe get their second round on the board.
Okay. It's not too late. If they can get up to 5, it could be something. Ooh. Grenades through Robs, missing the shot. He couldn't see anything in that one. And coming through the door is Twist, and they just go right back to that straight B hit, and it works just as well as last time.
Yeah, just the change in pace. Second time now, and that's another win. Usually they've been running these clocks down to like, what, 40, 35 seconds before they really kind of make any significant moves. caught Rops completely off guard with that deep angle of the AWP. Also, you essentially just eliminate any idea of a retake when you take a bomb site against the double op setup. Broky's gonna find 1 kill. However, they're gonna try and chase him down, I would imagine, through the smoke. Rain's there for protection, but they want that op.
Yep. Oh, Rain's gonna get a couple there, but not sure it helps that much. It's really the value of the AWP that we're talking about here. Bit is gonna go down. I don't think they care so much, Navi, about throwing away some players. Oh, nice nade. Hold on, Rain got 4 kills at the end after having basically lost the round.
Yeah, fair play, but money at this point in the game really doesn't matter a whole lot to Navi.
No.
2 rounds left. They've got plenty of cash built up for another buy no matter what. I like the hunt. Unfortunately, they weren't able to keep the op out of the FaZe hands, but they do force some rebuys.
Well done.
Well done.
Cinematic, wasn't it?
I like the way the grenade just froze in air. Suspended for a moment in time.
He's got Magneto on his side.
Good reference.
Oh, no.
P. Simple's going to take that advantage all day.
Yes, he will. And the problem is, do you even try and swing against this? Nice flashbang to set it up, and it could have been a beautiful double, but instead, it's just a lot of damage, and that might not be enough here. Trying to get it back, Rain. Anything it takes here. If they get a random shot for the smoke and kill someone, maybe they can go for the retake. But if not, 4 versus 3, as after the bomb is already down, it's not going to be possible.
No, they have to save these weapons. Just back off. 12th round for Na'Vi. Man, the way they've just abused this B bomb site at will throughout this half has been awesome. I mean, normally you talk about the main defenders that are usually at this bomb site. Brokey was opping in middle this round, but you think Rops and Twist at this site, like, man, what a hard bomb site to crack into, but Na'Vi have just done it at will throughout this half. And some great peeks with rifles into ops holding angles as well. You have to say that also.
Yeah, and if, you can almost tell
throughout
by
the whole half.
Yeah, some of the angles that Robs has been holding kind of shows what he's expecting out of that fight. He feels like, well, I know I'm close, but I hit the shot every time, right? I know I can do it. Even if you jump, we're probably gonna flick and get the hit, but he just hasn't been able to. It's probably a little bit of a surprise to him too. 12-2 and moving into the 15th round.
Electronic is 16-5.
It's not bad.
As the in-game leader. Calling a great game.
Yeah, this actually is looking really good.
Calling a great game, playing a great game.
What more could you ask for? Kerrigan sneaking up the middle. Well, we spoke about this earlier. You need to change how this game is playing out, and this is certainly an attempt. It might be a little bit late in the 15th round, but
he did this last round. Got him a kill on, I believe, SDY as he came out of the cave. I'm thinking his estimation is they won't be prepared for it again.
Doesn't look like they are either. He's hearing the steps, calling it in, sneaking through. I mean, the more info he can get, the better.
Go for the knife.
No.
Get yourself like just a little bit of fun.
Have a good time. There's the spray on one. Oop. Misses the chance. Simple coming back, and he's getting shot at through the fire. Eventually, Simple going to be able to take him down. So, definitely not the most you could have had out of that, but maybe it'll rattle Na'Vi just a little bit. 3 versus 3 now. 50 seconds on the clock, and Bit sneaking through. What a position to take down Rain. Bomb is still outside of the B bomb site, and they have 40 seconds.
Yeah, and that's so tough for Rain. It's quiet the whole way from Bit, but Rain's got to worry about long as well once Kerrigan goes down.
And they're slowing it down.
Well, Electronic's just going to try and do his best to make sure nobody can rotate over. Perfecto taking the safest route, which is also the longest route out towards long A. Here's a nice kill for Electronic. You imagine he gets this 9 out of 10 times. Oh, that's a good flashbang from Brokey, though.
Yeah.
Had admirable attempts.
Had to do something right. The slow, even in this one, even when they had the bomb site, they have almost everything. They're so slow and measured right now. It's got to be really frustrating for FaZe. Robs now 1 versus 3 for the retake on A. And obviously this being the final round of the half, there's no point in saving anything. He's going to swing for it. We'll take down Electronic, but it cost him nearly everything. So this will be a real challenge at the end. Does have a kit at the very least.
Oh.
Grenade's not going to help him. Yeah, there we go. Have to throw it. 7 damage, and it's all done. What a first half for NAVI. 13-2 in their favor. That is a very, very convincing result. We'll see if they can close it out quick in the second half. It's coming right up.
Try to boost or?
No.
Okay. I think he has open.
Yeah, I think so too. You can try boosting right here if you want.
Yeah, let's go.
No kid.
Goes inside, goes inside.
Let's try. I couldn't even see him. What the f?
Man, unlucky.
Only for B.
Let's go, guys. Honestly,
Let's go.
This is how we play CS.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go.
Well, if you couldn't tell by the mic'd up clips that we chose here, we're having a tough time finding something positive to show on the screen for FaZe.
Can't shoot what you can't see. I mean, that's, that's a little bit of an issue here. Wow. Yeah, they didn't sound. I think devastated, but just you could tell that's not a lot to work with here for FaZe, and the scoreline reflects it. 13-2 in the opening half.
I think they were just so shocked by how that half played out. Just so completely quiet and just shut down in terms of ideas and creativity. They might get a little bit of a gift here. Looks like they wanted to get aggressive, but instead it's just going to be a stack.
Yep, USP's on the other side, and overwhelmed is Electronic, but up in the window, Perfecto, throwing some bullets into the bomb site, bit on his own, and that might be enough. Simple landing a headshot as well on Twist. Nice double for Bit, and that holds it all back. They were here so quickly, Navi. Even if they only started with 2 people, in a matter of seconds, there was a third one in Perfecto in the window, and then it just kept going.
It was 2 people B, 2 people mid, and Simple was on catwalk. Like, what are you supposed to do about that? Rotations are going to be so quick, and any delay, even if they lose the fights as Electronic did, they're going to be here so quick to keep you cordoned off in that main choke point, exiting into the B bomb site. Beautiful double kill from Bit. 14-2.
Yeah, it's a first map, Jason.
So all those questions about Electronic as the in-game leader, it's not looking too shaky here in the early going of this series.
No, I mean, it's obviously a single data point, but I think it's pretty good. I mean, like, we're not seeing some sort of horrible breakdown of the team that makes it look almost unrecognizable. Not yet, anyway. But I would say they definitely play a different game than what we're used to from Navi, so there's always that. Bit taking down Rain. And it's to be expected. Rookie, a little bit of a kill, good follow-up for the Deagle, and Robs is doing some work with the Tech-9. Realistically, Navi, I don't know if they have to go for this. I mean, they have such a long buffer that on the one hand you could say we could throw away the rifles, you're probably going to win the map anyway, but if you wanted to be 1,000,000% sure, just save what you have here. Ooh, yeah, walking into it. So many angles to check. Robs will take down Sumdai Young, and Simple, 1 versus 3. He wanted to be the hero, but not today.
No, Twist helps FaZe stay alive a little bit longer. 3-14, good trades. I mean, they just juggling a little bit of aggression, 1 for 1. Navi could never get multiple players at the attack. Now it remains to be seen if they can actually keep it up long enough to challenge for this scoreline. Way too early to even have that as a realistic thought at the moment. 1 round at a time, the old classic.
Yes. Coined by Natu. Godfather of Finnish Counter-Strike in many ways.
Uh-oh, that's Electronic finding the opening kill onto Kerrigan, denying access to long to the remaining 3 members of FaZe that were trying to get out. They'll have to adjust, move across the map. Still, just pistols they're up against. Simple does pick up a Galil. Bit has the scout.
Still holding long Robs just to make sure that there's no trickery coming in from the Navi side. And the rest of the team are making their way out the middle. Electronic is on the one side. They got a double setup in B. They're actually, look at Simple's coming in as well. They're so ready for this Navi.
They're going to boost him up.
Even with the limited weapons, this is not at all a bad situation. Oh, Molotov, I don't know. I thought they were going to boost too, but maybe the Molotov changed their minds and they just got forced through instead. Good double kill in the middle. Twist to open it up. And in spite of a lot of people on the side of the map, they make it work anyway, FaZe.
That Molotov might have just stopped them from losing that round. Like maybe like a second or 2 late. I think Simple's up on that box, going to have a good defense.
Okay.
All right.
Something has to go your way eventually.
FaZe hanging on, just barely. Just barely. And I think this is a similar conversation as to what we talked about yesterday with G2, right? Was like this first map, you're getting beat up like this. This is all about from here on out for FaZe, playing yourself into shape for the next map.
Yeah.
You could even hear it in the comms when we came in after the halftime break, them saying this is not the way we play CS. This is not, this is not the real FaZe. They're looking to find that guy before map 2.
Yeah, and even getting a couple of rounds in here could go a long way, so I appreciate it. Keep that focus in. 14-4. Twist. Very, very crisp. As we expect. The magnificent.
Magnificent Van Dalken. Back again. 10-round lead for Navi. This time, no real investment. P250 on Simple. Everyone saving his 1 flashbang, yes indeed.
On Bit, he's in the middle. We do like it. Here it comes. Oh, they're far, far away.
And they got grenaded, and they've got Rain in lower dark, just shooting off pop shots. So this idea of a flashbang over the mid doors is not going to yield them any results. FaZe is well defended against it. 1 player goes down. That should be it. Brokey not able to land the kill. Kerrigan's going to find that from A. We're down to a 9-round lead.
Yeah, a couple of easier rounds here, obviously, with FaZe playing on the T side. A real test is going to be when the rifles come into play. NAVI going to be more heavily armed. Not quite with the AWP, but enough to be impactful. Still, obviously, in case people are confused, playing on the patch that hasn't had the M4A1 changes.
Yes.
Which will be throughout the tournament.
Or any of the map changes.
Or any of the map changes, yeah. For competitive integrity reasons. Would be real confusing if you changed the game halfway through a tournament.
Yeah, that'd be unreasonable.
Even if Valve tried to trick us into it. We're not going to fall for it.
No. We've been down that road before. Slow and measured from FaZe as well to start out their T side. Pin smoke coming in. Utility for catwalk control. No one from FaZe flirting with the long cave. They want to get up cat. Kerrigan's going to lead the way. Twist going to come up behind him. And Rain's going to have utility in lower dark for them to utilize. Looks like they do eventually want to fall into a mid to B split with Brokey having the bomb in upper dark. He's waiting there patiently with Rops.
Perfecto's so on his own on this side of the map. Electronic is kind of nearby. If he can stop the mid portion of it on his own, then sure. But otherwise, Perfecto's not going to have any real backup. They probably just end up saving what they have. If it actually goes that way, they might just give up on it because this is a real stretch. Electronic looking right over. Yeah, this is what he needs, and he needs a little bit more even. Another kill here would be great, but Rain will take him down, and now it is all on Perfecto. No one else is even moving on the other side of the map right now. Perfecto gets traded. It's not a bad kill for him. They're getting into the bomb site. 3 versus 3. They can't get anyone. They just managed to slip past that smoke is still up. 15 seconds. Rain making the jump past. Not going to get challenged. And it's going to be a bomb plant here. And they've gone flashbang for a retake. What do you think?
They might go for it just by virtue of the scoreline. They're going to at least see if they can get one kill pretty early on here, but they've got no kits as well. So there's some things. Yeah, okay. So they are going to go for it. Here's the flash.
Yes, it is. All right. Sunda Young charging in, and a nice headshot from Kerrigan. Again, they send in the new guy.
Yeah, the rookie.
I can see the pattern. I know what this is.
Yeah, no kit either. That was always going to be a little tough. Man, Electronic and Perfecto were both so close to having a second kill. Electronic over the top a number of times, was almost able to find a second frag. Perfecto as well with that deep spray in towards B tunnels, missed a chance. Turns over, spins out double doors. Tough shot to hit, especially during chaos. That was almost a great hold. Just basic stuff from FaZe.
There's a real chance, I think, for Electronic in the middle as well to have done a lot. So, but yeah. The timing between that hit in upper dark and Rain showing up in the middle is super important.
Simple, very vocal between rounds. He's got the M4. Bid has the other one that they saved. Some Deagles picked up a CZ on Perfecto. So they've got some utility or some weapons to play with to try and convert this. FaZe 8 rounds back now.
I mean, look at Brokey 14, Rob's on 13. They're starting to have, you know, a real output, and the rest of them are not really that far behind. So at least the part of the game that involves FaZe feeling like they can actually fight a little bit here, and they have a lot more of a say than they did in the first half. That part's already kind of been accomplished here. It's a good start. Not so much here for Robs.
No way.
Oh, and Pity gets away with more. Flashbang assist from Simple to set that one up. And it's going to be an execution kill coming in from Rain. Electronic did not realize, so a little bit of a chance to come back into this round here. What a scary situation.
Kerrigan and Twist only have the one smoked across, though. That Molotov, they're going to try and use that as some cover. Simple, how much does he want to get aggressive behind it? Okay, there's the second smoke coming in. Wall completed, but it don't matter. Simple's got a blind kill through smoke. 3 on 2, and that's an all-important kill for Rain. No kit yet again.
Yeah, no grenades either. Hearing the steps up there, Simple, he just needs a bit, and he tries to go for it. Takes down Twist. Now it's Rain on the other side. Has to do this on his own. Oh, out from long. He's very exposed. No way! Absolutely no way! He did not just do that.
He didn't even react. All right, well.
Why?
Listen, Apex was trying to do it all event. Simple just showing him how it's done. This is a great shot. Great accuracy snapping over to Twist, but this is just silly. Flashbang is out. Yeah, take the risk, I guess.
what the?
Yeah, that's all you can do. Just laugh, put your head against the chair. Obviously, things just aren't going your way. And Simple doesn't give a damn. 15-6. You're still shocked. You're still speechless.
I am. Yeah, Simple's like, it's welcome to my world. And
everything as I designed it.
Yeah. Ridiculous. 15-6. Simple hasn't even really been the high impact player. I mean, he's been playing just fine, but again, Electronic has been doing a lot of this work here, and Bit's been playing pretty well too. So, yeah, but
I mean, that T side was like a team win.
Yeah,
that was such wonderful calling from Electronic. Everyone had their time for some impact and some kills. Perfecto knows what's coming, drops a smoke. Got a teammate here as well.
It's gonna be hard to handle. Perfecto sneaks in for another shot, and they still got a bit on this crossfire, and Electronic is making his way over. Every second passing, this is going to get worse for FaZe to try and get into the bomb site, and they might have missed the opening already. Nice shot from Twist and Brokey. They're fighting back. They don't want to let go of this map just yet. And Simple, he might not be asking any longer. He might just take it away from them. Twist goes down. He was ready for that one. And now it's all on Brokey, switching it up for the AK-47, but he can't really stay, and he has to come up with some kind of a trick. One flash and he's dead. Trying to sneak through. It's Simple, taking him down, and it's a 16-6 victory for NAVI. An absolutely statement win to take down FaZe on the opening map of the series.
Yeah, that is a crazy opening map to have. What a wonderful T-side. 13-2, and then you just get to relax and take your time and close things out in the second half. Helped out, obviously. Simple comes in for the close. The jumping clutch on Rain. Obviously a wonderful last round as well. But if you're FaZe, you got to just say, look, nothing whatsoever went our way in this game. We got the worst end of the stick each and every time.
Yeah, they did. Huge wake-up call for FaZe. We'll see if they can come back stronger on the second map. It's Inferno. It's coming up right after the break.
I think in-game leader in CS definitely have to have like a feel for the game, and you have to be decisive. You got to trust your own gut.
People thought that I wouldn't be an in-game leader ever. No one trusted me. I mean, it's a big challenge, but that's what I'm living for. We are in Stade de France, which is the French stadium where the national team of football and rugby play. It's also our facility for 2 years. For most of French people, it's really known because we won like the first World Cup of France 23 years ago. I used to be an entry fragger for probably 10 years of my career. I love that role. I love playing for the team because the entry fragger, they dies first. Yeah, it's a hard role, really hard role. But I always on the side work for the team, like tactically, with nades, with coding. I've never been like that far from being a leader. For some years, I didn't do it myself, even though I could, because I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready.
There has been some movement on Vitality, as we see here in the lower third. I mean, Alex no longer in the roster, and the team seems to be having its ups and downs.
And when Alex departed the team in 2020, my old coaching staff came to me and said, I think it's time for you. I said, okay, let me 2 or 3 days. I need to think about that.
A player like Apex, now having to be that in-game leader, I think is a huge, huge change for him and a huge responsibility.
And then I came and said, okay, I think I'm ready.
It's everything in this game. Like, if you don't trust your coach, if you don't trust, I don't know, manager, analyst, player, like, why you play this game? Like, it's all about trust. Actually, when he became a leader, I trust him like 100% because he has him in the blood. Like, he can motivate, he can cry, he loves CS. He has a lot of emotion, so yeah, I like it. Yeah, you can be a good leader. And he proves every day.
My name's Johnny. That's gonna happen a lot, by the way. My voice cracks a lot. My name's Johnny. My in-game nickname is JT, and I'm the in-game leader for Complexity.
absolute massacre at the hands of NAVI, particularly in that first half. Just no room for FaZe to be coming up for air. I think Anders and Moses framed this one perfectly. A statement win from NAVI.
Yeah, I predicted NAVI to win, but I had absolutely no clue this would look anywhere like what we just witnessed. We posed a lot of questions at the beginning of this game, as we would do now with this NAVI new look, I would call that, but Electronic answered most of them, not only as an IGL, but also as a player. Stellar performance.
It was a stellar performance coming out of Electronic. A very well-drilled T-side, you know, good pacing. I like the way they were taking map control, and it felt like at all times FaZe were feeling uncomfortable in that CT side. Always a step behind, always second-guessing themselves, and Electronic time and time again, and I actually love this, right? He's playing the same role, but now he's doing it as an in-game leader, so there's even more impact to the kills that he's getting. He was walking out middle fighting openings, he was walking over catwalk fighting opening kills. Electronic, without a doubt, the most impactful player on the server.
Look, you hear from every single interview you're reading or hearing from Navi, everyone is talking about Electronic and his mind for the game. Electronic and his reads, his understanding, his game sense. I think this map suits him perfectly, and all these mid-round situations that Jacob is talking about, the tempo, he always just took the time, didn't fall into stress or pressure, just waited a little bit, played 20, 30 seconds in, just so he could figure out the solution. And he did so 80, 90% of the time.
And I like the fact that you bring up tempo as a kind of a key word coming into this, because we had questions about exactly how he would be, you know, characterizing his style as an in-game leader as well. Worked wonders in this particular map.
It worked wonders on Dust 2, and it is one of the most comfortable maps for him as a player as well. We've seen it time and time again. He's always great at finding the opening kills, and as I said, you know, there are a couple of rounds where they took long control early on, and then they would slow down the tempo. They would leave Simple and Pit, fall back, and then they will figure out and kind of like get a sense for what is FaZe doing, where the rotations are coming, and every single time it felt like they made the correct call. Whether or not that was lucky sometimes, not too sure, but when you do it over and over again, there's something to it. And as you said, you know, Electronic's understanding of playing Dust 2, we've seen that for years. It's just up there with the best.
Well, let's get a few thoughts from Blade after that incredible map win courtesy of Parla.
Blade, dominant victory on map 1, Dust 2 over FaZe, 16-6. Are you satisfied?
Of course, satisfied.
Now, Electronic was 17-6 by the end of half-time. Is Dust 2 the best map for him to be effective on?
I don't know. We're not just trying some things now. We want to see where he feels comfortable, and with each game we gain something. You know, we understand something and improving.
Talking about improving, how are you finding getting SDY on the team, and do you think he's fitting into the group dynamics?
It depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes not. He's trying really good, really hard, and we helping him. So it's early to say something now. We need to see more. I think after this event, we will know really. We will see the vivid picture.
All right, Blade. Final question. Up next, it's Inferno. What's going to happen on map number 2?
Interesting. Banana Inferno. So Beat will try to be the best on Banana.
Thank you so much, Blade. Everybody keep an eye out for Bits Banana.
We will do indeed, Parla. I love that question, though, framing it as a, you know, is this best map of Dust 2 the best map for Electronic to be coming out and putting up the numbers as well as being comfortable as an in-game leader?
I think how we can frame it is that Dust 2 is not as demanding as Inferno will be in terms of detail and refined protocols that you need to use. On Dust 2, I think strategically speaking, tactically speaking, we've reached the ceiling a long time ago. People know how to address the map. On Inferno, you're going to need to have these protocols a bit more tight, and this is where there could be an issue for Navi.
I agree. I think when it comes to mid-round calling on Inferno, you know, you have banana control, you have mid control. Where do you want to go? Do you want to go up banana? Do you want to go up middle? Do you want to split towards the A-bomb side? There's so many different decisions you can make when you have map control, so there's a lot of stuff you have to take in consideration. For Electronic to call on a map like Inferno, that to me will be the real test. Can he replicate the same kind of performance? Can he control the game from the C-side with Navi? Then that would be a statement to me, at least, saying that there's some potential in him as an in-game leader.
Of course, FaZe, that's their map pick coming into this series, but a lot left to be desired on that Dust 2. It just, I don't know, a lot of questions to me in just terms of, you know, what went wrong for them? What was lacking in your opinion?
Yeah, I want to use the term exhaustion when it comes to FaZe, and I want to preface it. I am not excusing their performance just because they've went on a terror event, they've had to play deep runs. I'm not excusing it, but what we have to address is probably the fact that they lack that second gear right now. We've seen it against G2. They started slapping them around on map number 3, and FaZe just rolled over. They gave up. I don't think they have it in themselves to kick into back action, right? They struggle. If the game goes away from them, it's really hard to come back.
I love the fact that you're saying the second gear, because when you think about FaZe and when you think about how they won the major, we all remember the explosive moments coming out for a player like Brokey, right? Having a round where they are maybe struggling a little bit, but then he finds 2 explosive AWP kills, or Robs goes off and pulls off an amazing clutch. We haven't seen that. We didn't see it in Dallas. We haven't seen it in this tournament so far, and I agree with you. They lack that spark to them right now, and that's a bit of a problem for FaZe.
And we had that mic moment. Even Jason was trying to do his best to frame it. Like, guys, we were trying to find something good for FaZe.
Yeah.
But it takes a lot of energy, a lot of resources for a team to pull themselves out of the hole that they were digging in. And they've done it in events they've won. Can they do it right now? Is this where they pay the price, the bill for all these events and all the energy they had to consume?
I love that you bring up Brokey's name, particularly coming into that Inferno, because one moment for him really stands out in my memory at that major grand final, right at the very tail end. It's pushed to OT, a 1v2 clutch from Brokey to be closing out that map as well. This is where I'm really interested to see this Inferno and the changes that we should be expecting coming into this, considering it's a different NAVI roster.
Yeah, it is a different NAVI roster. I think we all remember what happened in the major final, right? FaZe getting off to a fantastic start, leading 8-0 on the T side, and then everything fall apart. Now, they're playing a different team this time around. They're playing Bit, who's now playing on Banana. They have Sumdai Young playing the pit position. We had Mahone kind of outlining, you know, some of the positional changes that came in for NAVI, and they were looking okay the first time I saw them, especially SDY. He was controlling pit, you know, well enough, but you're taking away Electronic. We have from years and years and years talked about Magix, and we talked about Electronic being the best pit player in the entire world, and now you're moving him out of that position. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but you have to. If he's the in-game leader, he cannot be sitting in pit and doing absolutely nothing for the majority of the round.
No, and listen, I have full faith in Electronic's ability to read the game and be in the right position, but what I don't know is how connected or disconnected he's going to be from the rest of his team on the CT side. So I hope Kerrigan goes into this Inferno with the idea of making him move. If he's going to be that third piece from the A side, having to choose between Banana and A side, if you're Kerrigan, just throw some spanner in the work, trying to make him confused, trying to make him have to make decisions, because are you going to believe SDY will do the same job that Electronic would in a 2v5 from pit? I don't think he would. I don't think he can.
Yeah,
So
I would like
Kerrigan,
to see him
test it
do all
out.
that. Yeah, 100%. I mean, if we're looking at some of the individuals on the side of FaZe as well, I mean, it was just kind of lacking throughout that Dust 2. Let's just be fair to them. We're obviously just going to be wiping the slate clean coming into this one. Who are you particularly looking at that you feel like should be standing out in this Inferno?
Oh, I would love to see something from Robs. You know, I think Robs is kind of the player that can disturb the defense of NAVI. He's with the lurk that he's coming in with, you know, and Palace coming out middle. Robs is the kind of guy that can make it a living hell for Electronic in terms of calling and figuring out what is going on. So I would love to see more from Robs. You mentioned him himself as well, Brokey during the major. He had some fantastic rounds. There was a couple of times when he just walked up middle, you know, dry and found Simple, found a couple of opening kills. He has that explosive element to him, and I agree with what you're saying, Matt. You're right. We need a little bit of a spark coming out of FaZe. I don't care who's it from. We just need one of the players to step up, win a couple of rounds on behalf of himself, and then hopefully the rest of the team will follow up.
And that's supposed to be the signature from FaZe.
Exactly.
We should not be standing here saying, oh man, I don't know who's going to step up. They have at least 4 players. They have a quadro of players who can step up. 4 of these names right now are belonging to the top 20 players in HLTV. I am sure of it, because by the numbers they are, but we haven't seen any of them on Dust 2.
I love that you mentioned that explosive nature, obviously synonymous with Simple as well, because right at the tail end of that Dust 2, sure, they had a million rounds to be playing with, but man, that penultimate round in particular, Simple was angry. He wanted to close that.
That's one of the things that scares me. Simple wasn't too big of an impact on that Dust 2 game, to be completely honest.
Didn't need to be.
No, he didn't need to be, right? So what happens when you go into Inferno and Simple is feeling it, when he's feeling that he's needed on the server? NAVI won and made FaZe look like, I'd say, a tier 2 team, you know, for the vast majority on Dust 2 right here, without the best player in the world playing well. That speaks volumes, right?
That is so ridiculous.
You go into Inferno and there's a chance that Simple will pull more of this stuff off.
I can't even. And I just like the fact he doesn't even react to that jump shot. He's just like, nah, business as usual.
And so many times.
Yeah, well, this is sure to be an absolute banger. And you guys can get involved at home as well. Make sure you're tuning in on Blast TV to have your say on the broadcast. I know there's some fan questions to be asking.
Yeah,
we're all hanging in there. Come and have a chat with us during this map. It's sure to be an absolute banger. It is going to be going to Inferno. FaZe's pick coming into things to see if they can push us to a third and final decider in the hopes of sealing their spot in the Altus Arena in front of a crowd. We're going to see how it goes down after this.
Quarterfinals continue here in Lisbon at the Blast Premier Spring Finals. Navi up 1-0 in this series of just an incredible first map, a dominant first map in FaZe. It's their turn to recover.
Surely is. We're going to be playing on Inferno, so if there's a good chance, I think that FaZe could do a lot of work here. But what a grotesque start to the day.
Yeah, well, I think the nice thing about this map, we saw it on Dust 2, Navi just controlling the entire pace of that game from the T side to start with. But Inferno, as we saw yesterday against G2, this is kind of what prompted me to say that FaZe had played such an aggressive game. This map in particular, Kerrigan was pushing down mid constantly. They were harassing down Banana. They were really able to disrupt G2's T side. They're going to need another look like that here on Inferno when they do eventually switch over to the CT side. You cannot let Navi just dictate all the pace every single round for 15 rounds. We'll see what they can bring in because they're facing elimination here in the playoffs already. A bit early for the #1 team in the world.
Yes, it is. Well, welcome to Inferno.
Speaking of early?
Yeah, Rob's another one of those. I didn't even see him. Just straight dead. Oh!
That's so unreasonable. Get one more. One more one tap.
Oh, he's trying, isn't he? He really wants it. So stupid, isn't it? What do you even do? He hasn't even reloaded yet.
No, he's got the magic magazine.
Yeah, all right, there we go.
Okay, calm down. Don't turn around when you're behind that smoke. That's not a wall. It's not going to stop bullets, but still sticking around for more. And now he sees two coming in Banana. He's done his work. He's gotten 2 kills, but he knows he's got one behind him. Good flashbang setup. Way to pull them up Banana and go back for it, but can't land the shots, and now it's time to give it away entirely.
Yeah, but they can smoke it off, and if you buy a little bit more time, just make it uncomfortable. And Electronic has managed to push all the way out with the dually, so if they cross back on this side of the map, they're going to be found out no matter what.
The question is he going to pull the trigger with those dualies at that range, you know? Like, that's not a good place for it. 38 seconds. Brokey and Rain all the way towards alt mid just to make sure nobody's pushed up. They're coming back to Banana. They're going to hit the B bomb site no matter what.
Yep. They just wanted to check that they weren't being immediately flanked.
It doesn't matter. Even if they were, like, there's still going to be 3 players at the B bomb site. But you can understand the idea, just making sure there's no fast flank.
Couple of missed shots now from Simple. There we go. Another headshot. Make it a triple. And he finally goes down, but Bit is here to take over. And it's a 4th player in CT spawn. Not even needed this time around. Good defense. Good start to Inferno for Navi.
And that's one of those rounds where Simple is just on one and he wants to stay aggressive in Banana, and just everyone else nearby him is just playing support. You have Bit with those flashbangs, with the smoke as well to follow it up, and nothing FaZe can do.
Yeah. Tough beginning, but I mean, it is a pistol round. That shoot that can happen. When we get to the second half, I mean, something else that's really worth thinking about is if Navi are going to be playing as slow as they did on the T side of Dust 2, if they try that on this map, they can get slowed down way more because of the grenade usage, right? So it might impact them a lot more if they try and play that same style.
It won't be that slow, right? Because you know they have to at least be able to pressure to force out some nades. So there's going to be more and more engagements.
Well, some deagles on the board. Lonely Tech 9 on Robs. Let's see if they can do some damage here. I mean, it just felt like maybe some of the later rounds, Brokey had a pretty good round with the AWP, but we just didn't see him. I mean, the desk were talking about it in between the 2 maps here. Just they have so much firepower on that team, and it just didn't feel like it at all.
No, they didn't get to really utilize any of it in any kind of great way. Now the prospect of starting T-side on Inferno to keep your playoff dreams alive, to stay alive in this quarterfinal series. They know the position of Rain. Dualies are out. Good kill from Brokey, but so much attention taken over towards Rap side. Simple somehow manages an impossible situation again and again. Perfecto with those dualies. Out of Library gets the final kill.
Good transfer from Simple.
That's one way to put it, yeah. I thought he was dead like 10 times over. When he got pulled that far.
Pop, pop. Yeah, he's out in the open right there, so it could have been dangerous, but they controlled the situation pretty well. Got Deagles and Tech 9s back on the side of FaZe. So, see if they can do a little bit more damage once again. Maybe get rid of some of those MP9s. Oh, Simple already hitting the ground. Headshot from Kerrigan. They're being very aggressive in the middle, and with pistols on the other side, it's so hard to control. Some Young coming in to help out, and Drops hasn't really signaled it yet, but they have a really good idea. They might have heard him step somewhere because they seem to be sure of it. good, quick 3 rounds in favor of Navi.
I'll tell you what, if this first gun round from FaZe isn't clean, I'm gonna start feeling worried. Maybe not clean, but if they get dominated in this round, I'm really worried that FaZe is just come in flat on a day where Navi comes in real hot. Let's see what they've got here. AKs are out on the board, no AWP on Brokey, not unusual for T-side Inferno, and probably didn't have the money, frankly. But here we go.
Yeah, I know what you mean, though. I would start to feel the same way. It's looking scary right now for the FaZe side of things. Maybe for everybody else in the tournament too. This is the kind of Navi you really don't want to face. Let's see. Rain is already being fairly aggressive, looking up in those apartments, hanging around, trying to see if he can find any kind of an opening for his team. They're early with that AWP on Simple, so if they try to go for a jump, or he's thinking about it, could have pulled the trigger right then against the Molotov. I mean, it's possible to try and get the timing down, but gonna fall back and wait to reveal that weapon over on this side of the map.
This is a great looking Navi for a team that dropped a series earlier in the event against OG to open it up, but in that series, a 1-2 loss for Navi. They did win Inferno 16-7. 3 players at the B bomb site for now, including Simple with the op. Sumda Young and Pit, Electronic playing the rotational position. At the moment, stepping in front of the rap side smoke. Perfect flashbang by himself, I believe. Rain gets the trade, but the B bomb site is under attack.
Tight angle for Simple, but Rain crouches right into it. Huge opening right there. If Rain could have somehow even just stayed alive, it would have pulled Simple and sort of kept him over on this side of the map. But now they're ready. 25 seconds, trying to come through the smoke, but there's just so much defense on the other side here. Perfecto with a nice double kill, and Simple will take that headshot every single time. That is a very clean defense coming out right here.
Okay, I'm worried. That's the one. I'm worried for FaZe right now. Not only because of FaZe looking a little bit flat so far in these opening 2 maps, and obviously still very early on in Inferno, but Navi had this read the whole time. I mean, even Electronic was playing in CT spawn with Simple as a 3rd player at the B bomb site already. A lot of faith in Sumda Young alone in Pit, but they had the perfect reads, the perfect utility usage to counter everything that FaZe is doing. So Navi's got a very good feel for the game at the moment.
It feels like it, doesn't it? They need somebody to... Ooh, good block. Electronic. That's a good read. Again, it's so strange to watch when you think about the firepower. That you'd think almost any of these players would be able to swing and challenge some of these Navi players and just create an opening in a random round. But they're not. We're not feeling the impact of that right now.
We're not feeling the confidence really out of it. Like Navi really, like Dust 2 feels like Navi really put FaZe in their place, and now I mean FaZe has to work up the courage to kind of get themselves back into things. Tech9s, this is going to be a fast-paced hit right off the back of utility usage. Sumda Young blind up on the balcony. Simple's got a blind kill, and another one inside of the bomb site. He's eventually going to get wrapped upon, but Electronic's here for support, and again, no access whatsoever for FaZe. They get the 1 kill, and that's it.
3 headshots from Electronic as well with that M4A1, so pretty quick with it.
Only 6 kills for FaZe in the first 5 rounds of this map. It's fine that Kerrigan slips the net, because Simple's got enough kills to activate Electronic through the smoke to pull it right back. First timeout used by FaZe early as they go into their second full buy of the half. Maybe it's the new haircut.
It could be. I would call the Backstreet Boys return.
Yeah, sure.
The Nick Carter style.
Doesn't have the frosted tips, I don't think. That comes later.
That comes later, yeah. Something to work towards. Listen, it's all fashion, it's all circular, isn't it? You sort of wait long enough and...
It's coming right back.
It's coming right back.
Okay, op in the hands of Brokey, op in the hands of Simple, of course. Round number 6.
Brokey, does he want to go for the challenge? He tries, but Simple's on the other side. In many ways, larger than life himself, Jason.
Well done.
Thanks.
I hate you. Pit with the kill down Banana as well. Simple, again, look at this defense. 2 players at the A bomb site, even with 1 picked off, no one's in any kind of a rush to rotate over towards A. Simple's all on his own as he's maintaining aggression with that op in quad. Electronic and Perfecto rotating over.
3 versus 4. A lot of damage on, but Simple will take down Rain. Rock his body right.
Stop it. You stop that right now. Simple maintaining aggression, gets another one, and that's an impossible kill to recover from for Simple. But Rops really has nowhere to go. Bits low on HP. He's picked up the bomb. 52 seconds. This would be one of those clutches that you feel would breathe some energy into the team and get FaZe back into the game. But he's a long way from that. Electronic in pit.
40 seconds. It's doable with the time that's left, but he does need... He needs to surprise someone. That has to be the way this starts. Quick kill on one player. Try to isolate the next fight before the third rotation comes in. 25 seconds, and he's just not getting any vision on anyone, and he's pretty far out right now. Gonna be so confusing them. Why am I not seeing even anybody? There's the look, but it takes too long, and Electronic will take him down. Nice attempt from Robs. I don't know what he's supposed to do. He needs some vision on someone, and it takes 15 seconds for him to even find that.
Simple is just a one-man defense at the A bomb site this whole time. He just holds it so strong. Brokey, a little frustrated the follow-up peak. This was great. Nobody to trade Rain off, and here as well. 1 kill on Kerrigan, but he's not getting away from Rops. What are you supposed to do against that? FaZe just getting picked apart in a way that doesn't even allow them to work together to take the map control afterwards.
Yeah. I don't know, Jason, but much worse. FaZe don't know either.
Yeah, that part seems apparent.
What an interesting day. I looking at the schedules there, I thought this is going to be...
2 bangers.
2, yeah, real close games.
Yeah, give me like 6 overtimes today. Give me 2, 3 mappers.
It could have... That's probably what it felt like. That's what it should have been.
I can hear production crying right now at the thought.
Well, yes. They did have some long days, didn't they? Some long days. Well...
Halls pop. It's a classic.
Kerrigan setting up one. There's a second flashbang coming as well. We'll see if it's going to be good enough with the Tech 9s behind it. Flashers are kind of already worn off, so don't know if they went quite deep enough. Good kill there from Robs, but they need more, and he's not going to be able to with the Galil. Simple will take him down already, and now that it's slowed down, I mean, for this strategy to work, you need the early kill. You need to be down on the floor of that pit. Otherwise, it's not going to be fast enough, and backup will show up.
Simple ain't losing today. You want to talk about Sum Dayoung coming in as just I mean, I guess, I don't even know what to call it, really. Not really a stand-in, but I guess a tryout perhaps would be a more accurate way to phrase it. Already got some of the protocols down. Pop Flash comes in, he gets blind, makes his presence known on balcony, drops, but tucks himself close to the wall so that nobody can see him, nobody can pick him off, and that's where Simple's able to come from the broken wall and cover his position. Beautifully done. 7-0.
They've tried almost everything FaZe except for the head desk slam. That's yet to be packed out here for the FaZe side of things. Something to think about, really. Roki gets a kill to open it up with, but Kerrigan gets taken down. It's a nice attempt. Committed from Kerrigan. You've got to say, oh, it's close. I actually think that was a really nice attempt from Kerrigan. Look at the damage that he did. He had a Molotov behind him. He had almost no space to work with, and he nearly got that kill. Not a bad try, but just not working.
Again, look at the emphasis, though. 3 players at the B bomb site with well over a minute left in the round. Sum Dayoung alone in pit. I think this round FaZe might have sussed it out. I have no idea he's alone, but at least they're making the right call, even if it is blind. If you drop this round, because remember, Electronic and Bit, if this A-hold isn't strong, they're saving. They're not moving out of these positions in the B bomb site. So it's all on Perfecto's decision as he rotates over, and it's all on Sum Dayoung and Pit.
They do have a Molotov as well. Actually, have 2 Molotovs, so they could firebomb him out, and that would be the real play. Yeah, there we go. Down onto the bicycle. Sum Dayoung. At least that smoke will give him a little bit of space to work with, and he goes aggressive. This is a smart move, and he gets a headshot on Rain on top. And now they're so far away. If they would have been closer, I mean, they're still going to try and run a little bit closer right now, but if they would have even been in CT spawn here, they'd just go for it right away.
I don't know if I see a world in which you actually go for this. Such low HP on Electronic and Bit.
They stopped running. I don't think Brokey's heard them. They are right behind him in the middle. And yeah, now he's thinking about it. Comes back in, already scoped up, and even took a minute to get that one back for Perfecto. And now it's definitely done. So That was, from Sundown Young's point of view, that's a really cool defense. And the fact that that smoke, that's a T smoke that they want to cross in and get the bomb down, but he uses it as a way to actually go and fight Electronic. Oh, surely, no way.
No way.
He's going to go for it. Nope. They come back for him, and he's not going to win the round, but he did make it real expensive.
Okay, I was going to say, yeah, Brokey's way too close to let that one happen. But yeah, losing all the weapons, even in victory, is so tough. Look at the buy you're going to have coming out of a victory. That's got to be painful. Good shot from Brokey. Simple, a little overexposed, looking towards alt mid, and also closing the round out, shutting down the retake before it begins.
Wow. Okay.
Timeout from Navi this time, as they want to talk things over. They've still got plenty of cash after this buy. They've had a good amount of money build up. It's still, I mean, again, another round. I don't think FaZe, they might have kind of caught on to it this time, but maybe they would assume it's because of the damage. Just a heavy lean from Navi's defense towards the B-bomb site. They're really entrusting solo players at A.
It feels like right now in the metagame a lot, you can get away with that because it's so hard for the T side to figure out what's happening. You can do those B leans really. I mean, in the beginning, people just did it and they ran back. So they had like 3 people throwing grenades and they ran back. But it's like that time kept getting extended more and more, and now people realize, well, we can actually keep 3 people for a real long time.
Yeah.
Because it's real unlikely that someone's going to rush the A-bomb side on this map. It's not something that happens a lot, so... Simple is looking down the middle again. They still have some money in the bank, Navi, even after that, that last round. Bit... Trying to navigate all the fire and flames that's up here. No one on the other side to catch at the moment. So, battle for Banana continues. It's going to slowly back on out. He did have Perfecto ready with flashbangs in hand if he needed it, so... Good control for FaZe. At least they have Banana.
Yeah, that's something. Something to work off of.
It's a start.
Still 3 people here. Bit's going to transfer into the bomb site. Simple's going to get aggressive. Timing shot doesn't land. That's when the M4 swings out. He's trying to keep them at bay. Good nade from Simple as well. And Perfecto lying in wait.
Yeah, back of the bomb site. He just has to stay alive and buy a little bit of time. Or even better than that if he gets a kill on top. But he's the only one on the bomb site. So if he dies too quick, then those smokes are still going to be up. And there could be a bomb plant behind it. Waiting inside, though. Perfecto is playing this rock solid at the moment. Nice triple for him here. And Simple flash doesn't even matter. He saw Rops beforehand. There's another good defense. And another round where they had 3 in that bomb site.
Yeah, and I mean, they're catching FaZe off guard completely. Even with that initial kill, the initial 1-for-1, you have to feel FaZe was excited about that one. And a perfect support flashbang from Simple to allow Perfecto for this peek. Up high in the sky along the roof above him. And Navi's just playing this perfectly. I mean, we mentioned at the beginning of the series, teams making the fewest mistakes possible. Navi is just playing an excellent fundamental game.
Yeah, truly. 17-6 right now for Simple. That is a horrifying sight for anyone on the FaZe side. Electronic gonna open it up. They're trying to see if they can switch it back and wrap around the arch, but Simple, it doesn't want to maybe fight that with an AWP. Did throw out a flashbang, and Bit is there to take over some of his duties controlling arch. So, still not bad.
The series is done. FaZe ain't coming back in this one.
Certainly doesn't feel like it.
No, they look done entirely.
Yeah. You can see even just the amount of control that Simple has over some of these rounds.
I'm going to be so impressed if FaZe muster up a comeback here. 9-1.
Quad kill for Bit. But still, Simple in the lead. 17 kills. Audio saying, I want it that way. Jason.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's ready to get down. Your appreciation of Backstreet Boys tracks is
I don't know anything
not what
about,
I thought it was.
I don't know anything
More of an
about
NSYNC kind of guy.
98 Degrees. I know the names of the bands. That's about it. I don't really know the songs.
Your loss.
Yeah, I guess so. I'll take that loss.
And so will FaZe, apparently.
Yeah.
9-1 is... Yeah, it's not even the scoreline. I think what you're saying is the look and feel of it here.
Yeah, just eye test of the way Navi is dominating this. All the right reads, all the right rotations, all the right utility usage, and I mean, just even after that, you're just winning the straight up duels.
Yeah, they're not even falling back from that fight in the apartments. Like, yeah, we're just gonna stick around and keep the battle going. nice find from Kerrigan. From awkward position, but yeah, SDY probably can't really hang around the boiler room forever to try and hold it, and maybe a chance here.
Yeah, but this position from Sumdayoung is just so strong to make it awkward in the post plant.
Yeah, they have to worry about that while they're being pushed from the other side. Oh, nice Molotov. Kerrigan with a headshot. He's gonna have to do just a little bit more. Flash over. Sumdayoung making a lot of noise running down. That's an easy shot for Kerrigan to hit, but does he realize Perfecto's already out, crouching in? And he gets the headshot. It's a nice attempt. A triple kill for Kerrigan. Nearly getting that clutch, but it's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, almost a great recovery in the round as well, considering the way it started. I think it was, what, like a 3-on-5, 2-on-5 at one point when Simple and Sumdayoung get finished with this. I think a 2-on-5 is the correct answer, as he's going to get a second kill right here. So Rain and Kerrigan almost pull it back, but that position from Sumdayoung just keeps Kerrigan pinned down on the bomb site, keeps it so difficult from knowing what's coming next.
Definite frustration, and you can't even blame them for it.
No. I mean, this is a round they try and pick up the pace towards the A bomb site, right? And then all of a sudden, instead of 3B like they've seen most of the half, it's Simple pushed up in halls, Sumdayoung pushed up in halls, and you have a third defender on Rap side. So what are you supposed to do? You can't even get the right read of what defense you're going against at any point during these rounds.
Crazy, isn't it?
I did not expect this Navi today. That's a great looking chicken.
Yeah.
Good coloring.
That's your favorite chicken?
That's a handsome chick.
Well, no emotional response to Backstreet Boys, but for chickens. Take what that from you will, members of the audience. Simple. Oof, nice fallback, yeah. He's been so ready to go for that kind of aggression that Rain sees that smoke and is like, I know what this is. So good start to the round here for FaZe.
They've used a lot of nades here. Twist hasn't even turned the corner yet.
See if there's the flash for Perfecto. Oh, smoke is down right as that happens, but Bit is still feeling it. He knows he's put the pressure on. Twist is on the other side. He wants to go find it. He sneaks around. Surely he's going to lose this fight. Oh, he's got him locked in. That's actually Kerrigan. Twist stays alive somehow, but that is wild. They're so aggressive. They're so ready to... And the confidence is just with Navi right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That push seemed insane, especially when didn't complete the kill on Twist. You imagine they'd be ready for that kind of peek around the edge of the smoke, but still grabs one more frag. Navi going to pull everyone over to the A bomb site. All three players. You're doubled in pit. And Perfecto is now coming out of library into the A bomb site. So if FaZe do eventually pull the trigger here, they're in for a world of hurt.
You would feel like, again, it's not fair because you feel like this is our round, you know, 3 versus 4, and you're going to be walking into a stack. Perfecto already spotting them out. When they see him, though, that should be a giveaway, but I don't know if they have time. They don't now. 20 seconds, they can't really backtrack easily to the B-bomb site, so even if they found out, it's not going to matter now. They're walking into a trap right here. Oh, it's heartbreaking. Headshot comes through, Perfecto with a double, and it's all been shut down. Brokey, 9 seconds, and he cannot win the rounds. SDY taking him down, and there's nothing that's working out for FaZe right here.
No, Navi's making all the right decisions. On a team level, on like the macro level of the entire team and rotating across the map and pulling out stacks at the right moment, but also the individual decisions. Perfecto having some attention out towards Rap side and just says, I'm falling into the bomb site. Electronic, watch my Rap. You're in pit. You're doubled up. You have the new angle on that. And him and Sumdayoung just set up a perfect crossfire. I think even when they watch this back, I think there are going to be some rounds where Kerrigan's just like, these are like blind reads from Navi. Like, don't even know if we gave up all the information needed.
Yeah, and that's true, right? If they went back and look at the demo, I'm sure that's what they find out. They'd be like, all right, well, guess they just rolled the dice on that one and it just worked out. Twist, good takedown of Bit. Flashed into that fight. He did nearly die himself, but it's worth it.
Well, if you can't win this round with some opening kills.
Why are you trying to jinx them?
I just like to watch the world burn.
Well, there's a good chance right here. Certainly going to be a lot of discussion around this FaZe team afterwards, because not the first sign of weakness that we've seen in the tournament. That's why they're in the quarterfinals to begin with.
Oh no, that can't be real.
Smackdown! Brokey and Kerrigan get blown up. Rops. If you can't say it again, Jason.
Oh my lord. They haven't even gotten a follow. They haven't even done a point of damage after the opening kill. The nade strike in mid is so brutal. Rops left in a 1v4. I don't really have words to describe it any longer. There goes Electronic, but Simple's here, and he hasn't been missing much this game. Yeah, that's one way to, yeah, nice utility usage, exactly. That's the first. And the follow-up from Sumdai Young. Absolutely perfect for a double.
Devastating. And a Molotov on top, you know.
Just in case.
Just in case. Oh, this, yeah.
What a contrast. Laughing and giggling on the Navi side, and silence and no emotion on the FaZe side.
Yeah. Well, probably are some emotions, but oh, there we go. They're trying to give it back. There's some good nade damage. I don't know if it'll make a difference, but
you can just tell, like, the kind of thought process from FaZe too, is they're just like, you know, we haven't really been able to get firm control of Banana throughout this half. Like, we've never had it. We've never really been able to neutralize the aggression effectively enough to feel comfortable.
Yeah, top fragger on the FaZe side is Brokey at 8 kills. Bottom fragger on the other team is Bit with 9. So
yeah, that says a lot.
Something's wrong. 12-1. I picked FaZe today as well. I need him to quit playing games with my heart. So.
Oh, thank God we're only doing one game today.
Yeah.
Double kill from Simple. Gonna keep Navi in the man advantage. 4-3. And he's gonna go back for more. Surely he's not gonna stop. Surely he just doesn't care. Oh, and it's a freebie. Close to the corner. It's a no-scope.
I'm sorry, we're not laughing at FaZe. This is so ridiculous.
I'm laughing a little bit at
Oh, why is he doing it? He's got the quad kill. He's 1 away from picking up that AWP ace, but seems like Electronic's probably going to get there first, and that would be annoying, wouldn't it? Harrigan running in. Oh, are they going to try? It almost looked like Electronic was holding his trigger there. It will, in the end, be another round for Navi. 13-1.
Oh, dear. Yeah, and they already think this is clear, right? Like, his teammates are already up mid. He thinks there's no way someone's peeking. Oh, excuse me, that was the first kill. He's just jumping up. This is the one where they already thought it was clear. Twist had no idea, and Rops can't do anything about the trade. You know, there are some games that we talk about and players talk about, and I've experienced where Simple's just going off in a way where you can't beat him no matter what you do. The problem here is Simple's having that kind of a game, but so are the other 4 players on his team.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no weak link you can spot right now. It just doesn't seem. And the only reason Bit probably has 9 kills is that he's been doing just a lot more utility work and he's been flashing people in along with Perfecto maybe, so they've just been a little bit more bored, but
the domination is so complete from Navi on these 2 maps that we've played, that the only 2 maps we'll play in this series essentially, that I believe, that I don't even really take anything away negative about FaZe at the moment. Like, I can't even like say like, yeah, they've had a slow event, yeah, they've been a little shoddy in this tournament, yeah, like, you know, it's just been, Navi just has all the right answers at the moment. Nothing's going wrong for him.
Okay. A bit of a headshot. Yeah, this does seem like it's a hard match to maybe take too much away from, other than the fact that Navi and Simple are looking red hot right now. He's smoking it off, looking for a bit more.
No.
Tried to do it again. He really tried, didn't he?
I believed. I felt it. I thought it was coming. That would have been freakish.
Well, he's been doing it all game, so I think everyone was feeling that one. 35 seconds. Brokey, 1 versus 2. Even the horses are getting nervous in the background. Oh, tried for a little bit there. Brokey looking for anything again. I mean, he's playing this the right way. He wants to isolate it into a 1-on-1, but he just can't do it. Electronic will take him down. It is a 14-1 victory in the first half in favor of Navi. That is shocking. We'll see what happens in the second half. It's coming up right after the break.
I hit the top there.
It's a triple. I'm blind.
Flash on ruins.
Ruins a triple, ruins a triple.
Going to
Triple still.
Ratchet ruins.
Still triple. I'm
One shot gone.
Triple and ambulance.
Why?
Well, that is the mood. A little bit on FaZe.
NT.
Use him size on that side.
Yeah.
We're back with the second half, and it's the second map, and a 50-50 chance for FaZe to win.
Yeah, that's how it works.
They either win or lose.
50-50.
I went to university, Jason. I know how this works.
Yeah,
yeah. We'll see.
This series went live at 3:30 p.m. local time. It's now like what, 5:10? This might be like a record for one of the fastest BO3s we've had in a long time.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Although Electronic goes down at the beginning here, so let's see if they can find a little bit more Carrigan's out fighting. On Banana. Fit with a bit of a return. Perfecto with a nice headshot as well.
Oh my lord.
Wow, they're chewing them up under. They're not even going to give them a chance to get into the second half. Brokey. Flash doesn't do that much, but it doesn't matter. Simple's out on the hunt, finding his second kill of the round. Rops down in the middle. Bomb is going to be planted, and even worse. Yeah, Perfecto is there to already spot him out, so not much he could do. I think I saw at the bottom the odds were 25-1. So.
I think it's probably even worse than that. They probably don't even have a graphic that goes higher than that.
Yeah. Oh man. 25 kills on Simple in the first half.
In the first half alone.
Please.
It was absolutely crazy. He was incredible. The whole NAVI team was just incredible from just a general, bigger, larger picture perspective.
This is how the internet came up with the insult of people tryharding, right? Because if you can't win, at least you can say
you can make them feel ashamed for being good.
Yeah, at least I didn't try as much as you did.
Yeah, at least I didn't invest more time.
Yeah. If you really want to win, then fine, whatever.
Take it, you rat.
They're having such a good time on the Navi side.
I'm so amazed by this. I think you're right. This is a kind of game, especially against a team like FaZe, where it's got to put the rest of the field on notice. Like, look, this is the Navi that's coming to play in the playoffs. This is the Navi that's going to be on the stage tomorrow. Good luck. And I believe the winner of this plays OG.
Yeah, you might be right about that.
I should probably confirm that before I say things out loud.
Fine, just make it. Sorry, no one's.
Yes, the winner of this plays OG. I was right.
Oh, wow.
Nicely done. So rematch for Navi. Strike back from the opening map of the opening series of the event for them. Get some revenge.
Yeah, that actually could be a lot of fun. That makes me really happy. I'd love to see that that rematch happen. That could be an interesting scenario. See if Navi are going to be, if they're back in this form. I don't even know what it'll take.
Well, and you want to talk about another good opera that's sitting on a little bit of a hot streak from the major, and even before that, whose name is starting popping up more and more. Degster standing in from N2 in the OG lineup. Like, let's see a Degster versus Simple battle.
Could be fun. 50 seconds now. 4 versus 3. And isolated in the bomb site, all on his own, fighting with the MP9. It's Robs. Good double kill for him. It's not bad. By a little bit of time, Rain goes down, though. Teammates trying to get here, but it won't matter. 16-1. Navi, they send FaZe packing like it was nothing.
They might have packed their bags for them. FaZe getting back to the hotel and realize all their stuff's in the lobby. It's ready to go now.
Yeah, they did in like in one of those movies where they stuffed the bodies into the luggage to get them away. They don't even have seats on the flight, Jason.
It's so crazy. What, 46 kills for Simple in this series across both maps is just an unbelievable effort. And like I said, if you're FaZe, I don't even think you can necessarily I mean, you're obviously going to be upset about the loss, but I don't even know if there's anything really you can be too bothered by in terms of your own individual play. Regardless, we've got the perfect people to tell me if I'm right or wrong on that one. We've got Freya, Pimp, and Maniac.
If you look up domination in the dictionary, this map is exactly what you will see as the definition. Just a pure massacre from Navi. I thought FaZe would have what it would take to be coming back into this one, particularly it being their map pick. But one solitary round, Matthew, just not good enough from FaZe.
I'm still recovering from that game. Honestly, I share the look of disbelief on Robin's eyes, just thinking, what the hell just happened? What the hell was that? How on earth could we foresee such a performance from Navi? I had them take in this series, but I thought this would be an absolutely nail-biter of a game, a barn burner, 3 maps, hard games. Hell no, none of that shit, none of that. It was a spanking. I don't even know where to start.
It's just a contrast, right? As you said, the expectations from everyone was coming into this game that it was going to be close. We had the major final between the two teams as well, where it ended in overtime, back and forth. And then we get this, we get Navi playing some fantastic Counter-Strike, and FaZe just lost from energy, lost from desire to get anything done. It's hard to be critical of FaZe. Obviously, winning one round is just not good enough, but Navi played a perfect game of Counter-Strike right here.
147 ADR.
Not too bad.
We talked about it. We said Dust 2, he was average. He was doing his job. He wasn't exactly required, but we knew he could catch on fire. And once again, he comes in with the reference CT side on Inferno, being mobile as we like, being aggressive as we like, with the rifle, with the AWP. He was everywhere on the map. Man, I told you at the beginning of this series, like, Simple in the circumstances we're in right now, I don't know why, I had the feeling that the man would be absolutely inhuman.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely incredible to witness when we're talking about, the context that Navi are coming into this with as well. The fact that they've had to switch up their in-game leader, Electronic, not traditionally in that role. We had questions, particularly coming into this map. He thoroughly impressed us on Dust 2. We were saying, is this an easier ground? Perhaps not taking anything away from his performance, but he showed us Inferno, he's here to stay.
In all fairness, they didn't get to play the T side, so we have no idea whether or not Navi would look good on the T side against FaZe. But when you have a guy like Simple just controlling the map like he was, you see the highlights right here. He's on Banana, he's on Coils, right? He's on Arch as well. He's just moving all over the apartments as well, for that matter. He's all over the map with the AWP. FaZe could do nothing right in this one. So for Electronic to be a caller in this game, he didn't really have to do anything. Just buy Simple an AWP and let him do what he does.
I mean, even then, I thought that the setups were perfect. They were perfect from Navi. They always had the read. They always had 3 people. They never over-rotated. They were always one step ahead. Let's be real, okay? If we're going to replay this game 100 times, this might have been the 1 or 2% extremely positive side for Navi. That's the truth. There's no way for me to replay this match and imagine that we would have the same result. But this is a very scary sample as to what can happen when you play against Navi and Electronic gets in the groove. He knows what's going to happen, and Simple and the rest catches on fire. You're OG right now. You're watching this, you're like, oh man.
Yeah, they must be shaking in their boots. And I mean, unfortunately for FaZe, that does mean they are eliminated here from Lisbon. But we do have a few words courtesy of Karakin before their departure.
Carrigan, tough loss there against NAVI. Let's go to Dust 2, 16-6. What was going on your CT side?
Yeah, it's a big question mark. I feel like we get red and we got outplayed in every single moment on the CT side. They didn't never really came long in that sense, so I felt like there's one duel everywhere on the map, and we had the same issue against D2 yesterday, so obviously we were not able to fix it for today. So yeah, they played really great and they were on fire today.
Talking about fire, Inferno 16-1. Why couldn't you get anything going on your T side?
Yeah, it's a big question mark. I felt like when we actually got an entry, we went to a side, they stacked, so they read that situation really good, but they got a lot of entries, we never got rolling, people were not there, and the initiative was not that good, and we didn't hit our shots individually, so literally no chance today.
The result at Dallas and now here in Blast, coming off the major, is it a bit expected, reaching a lifelong goal and then sort of stepping off the pedal a bit?
No, I'm very disappointed with the results. I think Dallas was all right. Could have been better there, but we were there. We played good CS. We lost in a fortunate situation, but here, the last 4 matches we played here, we got utterly smashed, and that's not good enough, and that's not the expectation we need to have after even winning a major or whatever you do in life. You can't drop up like that. So I don't know what it is. We have to talk today, but I hopefully it's the practice time. We haven't had enough. So yeah, we need to win Cologne, else this is a very bad season in the end for us.
All right, so up next then, focus is on Cologne.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we don't go to the final of Cologne, I'm going to be really disappointed with the season, even though we start out really good, because the way we play right now is not the way we played at all at any time of the season. So very disappointed with the last few results.
Well, if there's anything you'd like to say to the Carrigan and FaZe fans out there, now's your chance.
Yeah, sorry for not reaching the playoff, or we did reach the playoff, but the arena here, would I like to play here in Lisbon? Well, it didn't happen, so yeah, hopefully we can manage to make the FaZe fans happy in Cologne, so yeah.
Thank you, Carrigan, and best of luck going forward.
Props to Carrigan for giving us a few words after incredibly tough loss versus NAVI. And I think the question that Paula posed about, where does this leave FaZe? After winning the major, coming into Dallas, faltering there, not making it in front of the crowd now, huge question marks for FaZe.
Yeah, huge question marks. And I can't help to think, right, if anyone ever had any doubt whether or not Carrigan is still motivated, when he's saying that it's going to be a poor season, it's going to be a bad season if they're not going to win Cologne, or at least do well at Cologne, they just won a major. The goddamn man won the major that he's been seeking for such a long period. They established themselves as the #1 team in the world, and I'd still argue they are the #1 team in the world, but he's going to say right here that it's a bad season if they don't play well at Cologne. He's still very motivated, and to me, that's expectations down his shoulders right now.
See, because if you want to stay at the top, you have to suffer the test of time in Counter-Strike, and that's what Carrigan is talking about in his interview. If they bow down in Cologne, if Cologne is a bad event for them, then who's out there can't say that these were just 3 months for FaZe? That would be 3 months of domination, so they are at a very important construction point for the lineup, and we have to see a reaction.
Yeah, definitely a tough point for FaZe to be facing. But for NAVI, moving into the arena, they will be. And as you were mentioning, Matthew, OG waiting for them. A rematch on the cards for them too, and in front of the crowd. This is going to be a tough one, just after the NAVI that we just saw.
Yeah, listen, it's not going to be the same thing as the first time around. I can guarantee you this. Jason had a few words during the cast talking about the Dexter versus Simple matchup. Yeah. That one has something to it. There's a little bit of nerd to that one.
Yeah, for sure. And again, the revenge coming in, the potential revenge coming in from NAVI. I've seen that before. We've seen NAVI before. They go into the lower bracket and then they make the beautiful run all the way into the final and win the entire thing. I'm getting NAVI, 2020, 2021 vibes right here.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how that does play out. But we have to see who will be earning the final spot in the Altis Arena in front of our glorious crowd. That's going to come down to either Vitality or ENCE to be grabbing that one hands-on. It's going down after this break. Don't go anywhere.
I played since 2001. I started in a basement. Now we're getting salary flying across the whole world. Giving that back to fans who made this sport a possibility, because if there's no viewers, I wouldn't live my dream today.
I think Counter-Strike belongs in arenas, to be honest. The entertainment product, the sport, it's just living when the roar of the crowd is firing through the stadium.
I think that the Danish CSGO fans are definitely crazy, but in a good way.
154 days we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This feeling cannot be explained. The electric atmosphere, the rumble of the stage, the roar of the crowd, all eyes on you. The wait is over as we return to the only way Counter-Strike truly should be played. Nothing compares to LAN.
Vitality still not living up to the hype versus pain. The troubles are not over for the Bees as they will need to sting harder than ENCE.
They're gonna get punished way worse. Oh, yeah. Nice work from Isuta. He is ice cold in here.
Oh, my
lord. What a beautiful ace.
Underwhelming versus OG, ENCE need to step it up, but Vitality stand in their way. Can they finally make it easy for ENCE?
Hades got a real chance here, catching them as they desperately try to get over to that site, and now there is simply no chance.
One final spot free on the grand stage as ENCE and Vitality are clashing. Fight or flight, quite literally, as a loser will be eliminated here from Lisbon. And for Vitality coming into this, it really is a story of starting that redemption arc, showing that they have the ability to make it on stage in front of a crowd.
Truly, Freya. And if you're a Counter-Strike fan and you blinked for 6 months, it's a full reversal of fortune right now. 6 months ago, we'd have said Vitality is a heavy favorite above the likes of ENCE, but today the reality is different. Today, Vitality is a project that is in dire need of reassurance, in dire need of great results, a need of a new oxygen, momentum, and they haven't found it. Even the Pain victory didn't even feel like one when we saw them play.
In dire needs of a success, that's it, right? We just want to see glimpses of what this team can do potentially-wise. You look at the players, you have guys like Saivu, you bring in Dupree, you bring in Magix. Everyone had high expectations, even the players themselves had high expectations, and you see the result right here. The ranking, well, if I've ever seen stagnation, maybe even, you know, in a downward spiral, that is it right here. They haven't had any improvements whatsoever, and as I said, there's a case to be made that when you look towards G2 as well, you can see the same kind of symptoms, right? But G2 at least show us from time to time that there's a potential where they can really be up there with the best. We haven't seen that from Vitality yet, and I want to see it today. I want to see it now. Otherwise, I'm starting to lose faith in this project.
Look, anytime we hear from these guys, if we talk with Zonic, if we talk with Apex, we talk with Dupree, any player with experience, they will tell you everybody out there is underestimating how hard it is to go from the full French lineup to the international lineup. And I acknowledge it. I'm okay with it. My question is, do you have the shoulders to stomach all these losses and disappointment? Because every single event they go to, every single time they disappoint themselves, it just takes a little bit of their comfort, takes a little bit of their confidence. And what is left now? We see them, they don't seem to have the shoulder to stomach these rounds because the foundation is not solid at all.
And what you see on your screen right now is the problem. And we've had this problem for a long, long time. I thought the old Vitality lineup was built up around Cyru, and we thought to ourselves, okay, if they bring in additional firepower next to Cyru, we'd see a different outlook for Vitality. Maybe even a Vitality that could be up there with the best in the world, but it's still the same old, same old. Cyru being an absolute god on the server and no one else able to chime in. And why is that? Why has it been the case ever since he joined Vitality? You even bring in dupreeh, you bring in Magix, and there's still no room for anyone else to shine. That needs to be fixed ASAP.
I know, but that's because we had the hope of what we were hoping for was basically to take the Vitality lineup with Shox and Kyojin and just slide in dupreeh and Magisk, and you'd say pound for pound, yeah, that's an upgrade. Hell yeah, it's an upgrade. It should work. But that was completely being oblivious to all of the other issues that would arise.
Yeah.
I just had a greater faith in their ability to fix them on time, and now we're 6 months in, and that hasn't really been the case.
I agree, and I just want to point out, as you're saying right here, there's so many circumstances to it, communications and all the other stuff you're mentioning right here, but it was an active choice made by Vitality. It's not something that was forced on them. It was something they wanted. It was something they desired, so they have to deal with the consequences.
And just in terms of those consequences thus far, dupreeh is somebody that we're going to be putting under the spotlight here because, you know, coming in, you were saying pound for pound, it should be a firepower upgrade. Unfortunately to dupreeh, you know, there's a lot to be desired as of recent.
Yeah, he was off to a good start, but as you see, the past 3 events, it's been kind of underwhelming for dupreeh, right? I think he's getting a lot of expectations on his shoulders. He's getting a lot of space on the team as well, so I don't think he has any excuse in terms of why he's not performing, and that's what I love about dupreeh. He's out there and publicly saying that I'm not happy, I'm not satisfied, I know I'm not playing well enough, and I like that energy coming out of dupreeh. But there's no doubt that if he's not playing well tonight, and if he doesn't start to play well soon, then Vitality will not find the success they kind of want to get.
Yeah, he's a necessary piece. Because of the space he takes and how aggressive he can be when he's in the zone, Vitality has a completely different face whenever dupreeh is in the zone. I talked to him after the major, and we exchanged a few messages about his performance and how he was dealing with it, and I truly believe he's equipped with the experience necessary to deal with that. But still, you talk to him, you see him play, it's not someone who's oozing confidence right now. I think he's trying to find that second breath. He's had a cool map at the end of the Pain series. That's pretty much it in this tournament. So.
And I think that it's really apt that you bring up that Pain series as well, because, you know, that did leave a lot to be desired from Vitality. Even though it was a W, they lose their own map pick, Pain looking incredibly dominant on that, and it was just, you know, it's really painful to see them being faltering like that.
Yeah, because when you are Vitality and when you are in such shambles and troubles as we described, what you're looking for is certainties. You're looking for building blocks for your house. That's what you're trying to do. A game like Pain is supposed to be one of these blocks. It's supposed to be one of these easy game where you end up the game, you high-five your opponent, and then you take your keyboard in your mouse and you say, job done. We freaking did it. That's exactly what we're supposed to do. But I don't think that was the analysis after that game. They should not have gone to 3 maps.
No, not at all. That was a disappointment, and I'm sure if you ask the players as well, they would agree, and you're right. There's no foundation, there's no stability, there's no lower level, so to speak. And the problem is we've seen a low for Vitality, but we haven't seen a high, and that's the problem when I'm trying to compare them to a team like G2. We see very high highs and we see very low lows, but when you have low lows and no high highs, it's not really a good combination right there. So that's what I want to see from Vitality.
Well, we put dupreeh on under the spotlight rather, and Parla has got him on the mic for our interview before this match.
dupreeh, great to see you. How are you and the team, and how would you rate your performance so far here at Blast in Lisbon?
It's been a little bit of a roller coaster. I think we had a decent game against G2. I think they played better than us, so obviously they also won. And then the game against Pain, we started out really strong, started being a little bit sloppy on those two, and then we ended out really good as well. So I think it's a little bit up and down, and I think that's kind of the story for the team right now. I would say we have a little bit of confidence issues that we are trying to still find the right rhythm for the team, but we're working on it, and that's the most important thing for me.
Following on from that, it's no doubt that Vitality, this current roster, has such a high potential skill ceiling, but you've not reached it yet. Why is that?
I think there's a lot of things to it. I mean, first of all, it's about combining two playstyles into one. It's about communication, about feeling comfortable towards each other, and just in general having this feeling that we are a team together and we are trying to create the results we want to. And I think at this point that we haven't really made the results that we wanted to also is some kind of disappointment for all of us, but I think we maybe expected it to be a little bit better and maybe a little bit faster. So there's also some disappointment that we have to put behind us in some sense and just try and reset and not put up too many expectations for ourselves. I think the most important thing for us right now is to get some kind of success and just, I'm not talking about winning a tournament, but just going like a top 4 tournament and just feeling the improvements. I think that's what's most important for us, and I think it could potentially help us a lot.
Final question, up next, it's ENCE. Do you guys have currently what it takes to take them out?
I think playing ENCE is always going to be tough, especially in the shape they're in. They're coming from some really good tournaments lately, and I think when you look at ENCE, it's all about being really good individually. It's like playing FaZe Clan. It's like you have to hit your headshots before they do, and they are really good at like utilizing each individual player they have and just creating space for each other. And I think if you get the advantage and getting like the man advantage fast in rounds, and you start playing well together as a team, and you also hit your headshots, I think you have a fair chance of beating them. But it's about getting there first.
Dupree, anything you want to say to your fans, Vitality fans that are supporting and willing you guys to win and reach that potential skill ceiling?
Just want to say thanks to all the fans out there cheering for us, and I know that we haven't really made what we wanted yet, but we're trying to get there, and I just want to say a massive thanks to all the support and all the ones that keep supporting us.
Dupree, thank you so much and best of luck.
Thank you.
As Dupree stated, ENCE a really interesting prospect coming into this one. Pimp, I just want to reminisce about the winners interview that we got from ENCE back at the showdown, because Madden was saying, you know what, we're really hyped to be coming into this arena as our first LAN as a team. Since then, we saw them do absolute work at the major, saw them going on in the grand final in Dallas as well, even with a stand-in. So how are you kind of framing ENCE now coming into this one?
I mean, it's been a Cinderella story from start to finish, more or less, with ENCE. They've been playing so well. They brought in new players on budget, you know. It wasn't big star signings. It wasn't a lot of salaries being thrown out there, but it was quality players that fitted well into the system of Snappy. As you said, it's been a constant uprise, but so far this tournament, we may see the first, I wouldn't call it a crisis, but we may see the first period for ENCE where it's not going too well for them, right? They're no longer the underdogs. They're no longer playing under that pressure. They are now the favorites. They're coming into this tournament with the expectations to do well, and so far they haven't.
That's exactly the attack that I want to have onto ENCE, is that with a new status comes new demands.
Yes.
And it's not only from the outside, it's not only from the community, it's not only from their coach and manager, it's probably from within. When you are an ENCE player now, you have a different outlook on what you're supposed to do as a team, where you're supposed to go. 6 months ago, losing an event, that was okay, you were on the up and up. Now you're coming here and people are talking about you lifting trophies. And now suddenly you're in the quarterfinal, you go up against Vitality, and you have to win. You have to win that game.
Yeah, a lot of people were pitting them to be lifting the trophy here in Lisbon. I mean, 2 win conditions really for ENCE that we've seen thus far in recent months. D-Heart and Spinks coming into things. Looking a little bit lackluster in this tournament so far. 3rd and 4th worst players in terms of the remaining teams respectively at the tournament.
Yes, talking about win conditions, that's something that cannot happen. We start here with D-Heart, a player for whom I have great praises. I think in the shadow of Spinks, people have a tendency sometimes to forget how valuable he is, what kind of a pillar he is for a team, doing all that work, even here probably measuring Spinks. I guess that's a different kind of output coming out of D-Heart. But aside from the joke, the reality remains the same. D-Heart that isn't performing leaves a massive gap for ENCE.
I fully agree. We need to see more from D-Heart, and he has been playing so well. He's one of the more aggressive elements to this lineup. Spinks is a little bit more defensive in the way he's playing with the rifle. So in order for Spinks to work, we need to see D-Heart work. And there's maybe a correlation, because the same could be said for Spinks. He hasn't played well either. He's also having a bit of a rough tournament. And I think there's something to be said about that. When D-Heart is playing well as the aggressive element, especially on the CT side, that opens up space for Spinks. When D-Heart is not playing well, he is also, as a result, going to struggle a little bit.
Look, we coined Spinks one of the most improved player of 2022. Hell, I would put him in that list without any hesitation. I'll be there. You look at the numbers, you filter it top 20, he's one of the 5 best LAN players we have in the game. This man just made a meteoric rise in the hierarchy of Counter-Strike. But again, after Dallas, you're looking at your own team, going in, win snacks, making it to the grand final. You come here in Lisbon, and suddenly you're supposed to be the piece that leads them to a trophy, that leads them to a deep playoff run, and he's playing one of his worst LAN events so far. Is there a little bit of pressure? Does he feel like he has something to prove, or is it just unlucky? I guess we shall find out.
Well, let's get a few words in the brain behind this machine, as Snappy did have a catch-up with Paula ahead of the series.
Snappy, what's going on, mate? How are you doing today, and what's the mood like in the team?
I mean, it's good. I think we had some rough days, to be honest. There's been a bit of frustration, but it's a new day, and hopefully we can rise to the occasion, because I don't think we played up to our game so far this tournament, but hopefully we'll get there now. We need it.
Generally speaking, Snappy, you and ENCE have been reaching heights that you've not seen before. How are you finding the experience?
I mean, it's great. Like, we obviously did super good in 2022, probably better than we or anyone expected. But now we obviously want to get a tier 1 trophy. That's like the next step on our journey. Like, we don't care where we are in the ranking at this point. We just want to get a trophy, but we'll have to step up our game if we want to get there.
Is it fair to say that part of this journey has been adjusting from being seen regularly as underdogs to now sometimes being touted as favorites?
Yeah, part of it, but I don't think it changes much. I think I alluded to it earlier that at the end of the day, everyone these days have analysts and support staff who look into a game regardless of where you are in the ranking. So I guess maybe it's a mentality shift in terms of being like no longer the underdogs, but in terms of how teams view you, I don't think it makes much of a difference.
All right, Marco. Snappy, I shouldn't mix them up there. Final question. Vitality up next. Are you ready? What's the plan? And will Snappy be the king of Denmark over Dupree, Magisk, and Zonic?
Well, I hope so. I mean, we've obviously looked into them. We always do. So we're ready, and then we just pray that Saivu has a not amazing day.
Snappy, best of luck.
Thank you.
Eyes on the prize for Snappy, hoping to put not only a trophy, but a crown on his head as well. We do have the map vetoes running in now. Any expectations, you guys? Because, you know, it has been a while since these two teams faced. I think it was EPL when we were seeing ENCE kind of coming onto that rise. Managed to take down Vitality 2-0. It looked pretty convincing.
I've said it a couple of times. There's no real punish to the ENCE map pool. I think they're strong on a lot of different maps and they have a lot of different ways to go. And Vitality, the exact opposite.
That's the other way around.
Yeah.
That's the other way around. If you're Snappy and the map pool that you've built, you suddenly have tons of options to push Vitality into quite a tactical map. Now, please don't tell me I'm looking at what I'm looking at right now.
You are.
So I personally quite disagree with the overpass bit because I think I was traumatized by the NIP performance at the major.
We'll never
I have to let it go. I have to let that go. I mean, you have to have the premise that there's been improvement, that there's been more of a deeper understanding now. ENCE go for nuke. That definitely ranges in the category of punish. That's a map that really, really good on, and one where Vitality struggled in terms of results at least.
I think we're seeing the consequences of the map pool we talked about right here. There's no punish pick for Vitality. There's no safe way to go. And you talked about, you know, securities, and you talked about, you know, known quantities. There's no one when it comes to the veto. So overpass is just a bit of a gamble here. I hope they prepared well, and I hope they've learned from the major game against NIP, because that was S-Attack with an AWP absolutely destroying them.
Yeah, I think for the overpass, you know, we have seen them playing it already once at this tournament. Their A-site defense was looking incredibly stellar for Vitality there. But I'm really questioning completely different level of opposition from Pain moving on to ENCE on this map.
Yeah, completely. And I think tactically as well, Snappy, we know what he's been able to create. Something that's a little bit under talk as well is how, you mentioned it, Jacob, Snappy doesn't have superstars next to him. He had Spink developed right, but he just had pieces around him, and he created a beautiful puzzle. And even tactically, he's got that fine print to it.
And we still have that mental game as well. We heard Snappy saying he's just hoping Saivu is not going to have one of those games.
And so do we.
He is still the best player on the server. He's still the guy who can dictate the game and single-handedly more or less win the game for Vitality. We saw NAVI. We saw them play, you know, a rather boring game against FaZe Clan. I am 100% sure that this one is going to be more tense, more interesting, and much, much closer.
I am hoping so too, Pimper. Curve will pick from Vitality coming into this one, and we can see if they're going to be hitting it rather out of the park. Overpass first up on the cards for this best-of-3 qualification and elimination series. It's coming up after this break.
What day is it?
Ooh, we're getting spicy. We're getting pumped. We're getting real antsy to get this one started. It's the second quarterfinal of the day. Well, there's only two, so I'm ready. We've got ENCE versus the Vitality team. And Vitality, Launders, tell me why they brought this to Overpass.
They brought it to Overpass because it's kind of a nice middle ground where it's a very hard to punish ENCE in the veto. They've got a lot of good maps going on, but Overpass is one where it's their worst map that they play, and they are also on a 4-map loss streak. So I think for those reasons, it's a good place. I think Vitality have always played the map. I mean, they're not doing particularly well kind of anywhere right now, right? They're having mixed results. They're not playing as well as we know that they can play. And Overpass is a place where they should expect good results. So maybe all loss streaks come to an end. They do have close losses versus good teams. That is ENCE and Heroic. They took 13 and 14 rounds against them. They lost to Cloud9 16-11. No shame in that. And then they lost 16-7 to NIP. So they lost to a series of very good Overpass teams. I think no matter how you spin this, it really feels like ENCE. It should be their series to win. But we haven't seen the ENCE that made finals at Dallas. We haven't seen ENCE that made their glorious run at the major. We have seen a downturn in form, and I think that that's an opportunity for Vitality.
Vitality looking for the wins. Do you think we're hitting that point where Vitality could make changes in the near future if they don't start to get the success that they were literally designed and created and purchased for?
Yeah, like the most expensive CSGO lineup, right? I mean, there's a lot of expensive ones up there. They might be the #1, and so their results don't make any sense from that. But, not playoffs at the major. I mean, I think, yeah, that would make sense. I'm sure they've thought about it. I'm sure the org has thought about it. Will it become a reality? I don't know. I feel like it would be a shame to not see them achieve what we know that they can before making those changes. But at that point, why would you?
So we hope for their sake, maybe another stage performance can be locked in. You've just got to deal with ENCE. Who are ENCE really at the end of the day? If I had asked you that 2 years ago, to put much stock behind
Alexi B would be in a major final.
But nowadays we got Snappy and the crew at an all-time high. Try to regain what we know they can offer us. Let's find out. Masuda very quickly jumping in through smoke, gets owned. ZywOo locking in connector. And a second here from ZywOo. Now, we had an incredible turnaround between day 1 and day 2 of what NAVI were able to show us, and Simple was really one of those individual standouts. We can't forget who's on this Vitality squad. We can't forget about the ZywOo or any of the other individuals, but Diha, oh my god, okay, I'm trying to talk through it as if it's not gonna happen, and he goes 3 kills deep in the 1 versus 4, nearly robs that from Vitality.
That was very close. He even had a chance there in the last kill, but it doesn't happen. You can finish your point now. I think you got at least a couple of seconds here.
I want to enjoy ZywOo's crosshair, because we're doing this again today. I'm waiting to figure out which team has the most uniform crosshairs between the players.
I change my crosshair a lot. Like socks.
Like socks.
Almost every day.
Almost?
I've been wearing these bad boys for a week, though.
Get the boost up inside B site. We got the M4 on Spinx. Spinx is a player that we have come to expect great things from. Him and Diha, kind of 1 and 2 on ENCE.
Spinx took a long time to get into the game yesterday. And by the time map 3 rolled around on Vertigo, he was getting better. I would say Madden was somebody who didn't feel like he was affected in any sense. He was doing a lot to try to beat OG. But overall, I mean, it's not Spinx playing that well. Again, Diha and Spinx before the series yesterday were kind of right down there with Snappy in terms of their impact. In the bottom half of all the players of the event. I don't know how else to kind of frame that. Not the complete bottom, but one of the lowest rated players for teams that are still in the event. So I'll put it that way. Just above the pain guys, which is not a great sign. It makes Snappy's life a lot harder as well when he can't expect his core players to frag. So we'll see if, you know, a late start yesterday, but a good closeout could lead to a hot start today.
Suda getting through Madden. No CTs are back here. Deagle's making a whole bunch of ruckus. At this point, maybe just escape, right? We've come in with the M4 and the Scout. Nothing had really connected, barring that first opening kill with the boost.
They're like, should we leave?
Like,
we almost won the pistol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They better just get out of here. Maybe D-Hook can stick around. Desert Eagle could find another. But that is going to be the 2-0 from Vitality, just throwing Masuda in the front of it all.
You know, they should maybe change with the bomb damage.
Yeah.
When you plant on A overpass, if you don't save in the corner of CT spawn with like 40 HP, you have to run like all the way through B to get away from the bomb. So I think they should increase the size to make it even more treacherous. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm all for it. You shouldn't treat explosives lightly.
Yeah.
I'm talking to Anders lately. It turns out he's an explosives expert. What is this crosshair?
Bit of a pyromaniac, yeah.
Masuda.
Masuda the shooter.
Keeps it tight. And Snappy keeps it going, right? That M4, that Scout will have the rinse and repeat.
I know Vitality's kind of a mystery. I really do feel like it's somehow the calling that's kind of inconsistent. We've seen a deep playbook. We've seen a lot of good halves where they're extremely tactical on CT side. It just feels like sometimes they don't pull out the strats and tactics that they know. That's how I look at it. Not exactly sure if that's what it boils down to, but sometimes it feels like they just don't have the energy and they play kind of a vanilla style and get bodied. Well, one answer back. Another half investments. Kind of paying off here.
Yeah, definitely, especially with hands on the AK.
Yeah, and the little lap that D-Hud just did, right? Now there's 3 rotations to A. And they're like, should we go here?
They'll be hitting up the site with 3 players inside it. Madden nearly dead. Sphinx takes the rifle on full HP. Scout out of the equation. And a very fast move from Diha to try and come bolster this A site. So sure enough, you know, this is not the most unlikely of situations, but when Apex finds Diha through the smoke, suddenly things get a little shaky. We've got low HP on the Vitality side. There's 2. Zywoo stops it, and Madden, with a Scout on his back and a Deeg in his hand, hopes to get something going, but Zywoo, well, he is kind of really good at Counter-Strike.
Really good, very consistent, not really ever been a problem. Not quite as crazy dominant as he probably was last year in terms of just the feeling. I mean, the stats are there, but I don't think that takes away from, you know, when you watch the match. I mean, it's not like it's not carrying like Simple is in some of these situations. But, you know, he also has somehow it feels like less help than Simple does in a lot of these matches as well. So, well, one more thing that's kind of interesting is we saw G2 pick up a big win versus FaZe the other day. And that was, I think, in large part due to the fact that Alexi was really consistent with some great refrags and over the course of both maps, even had some clutches. And I think the same can be said for Apex, you know, a little bit to raise the floor for Vitality, and the world may be their oyster.
Diha peeking around long. Gets Zywoo down. Dupree being given space, could come back up. Madden actually inside Monster Pipe. Magisk point blank gets him. Snappy peeks around the side of that one, anticipating the fight from short and smoking off Monster in the meanwhile. A little bit of a continuation here from Vitality. Snappy made uncomfortable by Util. Caught, dealt with 2v2. Diha's slow play down connector. That walks right into the crosshair of Dupree, and now Hades is going to try to piece together the clutch. He gets ahead of the utility. Drops down relatively silently. Apex ready for the walk-up, though. Good read here from Apex. Nails him to the wall and gives Vitality a 4-0 T-side start.
Nice call out on the pathing. Some good energy. And yeah, great rebound. It was a nice re-aggression from Snappy to try to get one back. But overall, A control goes well enough. B hit a sound, and they take out Madden. I think that's the key one, who's trying to phase the smoke in Monster. Solid read from Apex to close things out. Yeah. I think most people would probably agree that Vitality they're just trying to get consistent stadium performances because they probably level up in front of a crowd where some other teams might get a bit more nervous or shaky. That's where they'll shine. But getting there, that's also difficult. They're built to succeed, but how could you precipitate the story of ENCE, you know?
Yeah.
How could you precipitate, you know, NAVI bouncing back to form? How could you precipitate the fact that, you know, there's just so many teams at the moment that it's
the fact that Spirit can get to a major semifinal, the fact that OG with 2 new players and a stand-in are going to make it to a stages semifinal.
Yeah, a lot of teams are very good. That's just the bottom line.
It's the era of competition.
The era of parity.
Yep. Finally. Anyone beats anyone. And a nice boost here from Spinks. Will it net them something as he waits, watching both sides? This was off of the tack pause from ENCE, of course. Fall down. Oh, Spinks just kind of trickles into the open there. Apex gonna find him.
That was awesome.
Hades grabbed the gun at the very least, right? You're trying to employ that one rifle. So you come into it with a minimal buy and an idea. And the idea gets mopped up quick and easy. Little bit of wallbang damage, but that's a pistol for 4. Dupree will laugh at it and walk away.
That's great. I mean, they had the mid smoke and they waited until the end of it to make sure not only could they disassemble the boost, but they could get the kills with it. That's some composed movements here from Vitality.
I like that Hades transports that gun back to site, leaves it with Diha, and then just decides to go back for this, you know, little microaggression. Into the connector and down at the hands of Apex. So he's got 2 so far, unraveling what ENCE had hoped to piece together. 4 of Vitality's members sitting outside of Monster, now deciding 30 seconds is the time to strike. Snappy inside of the water. Great flashbang coming out of the CTs. And it primes Diha for a double kill. We've got another pistol. Madden, he equalizes this. And there's only 15 seconds left over. Apex gonna try to give cover. Madden walking up on the left side. The 5-7 jumps high. Zywoo down low, and the reload's needed. The reload is what costs him. Vitality walk into a dangerous situation and nearly get blown away.
I'm not going to ask for a 5-7 buff. That would be heresy.
It's so good.
But if they...
So good.
Obviously, 1-2 more bullets there, and that's a very real situation where Apex is already down low. So, quite sketchy, but I mean, they keep 2 alive. They keep the op as well. So, another close call for Vitality, but they're off to the 5-0 start, man. This is very good. They made a good read on that round. I think they have a lot to look back on fondly.
You want my quick analysis? The 5-7 will get nerfed, and when it does, it'll go down to 15 bullets. Because 20 is too much. Great gun, great place.
Wait,
20 shots?
Is it 20 per mag?
20 bullets in a magazine.
That's actually insane. I gotta buy that more often. I just get lured by the deagle.
Yeah, man. It just feels better.
It just feels better.
It feels better, let's be honest.
So, walk up here for Magisk. And he'll do this without any support, but there won't be a CT looking in his direction. That's actually... Snappy worried about the door because they don't have any connector presence, so maybe a little flawed there. Magisk will take 2 out, including his support.
Excellent start.
This is a full buy.
Yep.
That is all but evaporated at this point for ENCE.
Looking easier than just getting through those pistols on the B site.
And while Hades wants to leave, he also has an incentive to try to equalize. Guess he feels as though the trying to play around the smoke would be a bit too obvious and heads back for a bathroom position and slowly creeps up for more space. Ooh, shot missed on Masuda. And Masuda, yeah, you got to kill him the first time, it looks like. That's a clean one. Diha, very lonely.
Yeah, Masuda is one of these fun anomalies to me when it comes to Vitality, just because, you know, we can look at accomplishments for each and every one of the others. And Diha goes down, so nothing more than the 1 kill. But Masuda, you know, I think has earned some of the criticisms that have been called against him. And then all of a sudden, you just get like a bit of a bounce back. You know, I always said he's got 3 A's in his name because it's always 3 kills or nothing.
Yeah, kind of infamous for those multi-kills, but yeah, should be kind of equally infamous for just that inconsistency. Unfortunately, I think he's one player who he's kind of looked at as a rookie, but he's far from that now. He's played on the team for a very long time. I don't think he's the first guy to crucify on the team, of course, when it comes to Vitality, when they have so many star players now, but he is somebody who was brought on, I think, specifically to level up the firepower.
He's gone on record and said it himself, right? It's hard to find a place for yourself when there's so many stars around you. How could you possibly meet the expectations that are set for the others? 5v4 thanks to Magis going for a little bit of a smoke spam. Enjoy it while you can. Your A1S soon to have 20 bullets. And Diha showing us why one shot in Counter-Strike can make a difference. Deagle straight to Dupree off party. Spinks ahead of the smoke that comes in from long. Molotov doesn't quite spread enough, so Spinks, he's got a little pocket to play off the back A site, and ZywOo just expecting him to take that little peek around the side of the truck. So man advantage versus 3 more Deegs. Another smoke on Dumpster. Quick rush out from Hades. That one gets shut down, and the bomb plant inevitably comes through. There's a chance for a slow fight here from Snappy. If he finds Magisk, maybe save the gun. Magisk, oh, alive and kicking, as Snappy is the last to fall. 4 survive for Vitality off the 7-0 T-side start.
Awesome. Now, yeah, ENCE, yeah, there have been a couple of weird things that happened this event in terms of like form, right? The big game versus ENCE raised questions about both those rosters. Navi's really bad start was a huge question mark. Now they've shown that was just an anomaly, and they're back at it. And for Vitality, just constantly just kind of waiting for that moment where everything works. And it does look like we have them clicking, and at the same time for ENCE, I think they're just thinking about, man, we're just not having a good event right now. Like, how do we get back in the game? Because we know that they're highest level. They're clearly the favorites over Vitality in current form, but just off the past few days, I don't even know if it's fair to say. And there's just always ZywOo. I think that's something that is the most constant thing for both these lineups through this event, through the past year, through the past 2-3 years, right? That is something that doesn't change.
Death taxes and ZywOo. Molly over top. To get by, and Spinks on his own for the moment. So we get ENCE with the B stack. Preemptive. Vitality leaning on their laurels.
Taking this one slow versus a beat-up ENCE. We have seen that Navi a lot of the times play some of these ultra passive setups. And we've actually seen that happen with certain teams more consistently, where they give a lot of space on the right rounds where it's a slow default, and then the team has trouble with time because they actually don't know where those CTs finally are. They're confused about which side is better to execute versus if it's 3-2, if they're going to run into a gamble. And I think, yeah, the more that Vitality search out, of course, the more they're going to be pressed to make a decision. ZywOo gets tagged. We crossed the 40-second mark. Bomb has not been collected yet.
That would be Dupree sent back to grab it. ZywOo looking for a second chance to knock down Hades, but now obviously on lesser health. Spinks still locked in close on bathrooms. That could be Masuda's end. Spinks sitting here. Masuda comes up. Can't win the duel. The Dink also comes out versus Magisk, so that's Spinks softening them up quite nicely, as did Hades. 10 seconds. A little bit of desperation now sinking in for Vitality. They clear the 2 corners. Here comes Snappy down at the hands of ZywOo. Madden tries to fight out, and we get Vitality with 10 seconds on the clock, forcing their fights and having their way on A.
Yeah, he's making up new sounds. Sounds I didn't even know were possible to make. Apex pretty hyped about that one. Hey, that is one of the harder rounds, right? With the amount of damage done by Spinks on the hold. But the trades come down, and even though it comes close, and yeah, the bomb could have got dropped at the last second, that was one where ENCE did not have that much... Okay. He pulled up his microphone after.
Tried to do it.
Imagine how loud that is for his teammates.
Oh man.
Yeah.
You know, I started this series by asking you, why would Vitality pick Overpass?
Yeah.
I've seen 8 reasons. Snappy's MP9 gonna take back man advantage, but we've seen them still fall to the rifles.
Apex is 13-3.
Love to see it. Every once in a while, we get the Apex Predator.
Last time Apex carried, they destroyed Navi's nuke streak.
That was also at a Blast Finals. We got to trade out down towards the B site. No real rush here from ENCE to collect their rewards. So the gun's still in the dirt. They could have had both by now, but they don't know what's outside of this monster, so they sit back and wait.
Yeah, this is can be a double mind game because of the 2 drop guns. The CTs, would they stack A, knowing that the guns are most likely to think about getting collected?
The timing!
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's sick.
Well, they had a peek from both sides.
Oh, they just got rope-a-doped. Zaiwu on the fallback. You get Diha 20 seconds.
You know, in some ways that was kind of tricky by ENCE, right? They don't pick up the guns, but they're still stacking the site.
Still right there.
Yeah.
Still right there on top of it. Vitality come walking in as if, yeah, the jungle's been cleared out. No, sir. So, weird way for ENCE to win their first round, but you got to give it props. 5-7 and an MP9 on the exit of Monster, and then by the end of the round, they do still go ahead and grab those weapons. So 2 AKs and an M4 in a round they had no business winning. Nicely done from Snappy to kick it off with this MP9 kill. Just shoots the legs out from beneath Magisk. Madden. There goes Apex. And watch this little peek on the right first. Right, he saw the shoulder, draws him into the MP9. MP9 trade attempt. 5-7 comes back with the dink.
True, that's a nice detail. How is the money looking like? Well, there's some left over. I would say we've seen some rounds that ENCE have already made kind of close, but overall still a good job here from Vitality. So there will be a bit more to chew through. This is one tough steak. Oh, with the spams.
That's just like last round on Monster, but now we're doing wall bangs too.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Very slick. Dupree tries to slide out, gets a face full of Snappy's AK, and we've got a 5v2 here from ENCE, so welcome to Overpass. Oof. Vitality no longer having as much fun as they had in the previous 9. This one ends real quick, and this is exactly what ENCE need to do some sort of a recovery on the CT side. Convincing rounds, lots of players up. Go ahead and collect some money. Zaiwu point blank dead to rights by Spinks. Another round that just looks easy for ENCE.
They're pretty subtle with some of these baits, and they're doing just enough to get the attention, to draw out these fights, to win these duels. And with 2 in a row, things get a touch hairier. I mean, like I think they still have one more buy, but now I think and see that they can bring themselves back into the half. This was a very good round from Snappy, and last round he killed Magisk with the MP9, partly because I think Magisk was also lurking out through the short tunnel without any utility support, not flashing through it, not doing it right off spawn and running, but just kind of walking. And that was a nice counterplay from Snappy. A couple good rounds back-to-back from him, and it's clearly the apple of Vitality's eye to try and take over that short water control. It's actually one more idiom that I don't actually understand, but everybody knows what it means. You don't seem to have any input on this.
I try to stay away from idioms. You know me. I'm always mixing them up.
Sitting right next to one.
Okay. What did I do? What did I do?
No, I was a self-burn.
Oh, all right.
You were sitting next to me.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I've got a victim complex.
It's the years of battering verbally for me, I think.
Like yesterday when I found out that apparently English speakers don't say
da.
No, terrace.
Oh, yeah.
A terrace. I've been calling it terrace. Mo, let's go grab a couple beers on the terrace.
Yeah.
Yesterday you finally filled me in. Connor, it's terrace.
Oh, yeah. You were saying it
the French Canadian way.
As a French Canadian, yeah. It's okay. I mean,
des bières au terrasse, bro.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
So, you know, I thought... Hold on. Spinks. Oh, jumping. Yeah, jumping up and down. Doesn't recover. To be fair, unexpected T-side swing.
Yeah, I wonder why he was jumping. If he missed a... Or if he was trying to get back up the stairs and just didn't press back, or I'm not sure. Either way, he said, here I am. And they killed him.
Come get me.
Wrong time to let a 5v4 go like that, though. This is the stairs taking over, and I think, again, Vitality leaning towards B. ENCE haven't figured out exactly where they want. I think there's a timing here for Diha where he'll start to flank around bathroom. Oh, there it is. So at this point, if he does a lap, he can clear out top bathrooms. They kill one outside B. Rotations are going to be a little bit easier. Diha doesn't see anything. Hades still has the front of bathrooms cleaned out, but oh.
Masuda close right.
Yeah, there is somebody inside. It's interesting because I think Diha comes back and watches the top end of bathrooms and he could hold the outside no problem. He also has this rotation.
Just set it on fire as well, right? Diha throwing in that nade just to make sure that there's no wraparound. And the moment 80 kills ZywOo, they get that bathroom player to come check it. Diha then, eyes turned back, and sure enough, we've got a 4v2 from what was the 4v5. Nice shot from Hades, keeps it clean as he locks down the bathrooms. Apex stuck on long. His incredibly hot start it's kind of cooled off ever since. You know, this is 3 rounds nicely done from ENCE. And we can't forget as well that 8 from Vitality when they're able to win on the A site in the final 10 seconds. That's one big moment from ENCE away from also being their round win. But alas, this time 3 straight. Money should be low.
They were pretty calm about this situation. I think what was important there was not rushing to take back map control. And they just got that peek in at the right timing. They let Madden take a liberty to swing on Monster whenever he'd like. That was maybe the one risk of the round. Hades was set up perfectly, and Diha was right there to catch it on the fall back. Wasn't wrapping the bathrooms, just making sure that he couldn't get flanked from both choke points.
And that coffer full of gold that Vitality had worked so hard for is been entirely spent. Apex, single AK, Desert Eagles all around him. Took 12 rounds before Vitality were at an economic disadvantage. ENCE got to seize this opportunity with both hands, and so far so good. Great nade damage, Magisk, ZywOo both low. No early sketchiness.
How much cash to get an ENCE tattoo?
Like the logo?
Yes.
1 for 1?
Yeah.
Or just like a cool Kraken octopus type thing?
No, the logo. What's the difference anyways? It's a cool logo, isn't it?
It is, but, you know, I would, like, make a full, you know, octopus in a different stance.
You get no input on how it looks.
Oh, okay. My body, my choice. And Spinks choosing to kill 3 on the way in. Apex, AK at the front of it, runs in. Snappy, very fast. So fast, in fact, that Magisk hears him coming a mile away. Can't do anything about it. We've got Apex in a 1v3 now. Oh, and he turns his attention as Diha comes in with that final closing kill. So, ENCE, recovery mode.
Yeah, there was a chance. It had to be a headshot. That's pretty much what it came down to. But just a deal in hand. Doesn't happen for Magisk, and the round is eventually lost. It's half investment. What's your price?
I'll talk to Natu.
Try to get a discount.
If we both get them, then there probably will be. Package deal.
Yeah. I gotta maintain my bargaining power. I feel like I would get one for free. It's a good one.
I've got a gold ENCE sticker on my new AK skin.
Ours.
That's true. Our AK skin, sorry.
And for ENCE, I think they're trying to take a step into the future here, see what Vitality might be coming up with next. You know, what's the fresh idea based on all the things that have gone wrong in the last 4 rounds? And I think, for the most part, like they don't have to change too much to catch everything. If they want to stay around short water and have stairs control to themselves, they can go for that. I think that's kind of a round agnostic opportunity for the CT side on overpass, but yeah, they're going to just leave Spinks down there. They're not pushing short this time, and Magisk is being a little bit more careful about the approach. think some of the best players right now are spamming stairs. You know, you keep a Starfragger in there alone long periods of time. There's really good sequence opportunities, and with a player like Hades here, for example, there's a rotation out. There's also support for him if they peek the top of the stairs. Wow, Hades doesn't know it, but he actually has so close to 2 opportunities for shots there. Small mistimings, but still in a very fine position.
Seemed to feel the need to go back, and we'd seen him do a really good job of sectioning off 1v1 fights when he...
Oh, this is interesting. Look at Spinks. I mean, this is Snappy down the stairs, but Spinks is on the big flank.
So Snappy doesn't have to move a muscle. Masuda could still find this fight first. Doesn't see it coming. Snappy, nicely done.
But he doesn't know that the rest are outside B already. He thinks they might be rotating downstairs. Spinks sees nothing.
Yeah, that'll be the info. So they go out through Monster instead. Another round that comes down to the final 25 seconds. Diha hoping for his chance to strike. And they're dodging these fights step by step. Oh, Magisk. Nice, clean headshot up into the heavens. Madden in from water. Answers right back. All the while, Spinks getting ever closer. ZywOo tries to turn back. He's expecting something from heaven. They're trying to push towards Graffiti. Snappy stuck inside a short, and now this one suddenly falls onto the shoulders of dupreeh in a 1v2 with a smoke already down on top of that bomb and Snappy's kit primed for the stick. dupreeh will be called back into the action, and Spinks ends him. Giving that smoke down for the defuse, forcing dupreeh's hand to come back. They didn't know where the counter-terrorists were coming in from. They tried to go for Graffiti. One gets blindsided, and then dupreeh realizes this is not where I want to be.
Yeah, because I think they saw the first CT who was making his way out of pit while dupreeh has already turned the corner. That kind of blows his cover since he's already there. So then he feels uncomfortable, like, oh, okay, now I can't play in this position. This was a very nice attack by dupreeh to clear out the back of the pit. And yeah, Spinks gets, I think, the key information. So they're on the hunt in this direction. Don't see anything. And another round in a row is lost. As impressive as it was for Vitality to get to this point, it is now just a close game, it feels like. But, I mean, 3 rounds. 3 rounds of lead and a chance for Vitality to still end with a strong half.
Little squeaky fight. Magisk, no rush here. Vitality Molotov, the position on Party that we'd seen Spinks use for boosts earlier. Very expectant of some kind of a fight to go down on the front side of A.
Man,
it's only towards Long that we get anything from ENCE.
I really like ENCE using Long. I mean, we haven't seen Vitality play it that often. So now they're doubled up in this position where Hades can watch backwards, Diha can flank around bathrooms as well, and a third player on A.
That third player being Spinks, now setting the crossfire with Diha.
Look at the angles opened up with this double long setup.
Gonna try to force their way in. Diha with the first one. Spinks then reveals himself. It is really smooth. Only ZywOo comes out with the kill.
Oof.
And by the time Magisk shows up, we've already got CTs swarming on the bomb site with the bomb at their feet, and Spinks is shooting sharp as ever. That is perfect. That is exactly what you would have wanted, especially with that quick rotate up from Dumpster, just to ensure that if anything goes south, they had the in control.
They had this position from Diha. It's only available as long as you have a teammate pushed up at long, and that's why it's important for the T's to like default to get control of it first, because coming up through bathrooms is not great. This is such a nice setup here from ENCE, and they did all this without showing themselves even once, so no surprise that Vitality lose to that crossfire. It's very strong, and now we move into the last round of the half. ENCE continue on the streak.
Vitality skip a step, trip and fall. They have now stumbled their way through the second half of the first 15. Magisk gets the better timing on Snappy. Felt like Snappy had been doing a really good job of just dominating this portion of the map, and that had been, you know, coinciding with ENCE and their 6-round streak. It all started with his MP9 kill versus Magisk. Molly goes into connector. Will it spread to dupreeh? No. He's fine. And ZywOo. Oh. Spinks getting shut down. 5 versus 3. Despite lower utility here from Vitality, it still could be their round win. ZywOo's going to see that as an invitation to get ever closer to B. Deep position from Madden. Water occupied by Diha. And Hades starting to activate up on A site. He could kill Masuda. Everybody trying to face.
That has been a threat. And look how he's just purveying the tunnel. I mean, so dangerous and so comfortable as well. No Zywoo there to op him.
Hades doing the same thing up top. Scanning, searching. Looking for that impact. 25 seconds to the exit comes in. All 5 players are still alive and kicking here for Vitality. So despite the 6 rounds in a row from ENCE and their best efforts to recover the half, it is a 3-round difference from Vitality as they put a 9th, the cherry on top of what was a very momentous start here on Overpass.
All right, well, sat here with Katie and obviously gonna just have a nice little chat. We're gonna talk all things heroic and Counter-Strike. Okay, one thing I wanted to get into and talk to you about, because I know we have so many new viewers in Counter-Strike these days. I don't think everyone's fully aware of the entire legend of Cadian or story of Cadian. Because I don't know, like part of me, when I've thought about, when I was thinking about your career, thinking about like this conversation was, you know, if you were in a Hollywood movie, you'd be like the hermit in the desert of like some post-apocalyptic world. Like you just weren't, for whatever reason, able to establish yourself in like tier 1 Danish Counter-Strike in the early days of CSGO. And just over your career, just going through the team list, just you've had to play with like, you know, not the rejects, but like the unwanted, I guess, which isn't much better, I guess. You even were like outcast into like North America, like the true wasteland for a while. You did like a year over there. So I mean, let's just kind of talk about those kind of early stages, because I don't think people fully realize like the sort of redemption arc and journey that you had to go on to get back to this level. It's taken a long time.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like I had a crazy uprise just when my career like started with the qualification for the very first major, then signed a contract with Mouse Sports. But the thing is, like for 2 of the first teams that I played on, like Mouse Sports and SK, I definitely also compromised a lot with like my role, right? I was always the IGL and the AWP. And in these 2 teams, like at Mouse, Chris J was the AWPer, and in SK, Freeze was the AWPer, right? And I thought to myself that I could easily play like a secondary AWP and that my capabilities with the rifle would be good enough. I think nowadays I would definitely be able to do so in a much better way, but that's also because I'm way smarter at the game now than I was back then.
Way more fleshed out as a player.
Yes. So like that definitely hurt like on the statistic base a bit, and you all know how it is, especially back then, like young IGL, maybe too much confidence, maybe didn't have the exact way of introducing his philosophies and stuff like this, and not playing his primary role, so his statistics were like 1 or 0.98 or whatever, then you just get cut. And especially when like you maybe also had some like attitude problems back in the early stages of your career, that kind of vibe, that kind of story that people are telling about you is just gonna hang on for a long time.
Smoked.
Smoked.
Monster.
Nice, man.
Barrels. Connector one as well.
Hey,
spawn. Front two, one spawn. Last spawn right side.
Together.
Yeah, I'm hiding.
You can make contact. You can make contact.
Hide.
This side now.
You ready to peek left? I peek right.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Go.
Bitch.
No!
Nice.
Oh, he was so fast.
Not even close.
We take it, fam.
Nice try, Pavel.
Well, that almost got very scary, of course.
When you just can't count down fast enough.
Yes. And maybe in Danish they could have.
3, 2, oh. But they get there. Vitality obviously picking up first pistol and picking up a 9-round T-side. Very impressive on their map pick, but obviously we've got the anomaly of ENCE's 6 straight in the middle. Very streaky Counter-Strike. And now we've got dual Berettas pressed up close to the monster. 3 CTs down here in Vitality. They think maybe 3's not enough. Dupree, back by the dumpster of the A site. He's contemplating, I'm sure.
Man, all
Still
things
comes out short.
Yeah.
Molotov deep onto the barrels. Magisk insta-kill on Diha. And an immediate rotation up, but look at the counter terrorists. They bite down on it. ZywOo comes in. Dupree also rotates outwards. So anything that would have been offered from an A-hold, it's gone. Snappy still sitting outside of Monster as bombs being planted front bathrooms. Very nice pistol here from ENCE. It nets them the plant at the very least.
They see no stairs rotation because of Snappy.
Just still waiting down there with him, and Masuda clears out the closest of positions here from Madden. Spinks peeks off of truck, headshots his. Snappy's coming back around connector. He's got to fight inside of the site, pulled in 2 directions. Apex gets the difference, and Snappy tucked in close. They may think he's still farther back. Body blocking. Apex gonna stick that defuse as Vitality get the double digits, but I like what ENCE offer us. I like the pull back and forth, and Snappy ensuring that there's no one in connector so that the guys on site can fight forward.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, he even can catch them on short. He can also just make sure no one goes stairs. He doesn't have to go far to do his job, and that really set up his team nicely to try to make that possible. But look at these dual Berettas go. I mean, we can see it from Snappy's perspective. The aim punch is so serious. When you're going up against no armor, it just shreds through you. So real nice round there from Magis to get the first kill and the last. Now, even though ENCE win this, I think we've seen a really good T side, just numerically from Vitality. Yeah, they gave up a bunch of rounds in a row. Oh, sorry, and Vitality win the second pistol as well, I should say. It's about as good of a start as you could ask for. Even though it's 6 in a row, CT overpass, right? I think T side is the vegetables, but CT side, that's a dessert. You look forward to it.
Yeah, you do.
It'll be cool to see how game plans differ. Again, ENCE 5 overpass losses in a row. Looking to break that streak.
Madden locking eyes with his teammates as the majority of ENCE work their way up long. And Dupree is going to sit behind the smoke grenade that pops front bathrooms. Ooh, actually not sit in front of it. Walk through it. Presses the MP9 up close to Diha. ZywOo scouting Spinks through smoke. That's not going to help. And this force buy just fizzles out. I thought it was going to have a little punch on it, but just before they're able to kind of wind up for the hit, we get Vitality poking them, prodding them, and berating them.
Yeah. What animal is closest to Apex?
Howler monkey?
Howler monkey.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds right. I've never seen one, but
never seen one. Have you heard one?
Yeah, just now. Apparently.
Quite the beast.
Like that? Is that what they sound like?
They sound like, yeah.
And if I wasn't literally sitting beside you, I would just been like, wow, that's another weird noise from Apex.
Pistols here for ENCE. And Vitality's 5-round lead. Money. This one gonna go down nice and smooth. Like a Negroni on a Lisbon summer night.
Had a few of those. Can confirm. Scary part is here for Vitality is like, even if they win their map pick in some of these vetoes, they're not safe. Not safe at all. But it doesn't change the fact that being one map up should be a huge advantage. And eventually that will catch up with other teams. So ENCE going to play very hard for this win. And again, even though they're on this loss streak, their losses have been to very quality overpass teams and some of them extremely close games as well.
ZywOo keeping them clean. Vitality now to be tested here versus the first gun round of ENCE's T side. Chuck that utility out early from bathrooms, and it gets ENCE to kind of lock into their corners, just expecting maybe a follow-up, but there is no hyper-aggression here from Vitality. They move back to the site, send Dupree back around long. He's setting up shop with eyes down towards tree, and Masuda could be first contact here in round 19. There it is. Snappy tries to extend. Looking to do what he did on CT side. Impact in short. But instead, it's man down for ENCE and low HP for Diha. ZywOo not afraid to play out in the open when it comes to A site. Won't necessarily be hidden in a cubby. Cowering around corners, not quite his thing. But with the smoke in front of him, that is space for ENCE to start to press up. And they're going to come all in towards bathrooms. Still no long play, so Dupree, very comfortable in his position, has spotted nothing as we hit 40 seconds.
Yes, and just like we saw from ENCE and their great CT setup, this is the exact same benefit Vitality will have. The one thing is they have to have him come back and maybe fight towards the site. But as we cross the 30-second mark and the execute comes in, it should become clear.
Flash in front of it all. Dupree turns attention. He'll find Madden, dead first and foremost. Molotov at the feet. And Hades tries to push in. AK in hand, he gets by. Oh, ZywOo able to kill the third player in. Apex comes out from dumpster. Trade frags there, and Spinks eliminated by the French IGL. Vitality keep their winning ways rolling.
Yeah, so they can pull it off too. They understand the advantages right there. So nice round between ZywOo and Dupree. And of course, the scariest part about ZywOo is he just doesn't seem to be scared of anybody. You know, when he can pervade the outside of bathrooms like Madden was doing towards Monster, that's quite a powerful tool to have. Apex with a nice big crosshair, so you're always on him. That's why he gets so mad when he misses.
That's definitely the biggest crosshair we've seen out of any player yet.
That's how you know he's been playing for a long time.
CRT monitors and whatnot. Did you ever play with a ball mouse?
Yeah.
Yikes.
It was kind of fun to pick the, I guess, skin cells off the ball.
Oh my god.
I don't know what it was. I mean, stuff from your mouse pad. I mean, you're a kid too, maybe juice box residue.
Yeah, man.
And everything.
Gunk.
Clean the mouse ball. Because
clean the mouse ball.
Yeah.
Mom, I gotta clean the mouse ball again.
I didn't really announce it to my mom, but
oh. And then they invented lasers. Now the world is better. We're in a better place with better aim and much more gamers. Here comes the SMG rush. Oh, I mean, there goes the SMG rush. Madden, Diha, Hades, Spinks eliminated instantly as they round these corners. A very smooth move from Vitality, just holding their angles, leaving Snappy on his own.
Look at this Apex top frag. I mean,
oh, wow.
Wow. So many big plays in that first half as well. And we know it's the tired storyline. It's Apex, you know, high volatile position, right? If he has a great game, that's just so much space created. If he has a bad game, it obviously makes things dramatically worse. But what we saw on T side was an Apex on a mission.
Apex calling this one the easiest double kill of his life. Magisk has to work a little harder for his, but nails both. And so both of these halves starting excellently for Vitality. We can't forget about the time about 20 minutes ago where ENCE turned that one upside down for a little while. Can they do it again on their offense? Or are we looking at another loss for ENCE and a marked improvement in Vitality's overpass? This is a map they got embarrassed on during the Legends stage of the Major.
Dupree was trying to tie his shoes in the bathroom. Should get some loafers.
Socks and slides.
That's, yeah. That's not a given for everyone, by the way. I mean, that's okay.
Socks and slides?
It's a big...
It's 2022, man. It's okay now.
It's okay now?
Yeah, it's okay now.
All right.
We call that the... I mean, that's like the hotel lifestyle. That's a classic.
Nobody wants to see my feet. I will always have the socks on.
Yeah. How do you feel about strapped sandals?
Time and a place.
Go. Train almost
threw that right
flash.
through,
Yeah.
right through the carts.
They're going to see that this one's completely free. So that's a 7th for ENCE. Still halfway to the score of Vitality, but it'll put out the fire on their logo. So Vitality at least having to get through a speed bump of a T-round win for ENCE. Keep 3 players alive, though. Some utility still in their back pocket. All is good.
Kind of a strange moment where it didn't exactly feel like dupreeh was looking at radar because he looked down a bit. I too get distracted. Not sure exactly what happened there, but of course, pretty important spot to die in. So I wouldn't think Vitality think about it too much. And they'll be given the respect of allowing them to save and to have to worry about their own economy for the time being. They'll make sure they don't die to the bomb. And they put up 7. And I mean, even though they're on a loss streak, this would be up there with their worst. I think they have a 16-5 loss to NIP, who might be the best team on the map. No, 7-16. So in their other games, 11, 14, and 13 rounds. And sorry, it's a 4-map loss streak, not 5.
Man, you're just full of lies today.
Would be now, though.
Oh,
We're within
okay.
2 rounds of that being a possibility.
Bit of a stretch, we'll give it to you.
Yeah.
We will let it slide. Here comes the artillery strike. Nobody home. But a nade stack always worth throwing a few times and a half. For the 1 round, you do get 5v4 off of it. Could be the round that starts your streak. Or in this case, continues it. ENCE, 1 terrorist round win for number 7. Made possible by a dupreeh entry inside bathrooms, and this time in the follow-up round, ZywOo catches Madden rounding the corners of Party. The op establishing a 5v4. 1 of 2, of course, right? dupreeh, the secondary green. And Snappy starts to walk out from Monster. We're going to try to play a little timing here.
Being far ahead of this, they could accidentally smoke past him, and then he gets an opportunity with the flash.
Masuda walking in as well. There goes the flash. He just pulls the trigger, starts to run up. Magisk on the barrels, goes unnoticed. They're looking for him. They don't believe he's not here. And awkward one from Magisk, burned by Snappy. And Apex, well, he may be down in the water, but he's looking for his chance to get impact, and there's nothing. Snappy's barely alive. Diha's barely alive, but Vitality are barely standing and not equipped for the retake with the double op. So sure enough, ENCE just squeezed through an 8th.
And they did what they had to do, right? They lose Madden, trying to peek the bathrooms without that smoke. They've done that a couple of times, so ZywOo punishes. But Snappy finds a way back into the round. Again, yeah, like you mentioned, a little awkward there for Magisk with the flash. Couldn't find his kill. Set up in a position where he could have definitely multi-fragged, but no delivery today.
Oh,
ooh, close.
That could have been fun. They were still hiding by the club. So Snappy toppling Masuda, and then this is weird, right? We saw Magisk try to jump over the first time, gets caught, falls back. There's no response to the incendiary on his feet.
I think the stress of that situation is leaving if he gets 1 kill when he jumps up the first time, and then he could kind of like swing out a little wider, but I think he doesn't get that, and it gets awkward. I wonder if Apex talks to himself like this.
There is no doubt in my mind that Apex talks to himself all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All the time.
Yeah.
He's just, he's that animated. That's good, because I feel like good communicators communicate with themselves. That's how you practice the skill set.
Mm-hmm.
Talk kindly to yourselves. That's 2 for ENCE. From 6 to 8.
Oh, dupreeh's off in.
Again. Again and again.
Did he have it last round?
Yep.
I thought he was holding it for ZywOo. Okay.
Nope. Double up last round 2.
So they haven't seen it yet.
They I don't know, because they heard him when he was just inside of T-spawn, so...
Okay.
Like, they could have pieced it together, but...
Do they think it's ZywOo?
They could maybe get caught off by it, yeah.
2-op is a powerful adjustment. Especially with the way Madden died that previous round, and how they have regularly tried to take bathroom control without smoking frontside bathrooms. That opens up to an op. If this op takes a shot on the B site, they don't know about the second one. dupreeh might get an easy kill. Oh my god, that's
like
so
Apex
much good damage. That is so much good damage.
That's from downtown as well. Connector player nearly dead. Diha's all the way at the back. Of course, now he's moved up into playground, watching the push from long that is not there. Team Vitality, very little forward A setup.
It's an op supporting an op. Annoying and powerful. It's kind of an only on overpass type situation.
dupreeh blind. Oh, Madden just kind of getting past it.
Didn't respect the flash, but... Oh,
Apex
sorry, it's
right
Apex here. I thought it was ZywOo.
Apex playmaker position. Gets one in the back. Hades emerging from the bathroom smoke. Nobody up on side A site yet. Rotators smoked out of this one. 8 seconds. That's what ENCE have left when they get into the bomb site. And that's enough. Sure enough.
Damn.
Nabbing a 9th round off the back, so...
Hey, 1 kill on the hold's not enough. And, yeah, dupreeh, he gets flashed, right? And that's what allows Madden to cross. So they did that carefully themselves. And as we can see from Madden, I mean, he's the one with the info. That's an easy frag for him. Could have played it a bit slower, but yeah, losing that kill without a frag means that rotations are a little harder to get into comfortable spots. Apex commits quite heavily. That was a position where they probably could have delayed, right? I mean, time was low.
Smoke interaction there for dupreeh just kind of makes him look a little silly. His legs are sticking out, thinking he's got an angle being held, and silver platter for Madden.
It becomes a 5-round game.
Still money there for the Vitality camp.
Lots of saves.
They get rid of that second op. No need for it this time on dupreeh. It's going to be just the ZywOo. Ooh, ENCE know what they want. They transition right into the stack outside the B site. Triple nade attempt again. 0 for 2. Masuda's got to be careful with the door off its hinges, but he's well aware of it. He wanted it. Oh, that's a good exchange of damage. Both players survive it.
I'd say it probably a bit better for ZywOo considering he has the op.
For sure. Spinks' job could get suddenly more difficult. But another moment here where a player's actually slipped in, and if the CTs aren't cautious... Oof. Apex, he's got Spinks very nearby. Madden just made a glance towards the connector player, Magisk. He will be able to deliver this time a little more comfortably. Sure enough, Spinks does catch Apex. Masuda ends him. Magisk goes down to the very low HP of Diha because he swaps out into the AWP, similarly to the way ZywOo all kicked this off with. And now we've got very separated CTs left, and both of them tagged. Masuda, awful spot to get stuck in. He walks back down the staircase as Hades comes up from underneath him. And ZywOo, 1 versus 3, 26 health, but he does get on site. Fast enough to stop the first one. Sees the jump up. No additional peek, but Madden takes it through the truck. Oh, and Diha with the team kill. Now, ZywOo rushes. Another player tagged up by ZywOo's op. 3 times he's hit them, but no kills with it. The gods favor ENCE, and ZywOo, a god himself. Now just so close to this clutch. Flash to the right side. USP's out, and he can't end it. Hades hangs on, and ENCE keep winning.
Jesus, man. How is that even close to possible? Leave it to Zygote to find a way. That's crazy. I think he would have got the kill. Wow. This came down to a USP doing most of the work here, right? That upshot going in, well, they could take a sigh of relief. They figured this out. That was a round where they created so much stress around the map, right? That was actually super hard to follow what was going to happen next with the amount of lurks that were happening. Poor DJ had to use all 10 fingers.
He's only got 9.
But it worked. That was kind of a classic look for ENCE, I feel like, with the amount of lurks going on there. I mean, they got Spinks locked in position off short B. They had Madden come out, lose that kill there, but they got the refrag from Spinks, and they get pressure on A at the same time.
When's the last time?
Oh! Wow. Wow. Okay.
Well, excuse me, Madden.
Okay, Dupree's actually ahead of the bathrooms play, which is kind of interesting because, I mean, if they don't flank towards long, he's listening very closely now, and he can come back and flank them. Rotation here is in from Masuda. Unfortunately, there's no op on site. And the bomb is still outside B, but I can only assume it's going to come back, right? Whoa, they're going to end B?
With 35 seconds, how the hell does Hades... I mean, yeah, there's no other option.
What is... They're using this, yeah, Snappy to lurk. He's trying to be careful about it.
Masuda tries to go in. Diha kills him.
He's still outside B.
Dupree could just end everything inside the A site. Sure enough, he finds Snappy with his back turn. Magis, he just killed Spinks. Hades is going to come running out. He's all that's left over. ENCE trying to complicate the game. And it could be too much. Hades just can't find it. Finally will kill Magis. Immediately puts down bomb. Comes off as he thinks he's being rushed. And now it would have been kills or nothing. Vitality. Maybe given a lifeline.
I mean, you don't see the bomb, you don't rotate, right? I mean, I guess that was pretty convincing with the amount of pressure on A site for them to think about this. This is so ridiculous. Oh, did you see him off the nade smoke? He did. Ooh. That's why it was just insta.
Like, how did that...
Dude.
Yeah.
But right here, the amount of players still up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the bomb was too far, if they thought, okay, we'll just end here. But shout out to Magis for getting the hold off, right? They did rotate 2 back down short, along with the bomb coming out late. It wasn't all on Hades to make that happen. And I guess they did want to make that to try to sell a convincing fake if possible. Now it's 1 round to go.
5 chances.
5 chances for ENCE. Or 1 chance for ENCE. 5 for Vitality.
5 1 chances in a row.
That
could be the one that burdens ENCE ultimately. Spinks will kick it off with an opening kill the way of ENCE.
WEST stares at 1:30. Nice tempo here from ENCE.
Yeah, right back to success, so we'll say. Hades was watching for this long wrap, but now Dupree, he's just gonna stay tucked on rock. Feels like he did kind of serve them up a reminder last round when they were inside of the site. He comes back, kills Snappy. Surely somebody goes and clears it this round, you'd think.
This is cool from the Danes. I mean, yeah, Dupree setting himself up to flank A site. Magisk is here at the top of bathrooms. They have a 3rd player on A. They're hoping that it's this site. I mean, they're completely correct as well.
Okay, so it's Spinks who's going to be going and trying to clear on long, but Dupree's position now known. Zywoo strikes down Hades. 3 versus 4. They're just going to try to rush the issue, get themselves into the site. Masuda, unchecked from the corner. Madden now 1 versus 4, wrapped from all directions. And the long players just tap him in the back. That's Vitality with an overpass win. A map pick that continues ENCE's struggles. 5 losses in a row, but we'll be back with Nuke soon enough.
No! Finally, go, smash it! Bro! The f doing? Bro! He's not dying! He's low HP! Bro! What's up? Go fast! The mic! Yeah, only one. I got so scared.
A map of streaks, but Vitality are the ones to be pushing it over the line. It wasn't necessarily an easy win when ENCE found their footing in some of those rounds, but a really solid start to both halves. Maniac, that's what really gave Vitality the breathing room to be close.
That's the key point for me. It has to be the start of the conversation. Finally, finally, a good start of both halves for Vitality, a team that's notoriously struggling in pistol rounds and in their conversions. They had that great 8-0 streak in the first half, same in the second where they started great, because in the actual gun rounds, ENCE were making a fight for it.
Yeah, it was a close game, you know, if you take out the pistol rounds, out the conversions, but I agree with you. It was a clean performance coming out of Vitality, especially the last round they won as well. That's a great note of going out, right? It feels like you're in control, feels like you're winning the game on your own terms. So I would agree with you. It's been very messy. It's been very scrappy more or less every single time we see Vitality play. But this time around, even though we doubted the overpass pick, it was looking somewhat solid.
Yeah, I really like that you bring up that final round that we saw, because it was a really great look for Vitality to be closing it out. But you do mention, Maniac, an 8-0 start for Vitality. If you're looking at the round distribution, though, actually a 9-6 finish to that first half, because there was one particular point where ENCE just managed to go on a streak of rounds. What was a turning point for them there?
Yeah, I mean, we have an eco play. That is exactly that moment, which is ENCE putting a stop to Apex's shenanigans. Here we'll see some attempt at a map control on the side of Vitality. Is going to be punished very quickly by Snappy. Great at taking the initiatives with the MP9, and then they kind of go together in this trap that is the B side. A little bit of a tap on the head of Apex. He gets the kill but falls back. But there's not going to be any panic for ENCE. They still stay very strong. We'll see later on they're going to have that great bait and switch setup again in Monster. And at the time, it's ENCE kind of recovering some sort of dominance and some sort of control over their CT side. And here, the flip flag that I was talking about, put him down. And from this point on, it's 6-round streak for ENCE.
Yeah, that was a good comeback from ENCE in that first half. They made the game a little bit competitive, and you can argue that had ENCE won the second pistol round, maybe even converted, we would have had a game. Yeah, we would have had a game. We may still be playing already. So ENCE, you know, even though the scoreline suggests 16-10, it wasn't really that close. I agree with you. It felt like in the buy rounds, when both teams had rifle. It was an even game. But again, Vitality off to a good start, making it look clean, converting. That was a good start for them.
Look, we criticize a lot Apex when he makes mistakes, and Lord knows there will be some mistakes to come.
Yeah.
But I have to give him some props for that 8-0 run that we were talking on the T side, because I think he was at the helm of that very great start for Vitality. He was very quickly to 14 to 15 frags. He was finding a lot of space. He was in this zone, and we know how aggressive he can be. Whenever he finds that momentum, whenever he finds that confidence zone, then suddenly his impact is felt as it was in this game.
Yeah, and that's what's really dangerous about Apex coming into a game like this, where the fire is lit under his feet so early on. He's really such a momentum-based player. He's talked about it time and time again. So great to see him coming up full force again at the beginning of the series as well. That's really crucial.
It's always great to see Apex play well. We always talk about the likes of Saivu, Dupree, Magic's, like that's the firepower. That's where all the kills has to come from. But if you're in-game leader, and especially a guy like Apex can drop 25, 26, 27 kills, you have a good case to be made right here. So yes, I hope we can get to see more from that coming out of Apex. It has been a dry period for him individually as well. He's been struggling. So far this tournament's been looking good. Apex seems to be in a good mood, and as you said, he's a mood player. When he's happy, he's playing well.
And finally, something that we see from Vitality that I had been missing for so long is some resilience and cold-bloodedness towards the end of the game. Because also many times we have seen him kind of fumble themselves towards the very end, second guess what they were supposed to do, maybe playing with impatience. You could see the last final rounds on the CT side. It's actually Snappy that gets into his own head. We have this weird round, this weird 5v3 where they try to play the A side, but the bomb is still out B. What is Magis doing? Very calmly sitting in front of Monster, getting that double kill down. That's a Vitality that has shown, again, the resilience that I hadn't seen in a while.
Well, after a win on their own map pick, Zonic did have a few words for Parla in between the maps.
Zonic, 16-10 on map 1. Overpass, it was your pick. Are you happy with the performance?
Yeah, I mean, I can't complain. The boys were playing really well. A lot of good patience on the T side that paid off, and we know how ENCE is playing, really aggressive, taking duels, they want the fights, and yeah, the game plan was pretty much just to wait for them to go aggressive into our crosshairs. Let's go a bit deeper into your T side. It was very strong. You got off to a quick start. Why was that? I think pretty much what I said. We know that they would like to play aggressive. We were just taking our time, waiting for them to get duels. If we got an opening kills, it was just about chilling, waiting for them, because we knew that they were going to re-aggress. A lot of good performance, and happy to see Dan fracking a lot as an IGL. So it was a strong T side, very good calls. All of this being said, were there some moments you think you could have finished the match earlier? Yeah, I mean, I think we should just be satisfied in the state that we are right now to get the lead of 7-0. Obviously, ENCE is also trying to read our playing style. So I expected them to come back in some way, but I think we were in control the whole map. Zonic, final question. Nuke up next. CT start. You're going to carry on the momentum and close it out? Yeah, hopefully. All right, well, best of luck. Thank you.
Just to hopefully there from Zonic, of course, as Paulo was prefacing, Nuke going to be the second map in this series. Crucially, ENCE's pick coming into this. Maybe just a high-level overview of both the teams coming into this. What are your expectations?
Well, I think Nuke for the longest time has been the signature pick for ENCE, right? This is where Snappy started turning heads with that super pacey T style. It was very hard to play up against. They famously destroyed NAVI when NAVI was unplayable on Nuke, so it has to remain a stronghold for Snappy and the boys.
There's a case to be made that ENCE may be the best team in the world on Nuke right now. They're winning a lot of the games. They're taking down some of the best out there, and you have seen teams like Heroic, NAVI, etc., some of the strong names struggle on the map. So yeah, going into Nuke, there's definitely a favorite here in ENCE.
Well, you are saying that ENCE is potentially one of the best teams in the world on Nuke, but Danny, I believe he's got a moment in the game against Big where there might be some exploitations for Vitality against ENCE.
Yes, that is correct. So so yeah, I do agree that there are some exploitations that Big actually exploited against ENCE, and it might make ENCE a little bit more or too readable. So the first thing we're going to see here, if we want to understand what this exploitation is essentially that if we look at the setup of ENCE, Spinx is normally the lobby player and Diha is normally the outside player. Now the thing is that a lot of teams do, or ENCE also as well, is that they actually do what's called the 4-1 meta, and that's essentially where teams will throw smokes outside like this, and then these three players here, Snappy, Madden, and Hades, they'll either be 3 or 4 towards lobby or 3 or 4 towards outside. Now, the reason why this is actually exploitable is this particular round here against Big. So what you'll see here initially first is that Spinx, he's going to nade open the door, and when he comes over towards this door position, he's going to get taken down by Favin. At the same time, you'll see that Surson, he's going to get this pick outside on Diha, but the important kill here is actually the fact that Modern kills Surson. And what that means is that it's very likely, based on the 4-1 meta, that the rest of ENCE might actually be towards the outside area. So what that means is that for Tizian, because he sees that Spinx dies towards lobby and he sees that Madden got that kill outside, it prompts him to actually think, hey, lobby might actually be clear. And that's why he pushes in and he clears it out, because there's a very good chance that nobody's here. And while that happens, ENCE, you know, they're working outside. Snappy, as well as Hades and Madden, they're just working outside, and they have no clue at all that this flank is coming. And as Tizian kind of goes on top of the roof, he gets into such a powerful position towards the silo area, just knowing that everybody else is probably outside. So Hades gets a kill on Tabs and Snappy gets another kill, but Tizian's spot is just so good that he finds these last 2 kills here, and it puts Snappy in basically an impossible 1v2. As soon as somebody gets on top of silo, it is so hard to win this clutch. And that's basically what Big did to exploit them in this particular round. And it all really comes down to the fact, that they understood that because Madden was still outside, it meant that nobody else was towards that lobby position. So this is something that I hope that ENCE will be able to patch up before this next match.
Thank you so much for that one, Danny. Yeah, going to be really interesting to see if that is something ENCE will be patching up coming into this. Another thing we've got to be looking at are the individuals coming into this particular map of Nuke. We're starting off with Vitality. What are we seeing here, Jacob?
Well, we're seeing a team that is not necessarily in synergy in that regard, right? You have Cyber up there top fragging, and then you have Magix, who we saw play well yesterday against Pain Gaming. I want to see more coming out of Dupree. He used to be so good on Astralis playing the map of Nuke, right? And that's one of the players that we need to see more from. Apex as well, a constant annoyance when he's playing the yard position. When he's having a good game like we saw here in Overpass, he can destroy a lot for his opponents. But in terms of raw firepower, I have my spotlight on Dupree. I want to see him play well if I want to believe Vitality can make it close.
Yeah, he's going to be needed, absolutely, because if we move over to the side of ENCE, it's a more well-rounded team you would see on Nuke. I think a lot of different individuals are shining in certain positions. Danny was talking about Diha and his position outside. I think Spinx had a couple of very, very reference game on that. So the portfolio is a little bit broader if you want to ENCE on Nuke.
Well, it's going to be very exciting indeed to see if ENCE can kick their way back into this one and potentially push it to a third and final map, as it is a spot in the arena on the line. It all comes down to their map pick of Nuke, and it's going down with Scrawny and Launders in just a few moments.
Welcome back, everybody. We're one map deep and maybe one map away from locking Vitality into the Altus Arena. Maybe. It's only a maybe because ENCE's stock, you know, it's supposed to be on the rise. When they qualified for this event, they were considering this as their first big LAN. But what had happened between Showdown and now is we got a real deal ENCE, and an ENCE that needs to recover from Overpass, and they've got Nuke to do that. A map that, we look at the statistics, should tell us good things about them.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Zonic had to be quite honest when Paula asked him how he feels about closing out. He's like, hopefully. I mean, hopefully. Vitality, they're a team that understand the map and like how to win, but ENCE are literally 18-2 on it, so they're going to have to play like insanely well. This is their highest win rate map. It's a perfect place to go in the veto. This could very easily be 1-1. Right now, we've got ENCE, you know, 2.7 odds to the like 1.4 of Vitality. Those are pretty good odds, I'd say, for ENCE. Vitality will have to prove a lot here. If they win this, I mean, that would be an enormous statement.
This is the same Vitality that was map up over Pain and then lost on Dust 2. And, you know, the other two maps in the series were blowouts, but Vitality aren't flawless. ZywOo, trying to be perfection, only gets 2 kills down in Hell. Gives the edge to Vitality. Madden trying to back up to the equator so that he can get an angle into Heaven. Oh, we've got a minute. Vitality probably feel like they've got sharks down beneath them. Diha chomps down on Apex. And we've got a pressured situation for Magisk, but one tap into Hades, one tap into Diha, and a little bit more for Madden. He's going to call for reinforcements. Come on over.
Wow. Nice round. Another great pistol out of Magisk, because we saw an overpass as well with those dualies. This time, just playing from clock, USP in hand, headshots on the mind. And, hey, it all starts with a pistol. Nicely done from ZywOo. He just outputs so much ADR right there. So, a couple clean ones. I mean, shutting down this T side is the first step. There are going to be a lot of strong outside plays out of ENCE. They always like to hang this very strong upper execute over their opponent's heads for sometimes an extended period of time, just to make you keep using your nades early, and then they ramp up. Masuda is definitely a big question on Nuke. He's playing ramp. His performances haven't been super great on the map so far.
Comes through with the kill on Spinks. Snappy's Tech 9 responding pretty quick. ZywOo down into the dark. Ooh, they pushed past him. He gets the back turned of Madden. That's the FAMAS back down to the ground. Hades gonna pick it up with Bomb. In a 2 versus 3, that's gonna net ENCE a little bit of money. And if things get funny, maybe a round win with it. We get the ramp flank from Dupree. Ooh, it's good for the dink. That's 2 of the CTs confirmed. Oh, so tough to do anything when somebody's sitting on top of that silo, but Dupree ends Hades. Snappy uses that chance to get himself into decon, so now he's got a decent spot. He gets shaved down a little bit. CT's not playing with kits, but they'll jump on top of that bomb with time to spare. It is a very costly second, so props to ENCE, nearly Tech-9ing their way to a round win.
Yeah, I mean, they get the win. It's a little uncomfortable, though, I won't lie. I don't love the way that Masuda played it. If not for ZywOo getting both frags here, I feel like this could have gotten even sketchier. Definitely could have lost, but Masuda decided to fight, you know, into the ramp instead of just getting his kill and falling out. It's got to be careful about that. I mean, it's all good if you multi-frag, but if you don't, your #1 priority is living as the ramp rotator. You're buying time for everybody else to get into the right positions. And on the CT side, that's already sometimes been a problem with Apex, is dying too much outside. When he plays well, like he did on Overpass, the map is enormous. When he dies, it shrinks. And even the best players in the world, like ZywOo, can only do so much, especially when you're going up against top-shelf competition like ENCE.
Getting tubular is what Magisk could hope to do, but he meets Madden's Galil and dies in a heartbeat. Dupree scouring the smoke, looking for the answer. Little peek to the left side. That's going to be a good clean wallbang for Dupree. He doubles down. Almost makes it a third. Hades, 9 health left over. An M4 beneath. ZywOo getting ready for the new update. Some damage onto Spinks. Can't quite get out. Hades will be finished off, and the flash ahead of Spinks forces him to turn back, so he can't help inside of sight. We get the crossfire from the rafters, and Masuda, he'll get it in from heaven. So Diha 1v3 attempt. He's got a lot of time to do it. A good idea as to where every single player's at. So heaven first, rafters second, and then deal with ZywOo down in vent. But an insta-dink comes through from Masuda. And we get another Vitality round on the board.
A little stabilizing round here as a beautiful play comes out of dupreeh. Maniac, I think, called for him to be the one to watch if he can have a good game. And I think, yeah, I mean, it's so well played. Mad didn't hit that beautiful shot and was like, oh no. Are they just going to lose the follow-up round after having one alive? No, not the case at all.
Said I what?
I love him, I think he said.
You said what? Tech9's back for ENCE. Ooh, looking to parade those pistols into ramp. Masuda to be tested again, this time from the corner. Tons of damage. 3 kills and an assist as Apex gets in. This one just gets ripped to shreds. A meat grinder on the exit of the ramp room. 5 standing, 4 Vitality, 5 dead for ENCE, and 4 rounds straight.
And even though they pulled that little comeback off on Overpass, they had to do it in both halves. So that was something where ENCE consistently playing from behind caught up with them. And outside of this match, because that only has to do with Overpass, Nuke is a different ball game, they just in general, their T sides have been lacking. They've been a shell of themselves. So that is something where I think they're definitely expected to get 7-8 rounds for sure. But now they're getting farther away from that goal with every round. Back to rifles. Or you can say off the rifles for the first time, really.
Secret fight right now. ZywOo tries to come upwards, and obviously Apex wasn't sure whether actually anybody had crossed. Sure enough, Diha wasted no time. Barrel stuffed ZywOo, and ENCE first real gun round.
They cause a lot of they cause a lot of problems, but Masuda gets some important space back. I mean, he knows they can't come ramp. They aren't testing it. Uh-oh. Apex goes down.
Crucial fight just picked up from Magisk. The Danes of Vitality in with impact. dupreeh shuts down the bomb carrier. Hades gonna have to grab that back. 1v2, Glock in hand. And dupreeh just squeaks away through the other side of the smoke. Hades could do the exact same thing.
Yeah, but he has put himself in a position now at opposite vent to watch everything back here. So this is a nice reposition. Oh, the op shot. Okay. Oh, they know where Magisk last was, down in secret.
Time to clutch.
Seems partially thoughtful of the idea they could come through mini, but not 100% sure.
Yeah, there was a timing there where Magisk could have actually slipped up vent, so Hades cautious that maybe he has managed to get into lobby, managed to get into squeaky. Instead, we get the heaven wrap. Magisk wasting no time, and Hades gets out of there. Feels as though he's got a chance to exit. Sure enough, perfect decision. Poor Magisk puts himself at the furthest possible distance, and now he drops down ramp. So Hades,
not heard.
Very uncomfortable back sight, just solely focused on decon. It's going to come down to which positions Magisk clears.
It's interesting here because he didn't hear the door get open.
Hades comes out, nails it. 1v2 from Hades, puts ENCE on the scoreboard, and a recovery because we almost had Magisk and dupreeh stop it all.
Yeah, I don't want to criticize so much in the 1v1 because a lot of it has to do with mind games. But we know the bomb was mid-site here, and obviously there's always a chance that in a 1v1 someone tries to drop vent and reset. And if you split the difference, you're in a good spot. Hades could have walked to the back of the site like Magisk was anticipating, and him being in heaven would have been great. But he does stop a few different options if it is mini.
Fast vents. Comes with a cost. Spinks dead. Diha, he's going to get wrecked. Oh, Masuda. Wow. He decides to get aggressive, runs through smoke on Trophy Room. And the CT's just trying to clamp down on ENCE as fast as they can, but it's a 4v2 thanks to Hades. He saved them last round. Snappy, quick weapon swap. Can't manage to get an additional kill, so Hades looking for back-to-back clutches. And a shot towards heaven reveals his position. He sulks down into the underworld. And what can he offer us from here?
It's too tough at this point, isn't it, with the bomb upstairs?
Unless he does some simple-esque fly-off-the-ladder type vibe.
Oh my god. Are they going to let it? They can see his gun now.
Just one to the right. He's out.
I think they saw him. Oh, but he can get back down the fence. Wait.
He didn't pick it up. Oh my god. Ah! Oh, the fact that he was given all that time.
Was he not spotted?
Not at all.
They didn't spot the bomb either.
They didn't see it.
It's, well.
Oh Lord, Hades. Posts back up and dies instantly. Vitality. All right. that should have been ended inside A site with that bomb there. The fact that he even missed picking up the bomb the first time, I thought, oh, that was his 1.5 second window. Nah, he's given way too much.
It was a damning position for the bomb to be dropped, right? It's the guy who's going to try to fly down the vent, throwing it out. I can't believe they let him pick it up again. I guess it is weird for him to go from vent with an op, so that's an unlikely rotation. But they didn't keep vision on it, and it got a little scary. It's money for ENCE, so that's nice.
For sure.
Probably a lot more than he should have gotten. But hey, look at the aggression. I mean, we saw Masuda push ramp twice. He got away with it. This time, it results in a lobby frag. Last time he goes unnoticed. As far as they're concerned, he's only done it this round. And even though ENCE pick up 1, they do it off the 1v1. And Vitality instantly snap back. Yeah, I mean, there would be a lot of egg on their face if they lose Nuke. This is just a gimme in the veto. Like, Vitality just don't have the results. They don't have results on any map right now to feel good about this. With that overpass win, they go up to 60% win rate on the map, making it their best map in the past 3 months. That's their very best. ENCE are looking at 90% on Nuke over the course of 20 games. Nuke, by contrast, they are 2 and 5 on it, Vitality.
So, it really is a situation where Vitality have no business winning. They have no business doing this. But NAVI did eliminate the major champions with a stand-in and a new IGL. Suddenly results in Antwerp, right? If Vitality pull this off, NAVI do what they do. Things are starting to evaporate quick.
NAVI also handed ENCE a Nuke loss in that semi, if I have that correct, which was, it felt like an aberration, but it was one where it probably had to do with playoffs and the pressure a little bit. Yep. And that might be something that ENCE are feeling right now.
It's another slow start.
Yeah.
45 seconds to the clock. It's not Masuda over on ramp, but rather ZywOo, and he doesn't miss. Madden tries to just cross over, and he'll be dead for it. Masuda locked into the corner here. Spinks and Snappy, couple kills between the two of them. Hades trying to set his eyes into the A site. Dupree from the rafters, good for the frag. Fast move from ZywOo, shut down by Spinks. Masuda takes his place, and now it's Masuda looking for the 1v2. To the player who pulled one off against his team. Bomb plant backside, jump over. And Masuda locking horns on the left side of the silo. Does it come from the same side again? Does the peak come at him from the other? Oh, Hades, sharp as hell. Shuts down another moment where Vitality looked to rack up rounds. Instead, it's him clutching both for ENCE.
Damn, they actually needed more from Dupree. He's up in heaven, he gets the 1, but the A site was ripe to hit, and there was 2 downstairs in this setup, which meant after ZywOo got his kill, I can't believe they both pop out the vent like this. It was, hard to read for Masuda, so it made sense for him. But another clutch one from Hades for the 2 rounds that ENCE have. That's AK versus M4, so they both get a headshot. But they got Hades to thank.
Look at the buy, though. ENCE. Ugh. 2 Mac 10s.
Yeah, and they both invest down, recognizing the opportunity.
Yeah. Potential turning point here, round 8.
Diha gets by, but not unscathed, and it looks like ZywOo will try to do his best Masuda impression against this wall and lower. This is like the electronic... Actually, NAVI don't play like this as much anymore, but getting electronic into secret in the same way they are doing with Diha. It opens up options later on and stops the CTs from getting vision outside easily.
We got to give credit where it's deserved. 12-3 is Masuda. Strongest of all the starts here for Vitality. Huge utility comes out from Squeaky. Magisk, not good for a second one. Desert Eagle has its limitations. Diha just been roosted here the entire time, but ZywOo, of course, clears him from that railing. And we've got a man advantage for Vitality if they want to take this retake. There is potential.
There is. They have Heaven coming out. Ooh, I could elicit a swing.
Vent player also ready to pop up. Apex, because the shot's to his left, he now knows, tries to overwhelm Snappy. Big spray from the A4. But here comes Madden, in from Heaven. The element of surprise with the CT's back turned. He's gonna get 2. Oh, sure enough. Madden, the insurance policy with the late ramp play in through Heaven to give ENCE a win in a critical turning point. A round where all the economy is on the line for both teams, and now Vitality have a tough time to rebuy.
Yeah, no kits. They had to try to go forward fast with that retake. And Madden in the 3-on-4 makes a heads-up play of flanking around through the ramp in that opening. Super well done with the MAC-10. And the low buy situation, which is the opportunity for both squads, goes the way of ENCE. Look at the money here for Vitality.
Now Diha can be that a little bit more confident. Try to stop me. No ESPs down there. They're just stacking up behind the blue box, so I'm down with this. Three, 4 players all stacked up. Ah, come on, Diha, go back. Gets dinked by a blind teammate.
Why should dinks do less damage to your teammates? They should
Right?
do more, you know?
The bullet doesn't know.
Yeah, the bullet doesn't know.
This one offers nothing to Vitality. Diha walks around that corner, there's a different story. He gets peppered by the USP. Swiss cheesed.
Fans recover this game. I mean, a lot of it has to do with Hades, I think, in particular. With this clutch round, hey, the stack pays off.
They stuck to it. Maybe another even. No. ENCE all gonna leave through lobby, so that'll be 4 alive for them.
Whoa. Dupree.
Down to 1 HP.
Wow.
So they get the MAC-10 out of ENCE's hands. They'll hold on to that. But yes, you're absolutely right. Hades, critical clutches, back-to-back rounds, a 1v2, a 1v1. So it's enabled ENCE's T side to really take off. Now, there's obviously a chance that it still could have happened towards the end of the half, but they could just go.
Where? Surely that was after he died, right?
Maybe on the exits?
I guess.
Didn't want anybody to die to the bomb.
They want this win. It's not the uptrending ENCE that we've seen in the past few months. It's kind of a, you know, they're trying to figure out if they're tapering off a little bit just because of current form. And it doesn't mean that it will be the case. I think this series would kind of prove to them that that was just a one-time thing. They're not going to have any problems. But they don't know that for sure. And Vitality are already up a map, of course.
Fast pop, down vents. I love it. Tenacity from ENCE.
Yeah, there's actually no rotation, so... Whoa, they're in the site. My God.
Suda's got a MAC-10 close. Diha. Oh, damning SMG.
They didn't have a head armor. Look at this. 4 players had no head armor.
Absolutely
so
splattered.
Insta kills them.
Now you're already thinking about saving, and, well, there's the 2 kills that could enable it.
They do not have kits. Oh, but they still get a kill. There's still not enough time. They're too far away. Hey, it's a good amount of damage, actually, considering what just happened. They let the vent drop go down. They might want to consider double nading that, or starting inside a vent if they think that ENCE are going to continue to abuse it. But it's great to see a T-side team use it as much as possible. It's a strong option early on. Vitality are showing some weakness there. We had ZywOo off it, and stop and interrupt the vent drop in the past. In this round, they had the complete wrong setup for it, right? They're really ready for something upstairs. Masuda's playing Turnpike. He's not even in ramp, ready to go down. They just kind of slightly gamble wrong versus the fastest, most conviction base strat that you could have to take lower fast.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect counter here from Snappy.
Kits on Dupree and Masuda this time around. No off, though.
Diha back to the front of the charge. ZywOo looking to stop him on the cross, but nothing spotted.
Need a good rotation on that smoke.
Hades posts on Garage. Could scour a deeper angle if he decides to start coming around it, but for now it's Madden instead. Thrown forward, and ZywOo wins the duel. A4 bests the AK. Snappy next up. He's got to go through the smoke, and ZywOo not ready for it. Snappy, I like it. With conviction, he follows up on what they originally wanted. Somebody who would be able to move forward through ZywOo and potentially wrap into Heaven.
Yes, they actually don't have Heaven right now, and they're playing top hut. This timing expires soon. They could have reboosted on top of hut if they wanted to, but this is now a very perceptible threat where Snappy can just hang this over their heads, but waiting for the lobby push, that's the other option. Spink's in a very good spot for it, but he's playing on a timing. Oh my god.
Okay, Hades comes out from lobby, and then Spinks slams down Dupree. Here's Magisk, back sight. Oh, continues, looks up, and imagine a world where he gets Snappy. Suddenly bombs down in front of him. Apex gonna have to offer us the 1v2. He gets off of the ladder, kills the player up above, 9 health, peeks there, and Diha denies it. It is ENCE on fire as they start to recover on the T side of their map pick.
Another 1v1 picked up for them. I think all the clutches have gone their way for the most part here. I think maybe it was the second round the CTs won it. Yeah, that crazy lower round, there was that. But I think, I don't know, obviously I can see way better, but with that early kill coming outside, and them already in position on hut, I feel like getting back into Heaven would have been a stronger play. There was still so much about the default that was unknown, and ENCE know that the natural rotation is to take over lobby control. So something to be desired on that one. 5 straight for ENCE. And they performed the comeback a little bit earlier this time.
Sorry, what was that?
They hate that smoke.
What was that?
This is how we get tinnitus. But I think they have the right idea. It was actually a really strong smoke to use on that cross, and they're scared of what could have come from it. The CTs, as we could see from the minimap, very heavily stacked towards downstairs. We have Masuda coming back and forth patrolling. 2 upper with one of the guns.
Man, just trying to stand on the very tip of this door. Stops watching hut, loses his teammate. Yeah, looks onto the open floor. Here comes Dupree, 1 kill, and he's done. Spinks with the double, Diha the follow-up, and Hades just holding on Mini, and they get through what was the lesser buy of the CTs. So, Vitality, there was nobody ever behind those smokes. They waited inside instead, and even then, it's ENCE with another round win.
Yeah, ended on the right side. I think Magisk, yeah, could have watched. Dupree didn't have everything covered towards Squeaky. If hut was neglected, then they might be in for a better situation, but wasn't the case. Okay to take a risk. Timeout's going to be called here for Vitality, and they could discuss, I think, at this point, what ENCE might try to do next. I think the most important thing is they can't be losing to the early round Squeaky drops like they did on these previous rifle rounds. So expending a bit of utility, even if it costs them something to stop a threat that's not there, I think it's paramount, because I feel like if ENCE even sneak one person down, that's going to be a nightmare for them. Otherwise, they've been pretty good when things have slowed down.
Ooh. Oh.
Oh, they got it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sure enough,
Just right after the nades. That was tricky.
Slick timing, and look what it nets them. ZywOo caught off. Here comes Masuda. Top of the box. This ramp could actually be shut down. Spinks is being called up. Masuda, he's exposed to it. So's Apex. They're not prepared for him. Spinks kills ZywOo, takes down 2 more as he comes up from ramp. And just when you thought that the ramp hold would be enough, Spinks just shatters them.
Damn. That was beautiful from Spinks. I mean, look how fast he comes up to ramp, recognizing that he has the call to action. Like, he absolutely needs to be there now that his 2 teammates have died. And how could they be ready for that? Normally, that lower guy is going to slow down. He might be working on control side, trying to pick off the secret player. But Spinks on this timing, I mean, this is a great call from Snappy to get him down right after they use those early grenades. And again, the other option is to start invent if they think that that's going to happen. But yeah, they're getting screwed over. They're getting outplayed. And the worst part is, it's by something that they were looking for. That's a huge play. Best round of the game, I think.
Oh, almost that deagle shot comes through. It's the 3rd time we've seen the XM 1014. 0 kills for them so far. I say buy a Nova. Walls of smokes to cross. Diha again. It's been a consistency in him in Secret.
Yeah, it's free. I mean, they haven't even been starting Secret to kill Diha. There's a couple of just huge exploits they could have pulled off, but
here we go.
Trying to wait for him.
Nope. ZywOo's Deagle will get the answer. dupreeh could offer us something special, but they're actually doing a wonderful job of dodging him. Not so much of dodging ZywOo. Spinks gets the better of it, and there's the last one.
Yeah.
Hades always looking for that last piece of the puzzle. ENCE piecing together the puzzle.
Man.
Round by round.
Might have been frustrating to lose Overpass, but now that they are themselves in their zone, I feel like they're... And if this half went 30 rounds, it feels like ENCE wouldn't lose anymore. They're starting to get really good.
18-2, right? Is their record?
Yeah,
18-2 is ENCE on Nuke. Really did feel like if Overpass was going to be picked up, this should have and could very well be a 3-map series. Vertigo the decider. Assuming we get there. And slowly we are. Oh, oof. What? Snappy gets away with that. ZywOo.
No scope.
Cue up that no scope as dupreeh comes through with another frag. We get the player down vents. ZywOo chucks the homing missile into the backside of the A site. And how about another Hades clutch? 1v4? What are the odds? ZywOo back behind him in decon. That's the first kill. Hades, he's got a chance to get away, but instead gets exposed to the ramp peak. And it's only one of the 4, as Vitality will pick up a round.
Was that last of the half right there?
Feels like it. Yes, sir. All right, with the defuse, it's locked in. That's 6, folks. We'll see you in just a second.
All right, well, sat here with Katie and obviously gonna just have a nice little chat. We're gonna talk all things heroic and Counter-Strike. Okay, one thing I wanted to get into and talk to you about, because I know we have so many new viewers in Counter-Strike these days, I don't think everyone's fully aware of the entire legend of Cadian, or story of Cadian. Because I don't know, like part of me, when I've thought about, when I was thinking about your career, thinking about like this conversation was, you know, if you were in a Hollywood movie, you'd be like the hermit in the desert of like some post-apocalyptic world. Like you just weren't, for whatever reason, able to establish yourself in like tier 1 Danish Counter-Strike in the early days of CSGO. And just over your career, just going through the team list, just you've had to play with like, you know, not the rejects, but like the unwanted, I guess, which isn't much better, I guess. You even were like outcast into like North America, like the true wasteland for a while. You did like a year over there. So I mean, let's just kind of talk about those kind of early stages, because I don't think people fully realize like the sort of redemption arc and journey that you had to go on to get back to this level. It's taken a long time.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like I had a crazy uprise just when my career like started with the qualification for the very first major, then signed a contract with Mousesports. But the thing is, like, for two of the first teams that I played on, like Mousesports and SK, I definitely also compromised a lot with like my role, right? I was always the IGL and the AWP, and in these two teams, like at Mouse, Chris J was the AWPer, and in SK, Freeze was the AWPer, right? And I thought to myself that I could easily play like a secondary AWP and that my capabilities with the rifle would be good enough. I think nowadays I would definitely be able to do so in a much better way, but that's also because I'm way smarter at the game now than I was back
way more
then.
fleshed out as a player.
Yes. So like that definitely hurt like on the statistic base a bit, and you all know how it is, especially back then, like young IGL, maybe too much confidence, maybe didn't have the exact way of introducing his philosophies and stuff like this, and not playing his primary role, so his statistics were like 1 or 0.98 or whatever, then you just get cut. And especially when like you maybe also had some like attitude problems back in the early stages of your career, that kind of vibe, that kind of story that people are telling about you is just gonna hang on for a long time.
One under heaven.
Dead over.
Dead under heaven. Coming main.
One down secret, one
I'm
secret.
inside main. Heaven,
One more,
heaven.
One vent, one vent, one heaven, one vent. Vent dead. One more, Misuta. One more vent. He's outdoor. Clutch minister! Nice on it, good job.
The clutch, the Polish clutch minister. He really is with the clutches that he got in that first half. I mean, and with that little bit of leverage, I think the rest of the team was fired up. They took over. They look like themselves again. And yeah, they closed out very strong on that T side. So that's the start they're looking for to come back against Vitality up a map in the series.
Exactly what they need to remind us why Nuke truly does belong to ENCE.
T-side is where Vitality struggled the most on. Looking at, I think it was a 40% win rate overall.
ENCE now favored to win the series by Betway. And ZywOo looking to take those odds back Vitality's way. Nice P250 kill. Keeps it 4v4. Diha's looking for something outside, but the two players did just sleep underneath him. Just missed it. Comes back to look again, makes a single step. Ooh, check this out. Vitality, 2 players into ramp now. Of course, Snappy didn't stick around inside of ramp. He decides to get aggressive, but look at the way he's coming back. He's got no idea. He's just stomping around. He had no clue. Diha thought he had that figured out. Instead, it's going to cost him his IGL, and Hades, despite his ability to clutch, it's a bit too much to ask. 1 versus 4 within that bomb site, but never mind. He kills Masuda. They don't get their bomb plant when they have the chance. They've decided to run back up to the A site. They've still got 1 locked in vent, but that's to the death of Hades. A second bomb plant given up. Apex tries to come through with kills, and then Diha delivers the double.
Oh man, I think that bomb plant is way too valuable to get off it, but at they could have just won the round. Of course, some misses come through. There was just so much pressure on ZywOo to deliver every frag there. He got 2 clean ones. They had a nice outplay in the ramp, and then they started dropping like flies. I mean, like looking at that peak, clearly they weren't exactly prepared for it. but it's everything but a headshot going up against Diha. It's just that plant, you know, even without the round win, and plant is so good. I think he'd prioritize it. He was close to getting it off.
Makes the gamble. And instead, Vitality don't win round and don't get money and have to hold off on the buy. 2 P250s between ZywOo and Apex again.
I think that one's such a toss-up. Like, I think most of the time that play actually works and they get the kills, but
sure,
the sacrifice is huge.
It's just tough when you see the peak, no kill come off of it.
Yeah.
And remember that Apex is actually 3-12. The rest of the teams putting in the numbers. You know, it's like that's the bottom fragger going for something big.
That's true.
Maybe just plant my bomb, bro. I got you. But is what it is. And ENCE going to be happy with the result. Quadruple MP9 here. Really looking to make some money. And the money will be made. Diha and Hades combining nicely. Just lock down Outdoors in its entirety. That is absolutely nothing for Vitality in the second of ENCE's CT side.
Yeah, no smoke, no flash, no bomb plant. So, yeah, I mean, Apex got to do a great job as a caller here. He also has to put up his end of the bargain in terms of kills. Just having a decent map here out of Masuda. It was, you know, everything's kind of tapered off a bit. ZywOo is a consistency for sure. And the buy overall is much better, actually, than ENCE, who have 4 MP9s. But this makes this situation a must-win.
Ooh, the nade? Nope. A little short.
Like Maui Snake.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. True. The walk-up commences. They make contact as Apex just waits. Hades coming in for the peek. Loses the duel versus Dupree. That pack mentality here from Vitality. Inside of the B site, Snappy. Uh-oh, that's not ideal. Yeah, no, not whatsoever. Molly burns him into the open. He has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. So far, going swimmingly for Vitality. Flashbangs all over the place. Madden is inside of the bomb site. Oh yeah! Hope he gets there. ZywOo will go down. Masuda recovers it. Little bits of MP9 damage trickled across the 4, but ultimately it's all 4 that still stand. Only ZywOo dead. Vitality, an early T round win.
They do it versus 4 MP9s, but they do it cleanly. I mean, those MP9s could have made a lot of money back for ENCE even if they lost. So you'll have the simultaneous feeling of ENCE being okay with losing here, but also bittersweet because they don't get more kills. And the game continues. Again, at Vitality at one point, like with the full French lineup, they're actually pretty insane on Nuke. It's just been a while since that.
Oh, there's a nice double. Apex, he's got the trade at the very least.
Actually, a pretty enormous trade. Okay, I mean, Spinks refreshes his position, but they still got the squeaky pressure.
Dupree comes out with it.
Yeah, that's huge.
Oh, 3v5 into the 3v3. Dink could have been way worse. Hades, in the meanwhile, kills Apex. Dupree still hunting inside A site. Knows that the potential lobby push is a problem, so he doubles back and he could catch Madden. Sure enough, he does. ZywOo also headshots Snappy. Hades again and again. But with 13 health, this is simply too much to ask. And he decides to take that M4, tuck, tail, and save. Vitality just claw back a 3 versus 5 as Diha gets caught out by Apex on the close mini.
I think that's a great example of where, you know, player can be just, you know, there's a cavernous depth between him and his teammates, and yet one kill can completely change the makeup of a round because as soon as Spinks comes into that spot, Dupree takes a position to refrag mini. Super good awareness overall from Dupree in that round as he also kills Madden, going back in through the squeaky smoke. understanding that no one's peeking the back of the site. They should be a little bit desperate right now. Doesn't see a target and reads this situation correctly. So, yeah, everyone else puts up their end of the bargain afterwards. But, yeah, the leverage from that kill from Apex was enormous.
His idea. He's the trigger. Dupree is the follow-through. So 3 rounds the difference still for ENCE, but money problems.
And that's the double-edged sword of the bonus rounds. Even though you're saving money by not reinvesting into better weapons, lower chance of winning the round, and you don't have enough for just a full rebuys in the situation that you lose. So they did get one off, but now they're just without anything.
Hades really showing his consistency this event. You know, while the Spinks and Diha up and downs have been felt, he's
got to be the standout player, right?
Needs to be, because...
I mean, no, in terms of what we've seen.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, over all the maps.
Yes.
I mean, even in their losing games, Hades seems to be the one that's unshaken.
Coming in with that freshly signed contract. And Diha gives up the vents, pushing the pistol up towards A instead. Trying to keep method to the madness here, Vitality. Leave Magisk in lobby, and he's got the first 2 down. Grab that M4 maybe.
He's done his job, stop the vent rotation, and his teammates can flood the site. What's down there, by the way? Is it water?
Down where?
In the B site underneath.
Yes, yeah. Water. If I had to guess, used to cool the
nuclear energy.
Yeah, you gotta keep them cool.
Yeah, I would go for a swim. I mean,
I don't think that's a good idea.
You said it's just water.
Radioactive water, specifically.
Is that true? Because I think they're in containers, right?
Okay. Man, maybe not.
That was refreshing. I've never been down here.
I'm trying to catch from underwater.
What?
I'm trying to catch from underwater.
Come up for air. Yeah, I really felt like I was in Subnautica there for a second.
Well, luckily there's no giant sea creatures. Despite ENCE's Octopus leading this game. It is Vitality with a little bit of a comeback. You know, they love calamari in France.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe they can fry up some ENCE. At some point, we'll have to confirm this is an octopus. I think it's some god.
Yeah, it's like a squid god.
Octopus or
one of them Cthulhu type.
Oh, okay, you're right. HP Lovecraftian evil figure.
I always thought it was a mammoth, to be honest.
Okay. I mean, we're just going all over the place with this now.
I paint a broad stroke.
Yes. We'll cast a wide net. That's how you get octopuses.
Yep.
Is that how you pluralize it, or is it just octopus?
It's octopi.
Right.
Like a cacti and or cactus.
Mm-hmm.
It does say radioactive waste. I think they got to switch the water out. Anyways, I've been to Chernobyl.
Okay. Any more non sequiturs?
No.
Okay.
Because now we've got the real deal coming back at you. Guns both sides. No more MP9s. Get that out of here. M4s around the op of Hades. 5 AKs. And once the molly burns out, they're going to try to get ever closer. Hades doesn't realize how close he really is. Goes bowling with the op. Vitality. Everybody gets away with the cross. All 4 players unnoticed.
Pretty good. I mean, no spray on the cross. Diha is the one who's gotten the most damage early on. And honestly, people do this less now often, I would say, for the T side, because there's so many ways to take damage, lose players. Like we saw from ENCE, we saw from Electronic back in the day. We see FaZe do this with Rain. They send one guy out. He lurks, not always a secret. But now that it's successful, this is a very strong spot, right? All the HP bars at their maximum. Good amount of control. Diha's the first opponent.
It's all the way back towards Heisenberg. Oh, whew. Dupree cooking up a storm.
And this is so late warning, right? Snappy's now getting into this spot, dead from control. Huge. Oh, and Magisk
Perfect
has
for
a
Vitality.
free lurk kill as well.
Absolutely perfect. It was. Perfect is no longer the word. It's still going to work out. You know, he didn't have to end them. It would have just been an extra added bonus. In fact, in hindsight, this could end up being, you know, a chance for ENCE to recover much quicker, hanging on with 3 players. Because those two truly were dead to rights.
At least one, you know, felt like was in the bag. But yeah, I kind of when I see a round like this, I'm like, yeah, this is like a little bit. I don't want to say older style. It's not like it's super old or anything, but I would say none of the best teams are doing these kind of like 5-player crosses anymore. And there are a lot of teams who are getting really nuts at nuke. But when it works out like that and you aren't taking damage on the outside cross, it is very powerful. And that's why people have always tried it. So we'll see if Vitality want to continue forward with ideas like this, or if they'll take it somewhere new. Yeah.
Look at this third one.
That's crazy.
How do you not hit something?
I feel like with that lineup, you get a kill almost every time.
Ooh, nice little nice
shot.
Adjustment from Dupree.
I think he was alone too, so. Diha wasn't updating his info that often, so they got all the way to control side as Dupree was walking up the side of vent. And the other thing that was kind of tricky there from Vitality was did they use any nades to actually take the control steps? Surely they mollied it, right? If they didn't, full credit, it was tricky. And that's where Diha can only say with a few percentage certainty that there are downstairs. And it's not really clear for him to make that call early. This is I mean, it's become an ultra competitive game. We look at the mix buy here from ENCE, and just economically speaking, opportunities knocking for Vitality to take a lead.
Ramp room. M4 pops up. ZywOo down to 70 with the MAC-10. Oh, Snappy. Okay, was there for a second. Decides to fall further back. Vitality want to play it safer with a flashbang, and they'll see nothing there. Where to go? What to do?
Got the best gun on the map holding this turnpike rotation if they want to try to get to heaven. Hades splitting the difference. Actually seems slightly worried about outside as well.
This shot jumps out the window. Gets chased back by ZywOo. Masuda! Wow. 2 headshots through Hades, through Madden, and then ZywOo gets a free op of all things. Masuda, huh?
Ooh.
Down to half as the nade finds him in heaven.
I think it's become clear, actually, that downstairs is better, but they're all set up in a position to hit this upstairs site. Not the best guns in the world to defend against heaven.
No, sir.
But it is Diha holding one of the pistols.
That Mag-7 shouldn't offer us anything other than a lobby hold. Masuda starts to run it in. Spinks will kill Magisk back in lobby. That's an upgrade he can grab. Diha's still just fighting in all directions. A nade finally dunks down on him, but a 2 versus 2 made possible by ENCE. And Snappy starts to come back from ramp, where he was initially forced downstairs, probably fully expecting that B hit.
Oh.
Dupree, with a hut smoke, is able to focus more towards heaven. He's got to catch this, and he will. Snappy comes up, and it falls onto the shoulders of Spinks. Needs to carve a path into the retake. ZywOo back behind silos is giving a chance for Spinks to find them, and sure enough, the op goes down. It's Dupree versus Spinks. He's got a smoke for the bomb, doesn't have a kit, a 10-second stick, and Dupree shuts him down before he ever has a chance to even touch that bomb.
Yeah, and no armor and no time, so that round's over, even though it scares Dupree. Great awareness from Dupree right there. He gets himself out of a tricky spot. ZywOo smokes hut for him so he can rotate back to heaven, and he realizes, oh, I got 3 dinks there. ZywOo realizes that he needs to rotate back because he can sit in Mustang or Fur right on top of the hut if he wants to, but he's open to heaven, and that could get tricky for them. So a big move for him in the 1v1. And I think his awareness has paid off countless times so far this map. A last timeout, actually. This could be huge. I mean, we know ENCE make good use of these, but they will not be able to rely on them any further. They are also using it on a round where I think they are completely out of money. And at this point, I mean, Vitality, they got to be able to see the win. I can totally see ENCE, you know, bring this back, no problem. Oh, they're not out of money, sorry. Mixed by last round, that was a halfie. Now they're on to a rifle. Vitality did have a lead a long time ago.
Yeah, a very long time ago.
The second one will feel better if they can get it.
Currently on fire, tied up at 11 rounds each. Momentum, the way of Vitality. ENCE 18-2 on Nuke.
I made that number up, by the way. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh.
I'm just...
Should have seen my face. Maybe you'll get to.
We do a little trolling.
Yeah. Spink still just climbing around boxes. Masuda trying to give him the... There's the opener. Hey, this goes down. Zywoo. Where's he get? Oh, top silo. Top silo op pick. Into secret.
Oh, interesting.
Still recover it.
This might be hard to read based on where we just saw Hades playing from.
Oh.
Ooh.
Apex, sure enough, gets caught out. There's the trade back from Dupree. Individual sharp from Vitality. Masuda gonna fall to Madden. Spinks shows himself top hut. We've got Zywoo into the clutch. 2 players left to take. Swaps to the Tech 9, gets drawn out into Madden, and even if he hits some kind of crazy zinger of a shot to go out that deep, he's fully exposed to heaven. So they get drawn into A site, right? They get rambunctious, and we get a solid hold from ENCE. So they extinguish the fire of Vitality for now.
I think the key frag here is actually Spinks on the top of hut to take out Mini first. In this spot, he does this. You know, he's open to squeak. Oh my god. That's like a last frame dink on Magisk. That stops half the split, and look at the angle opened up from Madden. Wow, that could have very easily been a 2v2. Damn, I was just impressed by him being aware of the mini split coming in at that exact moment. That was good. Of course, there was Snappy to get his first frag. And I think even though he goes 1 for 1 in that position, he's the one who lets him know, right? They just got a secret player. Now there's one back of Liege watching this mini walk in. And it feels like that might be an overstack outside in some way. Like too much committed in that position. But it is exactly what Vitality are trying to attack. So nice setup, nice read, nice trades, nice shots, Spinks. And ENCE will keep Vitality at arm's length. But that was a whole streak of rounds, so Vitality still some money.
Diho with a deeper angle. They're still just walking around outside. Oh, this could be his chance. And sure enough, Magisk rocked. Masuda dropped. Next up would be Dupree. And Diha, it's 2, but not 3.
Should be enough. We saw a similar spot in the past where Apex traded him and they brought it back.
Dupree's still sticking around.
They're rotating over to Secret, and this Molly and Smoke interaction is interesting, but Dupree dies. You can't get that back. 2 on 4.
Madden comes up from Secret. Apex. This could be a spot to catch people off guard. Is there an official name for that?
Now it's Apex.
Yeah, sure. I'd like to call it growth. Just kind of sticking to the side of the silo. Nets them nothing. Still a ton of utility here for the last 2 players of Vitality, but maybe at the 30-second mark with no opening anywhere, Apex finds his safe space.
D-Haw's no joke, man. Those were sharp frags. I mean, he did that. No flash extra to go for the second peek. Just 2 clean headshots. Literally, they've just been trying to trade him, right? He's kind of the Nico in this sense outside. They give him a lot of responsibility, but it's because he delivers.
Clean one from Hades as well.
And right to 13. Still some money here for Vitality. Still a chance. And I think that's where Apex needs to inspire confidence on his team. They streaked in this second half. They pulled out some pretty cool rounds. They had some good trades. Diha's gotten in the way once and they survived. The second time he's successful. They just need to stop that trend.
Just enough money. Still 2K in the back pocket of ZywOo. Nades over top already outside. And a quick move here from Hades, throwing the op downstairs. We'll see if he ends up heading towards Secret. No Diha here to poke him in the eyes as they come around the red box. FaZe, where's Hades got off to? He's still down here, waiting. Drops bomb instantly. Gets all the way back to Decon. That's going to send Vitality the other direction. You know, there's so many spots now that have caught them off guard as this T-side's gone on. They've got to be thorough. They've all been left empty. ENCE, one Heaven, one back A site, one ramp, and Snappy.
This gets so lurky, which may actually favor Vitality. We'll see, but there's still the player advantage, and they're aware of Heaven.
Layers. Masuda and Dupree going to try to come in at the same time. Spinks just gets tagged up. Diha right here, ready. Oh, no trade. Diha with the double kill, and the bomb drops at his feet. Oh, they tried to screw him over with the ladder fly up, but nah, there's nothing left. I mean, there's no world where ZywOo and Apex are even able to get this bomb back, so barring an absolute catastrophe from ENCE, it does fall back down the hole.
Are they in a position to grab it? They're not. No, 15 seconds.
Apex trying to climb around it.
Instantly out of time. Back to his favorite save position, maybe?
Yeah, which staircase do you prefer hiding under?
Diha's been the X factor. You know, these...
Don't die after time. All right, there's an upgrade.
Yeah, that's something. Whoa. Okay. Did enough there, I thought.
But Diha, back-to-back impactful moments,
dude,
right?
I mean, and this one is a little strange. I feel like they got uncomfortable when their nades... Maybe, I don't know if they were waiting for their smokes to come up just so that they didn't take damage on the cross. This approach, there's no utility coming out of this. They tried to double peek it, but if you think about it, like, does the ladder player just die for free in both those situations? Is it just crazy and they're able to win off of that? I don't know. They could have probably applied a little bit more pressure, but I didn't really see a clear game plan there as they got into lower. Right into the arms of Hades and that op downstairs.
Not able to piece together round wins in these last few, but still piecing together buys. Goodbye to Apex. Hades just lasers him through the smoke. We do get an interesting turn of events with Masuda winning versus Snappy. He's gushed down to 9 health. Squeaky door the way of Spinks. Means again, it is ENCE leaning back on man advantage. But, Spinks turns his attention, and Dupree comes through with another kill for the side of Vitality. That's 3v2 to their favor. Dupree plants bomb with ease. Hades and Diha, they got heavy hands. They've had round wins with their names stamped on them. But this time, it's going to slip through the fingertips, and Vitality take 12.
Yeah, they take 12. They save 3. And ENCE will still probably be able to buy. And they now have just kind of proved, after winning the pistol and the conversion, that they can win in the CT side and feel good about it. They're still touching 50, and they're super close to it. I don't think they have too much to be worried about, but at least a Vitality, you know, showing us that they don't simply allow the other team to come back at every single half.
Still within touching distance of ENCE's lead.
They are. I mean, actually, this is the last bit of money, I think, here for ENCE on this next round. So there's potential for a tie game. 2 in a row is a big ask, I feel like, based on what we've seen from ENCE in these last few. I say focus all your attention on killing Diha without dying.
Easier said than done.
Easier said than done. Way more comfortable sitting here casting the game, that's for sure.
See if Spinx's noob tube can get anything going. The only real limitation, and Hades straight to it, drops Apex. He is, in fact, not having the best of games, especially the contrast to what he was giving us on Overpass.
It was a bit unlucky on that last round. This one, not so much.
Hades, quick reposition. Only thing going Vitality's way is Magisk with 2 kills inside ramp. And as opposed to going down into B, they turn their attention back. Can this auto shotty really be the end of them? There's a peek to the side as well, primed in Madden. Oh, the smoke fades at that perfect moment. Madden hunts them down inside of lobby. No auto shotty needed. We've got 15 for ENCE, 3 map points.
Yeah, cute little off angle. Apex peaks before that the smokes are up on the cross, and it's just basically a free shot here. I guess he wants to try to take it to who's comfortable with it, but Hades is Mr. Right Place, Right Time at the moment, and also makes a good rotation over to the ramp. Hard fight to get in here, but they get Hades and Snappy. But at this point, already a 2-on-5, right?
Fair reaction.
A last timeout for Vitality now called.
That's all 8 burned through.
So, I guess they can discuss money. But yeah, it's now they're just playing for overtime. They have to fully invest. Doesn't feel they're quite as deep in the playbook here on the T side, but not gonna say it's impossible. 1 AK on Magis, 2 Galils, Deagle on Dupree, and Zywoo on a scout.
Certainly not ideal. Ooh, Zywoo. He wants that fight. Hades no op. So the scoped edge goes to Zywoo.
Was that a stylistic choice? Did they... Oh, they couldn't recover it, I guess, because they were too far away inside a squeaky.
Oh, I like this. Hades. Oh, you might not be able to kill them from a distance, but you can still just peek around those corners.
Yeah.
He looks behind the curtain, and he deals with Apex.
Cool for him to do that as the opper. You know, not normally the play he'd make on another round.
Yeah, total contrast. And yet still just as successful. So, I mean, Hades with his clutches and obviously just 24 kills across the map. This has very much been him to try and keep ENCE in the series, in the event. And if they can do it again on Vertigo, into the Altus Arena. But they lose Madden in the meanwhile. Iha tries to come over towards ramp to deal with what is going to be the 4-man hit from Vitality. Flashbang thrown down. Nobody to peek out from hell. It's just Iha going downstairs and trying to lock into the corner. Rotate comes down. He's got support towards control in Spinx. 15 seconds left. Vitality gonna try to push their way through. Diha, one and done. They've got Snappy hot on their heels. 8 seconds on the clock, and Hades, who has ended them so many other times, is here to stop it, or he gives them just enough time. Just barely by the skin of their teeth, they come off that plant. Zywoo turns it back. Missed shot. Peek from double doors. He hits that one, and it's Vitality to keep on going, because Zywoo keeps them in it.
Oh, man, does everything. Bomb plant and the last 2 kills. Lots of tags out of Zywoo, including the opening one on Hades. That one slips through the fingertips. That is a tough one. You're trying to peel back because you don't want to die in a situation where you don't think the bomb can get collected. But if they had stuck there that close, it would have been very hard for Vitality to get the plant off safely. So, honestly, don't blame them for leaving. Here, they just started missing shots. I would just had the evasion bonus. No shots landing on him, and Snappy had too much to deal with. That is a lifeline. That is a lifeline.
He thought they had that?
Yeah.
They thought they had that? But the game goes on.
Wow.
And the buy's just not there. Oh, they thought that was over.
Jeez. Honestly, it looked too far, right? It was like 6 seconds. You know, that bomb was up the ramp, but
Zywoo just somersaults down into the bomb plant. And that scout just starts popping off.
Seen a lot of last-second plants from Vitality.
Sends a ripple through ENCE's reality. From a win on map 2, getting sucked back into just the double M4 buy, and this is everything they could afford. They're playing to win this round, to stop the game here, now, before Vitality get a chance at another alley-oop in the 30th.
Uh-oh. They use these smokes outside, but no one is here, and they're playing aggressively. So Vitality throw this with the presumption that no one's going to be outside, but they still get the upper kill.
The frags could still save it.
Yeah.
Right? The idea is not a secret. Diha, 5-7, top of hut, nothing from the A-hold. Magisk, he'll die to that second flanker from ramp. That could be a gun picked up. He reaches for it. Apex tries to chase this, and that's now Hades down to 40. Apex really wants this kill, and he's gonna keep on chasing every step of the way as Vitality are about to lock in 14, and with it, you could think that that means overtime. A somewhat safe assumption.
They gotta... Can they run after him?
Take it away.
They really want this M4 down for the next round. I don't think they can afford to lose everybody.
That's it.
Oh, they can find
That's
Spinks.
it.
That's a perfect setup for round 30, man. I mean, this would be an insane victory for Vitality. They have to go to overtime to do it, but they've already done better than most versus ENCE on Nuke. That much is for sure. Very impressive to be able to get this close on T side. Unbelievably clutch play from ZywOo with that scout in the last round where they literally were in the mind state of thinking the map was done with. They're on to pistols. There could be tragedy looming here for Vitality, right? This could still end on round 30. They've won an eco in the past.
Right.
If ENCE are Vitality are shaky at all.
Some ridiculous 3K from Hades. We don't question the Deagles and 5-7s of ENCE.
They haven't been spamming different We have seen a good amount of variety from Vitality. Not everything has worked, but that upper exec comes in. Tiny bit of info.
And still very much sitting on the A site.
Yeah.
So many players downstairs. You know, Vent's never going to be an easy rotate.
Yeah, they're gambling on this one. I mean, Vitality could still walk up back to A. They could do that.
What a fatal error that could end up
being. They are doing that.
Oh, ENCE, they're holding their nerve with no control. They've actually got one player downstairs on the site. Smoke goes down on Squeaky. Vitality gonna try it again. Frag grenade does huge amounts of damage. All the players close. Madden, 2 kills. Dupree gets Diha. Oh, the Mag 7 does nothing inside of lobby. They've still got to deal with Madden. The fire spreads to his feet. His destiny burnt to a crisp. Up from Vent comes Snappy. Empty-handed he falls, and Hades needs another clutch. But they are all here, and his Deagle goes dry. Woo! Overtime on Nuke to keep Vitality's 2-0 hopes alive and kicking.
Although they lost to OG, sorry, that was on that Nuke, man. They beat most of the teams with them only getting single-digit rounds. Now they're going to overtime in a part of the veto that's supposed to be a gimme. ENCE, they've got to be feeling bad about this. And this one comes so close as well. One locked in Mag 7 shot makes a difference. One hard flick with the Deagle, and that's it. It's too much. There's probably time trouble. There's Hades, the clutch god in the back of the site. And this is a very rickety round, right? Vitality run into the stack, but they secure overtime. They're the ones who can be convivial. They're the ones who have the high mood. They're the ones who shouldn't be here.
Economy woes over for ENCE. That ZywOo scout 1v2 with the clutch bomb plant. That's one round that nets them 3. Diha from headphones off to overtime. ZywOo at the head of this. Hades back to swinging the op. CT stopped the secret cross. ZywOo waits for a challenge, flicks up and hits it. That's Diha down.
What a shot. Oh, that's Diha. I mean, they know that this guy is the warden who watches outside, and he's off his post. Hades and him, though, they've been a tag team. And the op is not down.
Magisk. Oh!
With damage, but he lives.
He had that every day of the week. Hades looking for another trade. Wasn't able to get one back from Diha. Will, in fact, find Magisk. Here comes the flank. Snappy, he's got two. And the bomb dropped in lobby. Snappy decides to take things into his own damn hands. dupreeh and ZywOo, how can they bring this back? With secrecy, they peek from heaven. And dupreeh falls down. Time's gonna be the biggest. Oh, the turn from ZywOo, and another missed as Snappy looks to win it all. dupreeh right in front, tries to escape, but Snappy's got other ideas.
And he hasn't left. He'll pull off the clutch as well as the 2 frags to drop the bomb in the first place. With that HUD aggression, god damn. dupreeh expected some space there. He backed up with his gun out. Maybe there was a world.
These shots. This from Magisk, that from ZywOo.
Oh, man.
And Snappy still takes it all back. ENCE, they draw first blood in OT.
4 frags straight.
Quick fight, Apex. Dangerous game to play. We know what Diha's been able to do from behind red, from inside garage. Spotted by dupreeh.
Yeah.
He's not alone. If you think he's alone, you could not be more wrong. 3 CTs already close outside. Molly comes over. dupreeh tries to stick to it, and Diha 5v3. ZywOo gets the answer sure enough, but it takes 3 players from Vitality just to drop the power pull.
Another ramp aggression here from Snappy. Oh, but they take Spinks out again. Same player, Masuda joins.
What's he see? Here comes Snappy yet again. It's being watched by Magisk. And there he goes. Double man advantage Vitality, but how about Hades' element of surprise? They're all fixated forward. Not expectant of the wraparound from lobby, point blank versus the AK. Hades misses his chance, and with it, Vitality answers 16 rounds all.
Ooh, they look a little bit more fluid. They look like they want it, man. They're locked in. That last round was so close, and it took heroics from Snappy, 4 frags, to be able to pull it off. They don't have it on this round. It's Diha outside, and he's been a consistency there. But now Magisk is fragging. We get more entries out of Masuda. The refrag on Matt as he comes out of the smoke. It's a bad timing for him. But then Magisk slinks into position one more time. Whoa. 31 frags from ZywOo. That trade from Diha. That was the last opportunity to get that back.
You thought maybe the cost of admission would be too much. Apex. Oh, he hears Diha, who shoots up towards ZywOo. Apex, quick fall back. ZywOo looks to take his place. Misses his chance for the immediate trade, and now Hades on the hunt in from garage. ZywOo caught, clipped as he jumps back. And yet still this game goes back and forth.
No
dupreeh,
way.
he gets the trade.
Oh, the amount of places that they're refreshing positions, they're so unlikely to expect another CT outside, another CT in this position. But at the same time, for Vitality, they're keeping the same energy, doubling up on the silo, having multiple players outside when it looks like it's just the Apex lurk. Every kill that ENCE thinks is for free. There's another one from Vitality out in the same spot. dupreeh has the cross to outside. It's a rotation into mini. dupreeh misses a timing, but he also maybe has opened one up.
Right. One door closes, another opens. Back turn from Madden.
And
there it is.
They know there's still one upstairs that they didn't kill.
40 seconds. Bomb on the back of Masuda. dupreeh's going to offer him a utility. An invitation to drop towards B site.
Are they getting down?
He takes it.
Yeah, wow, okay.
That's going to be secret for dupreeh.
That's a huge mid-round, honestly, with that smoke down.
And because he gets to keep his own, he can smoke his own plant. Makes it all the safer. Deep nade comes out. Negligible damage versus Masuda. He locks back into decon. dupreeh on the other side. Snappy in between them both. And where the hell is Spinks? Still upstairs, top vent. CT's 2 kits. Molotov on Spinks could make things interesting. No smoke to cover this bomb. Snappy, he's gonna tap it, try to get an answer out. Masuda comes back. Meanwhile, dupreeh still unknown, and Spinks, secret, he gets shut out, and that's Vitality. 2 rounds on the T side of OT.
Damn, nice rifle control. Sharp shooting, Masuda. That's well done. Handled that all by himself. Got that bomb plant. Sick mid-rounds between him and dupreeh. They mollied out opposite vent. They did everything carefully. Masuda had a smoke for himself to use.
What?
And Dupree takes out Hades that way and stays alive long enough to continuously make impact plays.
Play that back.
I can't believe that just happened.
Hades gets ZywOo. This sequence of trades, watch that.
That's don't call him old. Don't call him old.
And with it, ENCE, they got a challenge on their hands. 18 double OT, 19 for the win.
Yeah, Vitality they got a little magic to them. They're breaking new ground right now. This will be their best result in some time.
And that's what they've gone on record as wanting, right? Just to see some kind of progression. Dupree said it. It doesn't need to be a tournament win, but damn it, give us a top 4. And now they are 2 rounds away from doing exactly that. The Altus Arena and a riled up Portuguese crowd awaits whoever wins this one.
They found a gap. They found a gap. ZywOo gets a kill, and Magix is here on the bait.
Nice trade.
That's revenge for Spinks.
Magisk, brain splattered. Masuda quickly into the trophy corner. Can't give us anything more than the 1, so just like the last round, the trades are a consistency, but we've already got CTs down on site comfortably as ZywOo with a teammate next to him.
Oh, they're reading the game. I mean, they got 2 rotations into lower.
Just flow state.
Now they've seen Opera and Rifle. They can't in good conscience go back here, but look who's waiting for them upstairs.
Dupree, he's got this locked in. He strikes down Hades. Spinks needs the 1v3 clutch. He's going to try to climb the ladder, and Dupree just stomps him down.
They're getting played with.
2 chances to close this map. A map they have no business winning.
Man, it's with how good they've gotten in these last few. Sky's the limit at this point. Every tactic and maneuvers looking great. Smooth as butter. 2 players in every position where they need to kill 1. This is the vitality that they paid for. And the ZywOo. The 33 and 19 performance here in overtime.
Oh, Hades though. We can talk about Woo.
Ooh.
Hades asks who? Dupree. He's got the answer. We want 33 kills out of ZywOo. Well, who's been that other player? Dupree has been trying to be number 2. At times, they're number 1.
Was this heard? Was this heard? With the way that he shot just now, is he aware of it? Looks like Big Garage getting walked up upon. Snappy with the key one.
Spinks comes through. Ooh, it's not over yet.
Double ramp push. Hades killed the first one.
Hades has bomb. If they kill Hades, everybody has to come back. Oh, he gets dinked. Magisk on top of that bomb, drops the Molotov towards Squeaky, but we've already got a player coming up, climbing and taken down. A peek here, a kill towards Vent would have been good, but the setup was still set to trade.
Yes.
The fight out from Hut, that second player, critical peek, and they stop it.
Jesus, it's like snakes and ladders, man. Getting up that position on the top of, I can't even speak, the top of lobby, that would have been crazy. And he almost found a way to stop the problem before it started. This lurk from Snappy, I think when he heard the vent guy shooting, he thought, I can actually go a little faster now. You know, Dupree might be worried about giving up his position, hearing that if I'm pulling off this wrap. Heads up play from Snappy. Vi comes in. Sneaking down the vent has been core to the gameplay of ENCE.
Oh, he holds on to that little bit of a position. Look at this. ZywOo already around from ramp. Magisk and Dupree, the Great Danes of the A site, hold on. Apex in through mini. Man advantage, vitality. Low HP, gets naded down, and now it needs to be Diha. He thought the game was over, and now it actually could be. He's got the bomb, and he's got problems all around him. A plant front side hut. He hears movement, and he gets dropped down to 55 health. Vitality looking for a 2-0 to lock in a chance versus G2 on the big stage, and Diha doubles back through lobby, trying to find something, trying to get his impact in, but little does he know, he's a dead man walking.
Wow.
Vitality. No reason to win on Nuke, and yet they pull that off. A semi-finals for a very expensive project that's disappointed at times, but today it is success for the Frenchmen and the Danes.
That was fucking...
Absolutely incredible stuff from Vitality. That game was intense with a capital I, but Vitality finally, Maniac, finally, they make it to a playoff stage in front of a crowd. First time this year. What an achievement.
Yeah, and they had to fight for it. They had to fight the way all the way to round 19 for Vitality. On so many occasions they could have given up. Snappy gave its absolute best to come back with that ENCE lineup. So many clutches went ENCE's way first, and then somehow Vitality found a strength within themselves that I hadn't suspected. I didn't think they had it. I think that was it. I think we were going to 3.
Yeah, I think that ENCE thought it was going to 3 as well, because we've got one particular round, round 28, that was a crucial point for Vitality. We did not think that they'd be able to get the win on this round.
Now, we have it as our eco play right here. Of course, at this point, I thought it was going to be over, right? ENCE in a good position right here, a good setup, 2 players already down, ready to deal with Vitality, getting the trades, winning the trade duels in a 2v2, and at this point, Snappy coming in from behind. The bomb is down. Look at the time. 5 seconds left, 4 seconds left. They think it's over. They even took off their headsets, but no, ZywOo wants it differently. With 0 seconds left in the round, he gets the bomb planted, and then he pulls out the scout. A couple of missed bullets right here, but ZywOo, at the end of the day, gets it done. And at this point, everyone in the arena, everyone in this building thought it was over, but ZywOo said no.
You call it an eco play? I call it an arena play. That's what it is. That's an arena play. Right there, right now, with the scout.
And that's why I'm so excited to see them entering that arena, playing in front of a crowd as well. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal for Vitality. We've also got to give some props to dupreeh coming into things. We were really, being quite maybe fairly harsh on him coming into this. We were, saying potentially he hadn't really been delivering in terms of those statistics. Huge performance on that nuke.
Listen, nuke was the worst map coming into this series for dupreeh, right? It's a map that he hasn't found his form on. He hasn't really figured out how to play it for Vitality, but this time around, man, did he step up. Do you remember in overtime when he was standing at silo and one-tapping the player down the warehouse? Hades thinking to himself, I got this, I got a kill, I'm gonna get away, but dupreeh wants it differently. This was without a doubt the best game dupreeh had played a nuke for Vitality, and without a doubt, for me, the best game we've had in the tournament so far.
Freya, you say we're harsh. No, we're not harsh. That game right there, that's why we aren't harsh.
Exactly,
when we're talking and we're asking more from dupreeh, that's because of some of these games where suddenly he becomes that secondary force alongside ZywOo, and when he's got that quick pace trade, so many times he helped Vitality find its way back into a round. Even though Duha was trying his very best, Duha with the multi-kills outside, we're obviously gonna talk about it. dupreeh was here to trade. He was here to finish. He stayed in the game. He had a couple of frustrating clutches. He maintained his calm. He maintained his composure. And that is the dupreeh that Vitality have needed all the way.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're totally right saying, we put this pressure on him for good reason, because we know that he can step up and perform. We know that he needs to be doing that for Vitality. But it wasn't necessarily a clean game for the French-Danish mix. There was a lot of clutches going down, a lot of them falling out of the favor of Vitality as well during the midsection.
It was a good game of Counter-Strike. Let's be honest, Vitality, they got off to a good start, and then all these clutch scenarios. We had so many clutch rounds in the beginning of the half that went back and forth all the time. ENCE won the majority of those, and I thought to myself, okay, Vitality, if you want to win this game, you need at the very least 9, maybe 10, 11 CT rounds. So the fact that they were able to pull it back on the T side after losing so many detrimental clutches in the first half was, to me, very impressive. You talk about resilience, they showed it this time around.
Yes, I absolutely agree, Jacob, and this is exactly what I was pointing out when it comes to Vitality, and I said they don't have the shoulders to stomach it. I said Vitality don't have the resilience to come back from these clutches. Well, they proved me wrong. They proved everybody wrong on that game, because ENCE stole away so many rounds early on in this game, and then they went on with the momentum. Snappy caught the rain. He had Apex in his back pocket. We saw the frustration coming out of Apex in the regulations. He wasn't finding his groove. He was being countered so many times outside. I think there was a stretch of rounds where Apex played maybe 7 seconds by round. 4 rounds, 7 seconds, then he was out. He was completely losing his mind, but no, he stayed in it. He still found a solution, and they fold their way back to overtime.
Even the clutch scenario you're going to see right here, Apex gets so close to getting it done, coming up the vents right here, finding the first kills, but as you said, there was so many rounds where he just lacked a little bit extra timing, a little bit more finesse to it, yet they still made it to win, right? Apex was one of the best players on map number 1. He was missing here on map 2, but that's what I love about this story. It was everyone stepping up for Vitality, and of course ZywOo once again showing up with the AWP, showing up with the scout. There's a reason why he's been the best player 2 years in a row.
Yeah, we really have to give some props to ZywOo coming into this one as well. I know we do sound like a little bit of a broken record considering, the caliber of ZywOo. Yeah, he just shows up once again. We were worried, that it was maybe going to turn up just to be the ZywOo show for Vitality, but, he does step up once again.
Look, when we're being criticizing towards ZywOo for the beginning of 2022, and when we're being demanding, and when we say he isn't giving enough, he isn't providing enough frags, we're being right. But then we also have to give him the other side of the coin. When he shows up, when he has a game like today, then we have to mention it. We have to give him the props. On the CT side, even though he was a little bit overshadowed by Dupree, he had so many impactful rounds with the AWP. Same on the T side as well. In overtime, I mean, don't even need to mention the scout round because I'm gonna lose my sleep over this for a long, long time. The man was there. He was there. He was calm. He was giving the trades for Vitality. That's the performance that we asked from ZywOo every single game.
Well, I want to listen in to exactly what was going on in the Vitality camp when they hit that 15-50.
I'm out.
I'm bent.
One door low. I'm on him.
I'm watching
Hiding.
Hiding.
Stop burning.
Don't go.
Nice.
Last one. Careful side. APK.
I'm taking the bomb. I'm taking the bomb.
You hit the bomb.
Just calm down. I jump, okay? I jump.
Nice! I love the reactions from Vitality as well. I was actually sitting with Mahone up in the green room. He was saying, you know, they are definitely the loudest, the proudest team down here in the arena. I can't wait to see what they're going to be delivering on that stage.
It was a relief for Vitality as well. You could see it on the players' faces after the game as well. It's been a struggle some period. They haven't had the results they would have liked to. The major was obviously a big disappointment as well. So the fact that they make it to the arena and they do it in this fashion as well, sometimes it feels good to win. But when you win in overtime like this, when you're being pressured to the limit, that's when it feels the absolute best.
It's their first arena in 2022. It's their first arena in 2022.
It's kind of hard to believe.
It's crazy to believe a roster like that hasn't set foot on an arena, on a stage in 2022. They were always blocked at the door of the top 7-8. Well, newsflash, there are 8 teams here, so they were already in the top 8. Now for them to make it to that semi-final spot, that's growth. That's seeing something new. Now, it's just one series. I don't want to get my hopes too up. Right. This is Vitality here show the face that I hadn't expected for a while. It's great for them. Let's see how they behave on the stage.
That's what I wanted to ask you, Jacob, because you were kind of coming into this particular series saying, you know, if Vitality do lose out here, if they lose out, you know, in the fashion that we've seen them losing out some of the maps in previous series, you were kind of saying potentially the end of the line for this iteration of the roster. Do you have more hope, maybe a renewed vision of Vitality coming into it, or do you think there is more to be shown?
Yeah, I hate to be the Debbie Downer. I absolutely love everything about this win from Vitality. It's definitely growth. It's definitely a step in the right direction. But I need to see more. You know, if they go out in a semi-final tomorrow where they get blown out of the arena, we're back to square one in the sense that I don't really know where to put them. It's definitely one of those tournaments where they can take it as a learning experience and they can take it as a positive. And hopefully the confidence they're getting from a win like this is going to foster more good results and more resilience, because that's what I need to see. I need to see the high highs instead of the low lows.
Well, we're going to be seeing more of Vitality, and we are going to be seeing more of Dupree, as Paula hasn't for a winner's interview.
Dupree, congratulations. An intense series versus ENCE. What's going through your head right now?
I'm extremely happy and I'm really proud of the guys. Like, we had our backs against the wall on Nuke, and it was just really great coming back from that. And finally, we cracked that thing, beating a team inside of top 10. So yeah, I'm just really happy and proud of the guys. So yeah, only smiles from here.
At the end, Apex absolutely exploded when you got the W. What was he screaming? What was he saying?
The last round in regular, like in...
When you finished?
Oh, when we finished. Actually, I'm not sure. I didn't really pay much attention to it. I think he probably screamed something in French. And now that I think about it, I remember it, but I'm not going to say it on TV, so...
All right, let's go into a bit more depth on Nuke. You got off to a good start, 5-1, but then ENCE bounced back with 8 rounds in a row. What was going on there?
We had a really great start. I think worked for us. We were hitting our shots, made the right decisions, and as Counter-Strike is, you lose a couple of clutches, you lose economy, they start building economy and confidence, and then we just started losing. I think we had 1 or 2 rounds, ended up in a 1 versus 1, and that cost us a lot of rounds. But I mean, like, just how it is, and ENCE is a really good team. So there's not really much to say other than that they just played well, and I think that Nuke in general is more T-sided nowadays than it was back in the day. So having those 10, 12, 13 rounds of CT is not always a possibility. But I'm really happy that we just managed to get as many rounds against them on Nuke, because Nuke has been, I wouldn't say that shaky, but it has not been our stronghold either. So it was very much in the mix, so it could go either way. So I'm happy that we got as many as we got.
Now, Dupree, tomorrow you'll be playing against G2. How do you think you'll fare against them as opponents?
We've played them a lot lately, and I really hope we're going to win this time. And I think that this win has given us a lot more belief in ourselves, so I hope we can bring that into the game. And going to the arena, playing in front of a crowd is going to be amazing, right? It's been a long time doing that stuff, you know. So even for me, like with all the COVID thing, I don't think I've done it for like 2.5 years. So it's going to be unreal and crazy. I'm looking very much forward to it.
Yeah, that was going to be my final question. Roaring Portuguese fans in an Altice, packed Altice arena. Looking forward to it?
Yes, man, it was amazing back in 2018. It was one of my best arena experiences with all the crowd hyped up and jumping around and roaring. So I hope it's going to be like that again.
dupreeh, thank you so much and best of luck.
Thank you.
It is going to be absolutely incredible to see them entering the arena. As dupreeh was saying, for the first time in 2022. I don't want to be superstitious, but do you remember who won Lisbon last time around?
Wasn't it Astralis? Here she comes. Here she comes.
Yeah, maybe there's some
She's
luck coming
entangled
in
the whole mystery.
with the Danes. But just to recap our end of the day, of course, we do have the CS Money Play of the day. We're going to be seeing double in this one, Matthew.
I think we are.
Because Simple is up first. What are we going to see?
Yeah, let's start with the GOAT. Let's start with the GOAT. And you know what? That one hits home, Freya, because that frag, well, I don't need to tell you who started this trend, who single-handedly destroyed the team on his own. But here, it's actually Simple with the absolute flying one-tap with the M4. Quickly, that one's for you.
It's just filthy. You can't do that. What he's doing right there, you cannot do that. But I guess if you're Simple, you can do whatever you want. Another player who's played well and right now is a candidate for the best fracking in-game leader, I guess it's Electronic. A nice spray down is coming right here with the M4, quickly adjusting, and Electronic playing right now is good.
Oh man, Simple again. You like it Simple once, you like it twice. We have him here with that Inferno play with the AWP, completely shutting down that attempt from FaZe. You could see scoreline is 12-1. Things weren't really looking good for Kerrigan, and Simple just put them down again with that snoozy little no-scope at the end.
Beautiful stuff from Simple there. 2 chances for him to be winning on CS Money Player of the Day.
Pretty
you
good,
guys, you have your say. Go ahead on over to the Twitter to make sure you vote for that. We'll be recapping it in our pre-show tomorrow. But we've also got to recap the current standings of our Mersk MVP. This is where we have 5 players who will potentially be taking this Mersk MVP trophy home at the end of the tournament. We're going to see who is up for grabs in this. I don't think it'd be any surprise maybe to see Simple in there as well. Who else have we got in the mix? We've got ZywOo, of course.
We have the usual suspect.
Yeah,
we have the usual suspect. We have Simple, we have ZywOo, we have Nico, but there is a man in the 4th position.
Yeah, and he's kind of interesting right there, called Dexter, a player that tomorrow perhaps can put Simple out of the race for the MVP. I'm curious to see that, but I absolutely love that we see Simple, ZywOo, and Nico all playing well at this tournament. 3 of the best players in the entire world.
That's what Counter-Strike needs. High-quality Counter-Strike needs ZywOo, they need Simple, we need Nico, we need all of this in arena. Spiggled Sword on top, I'm ready.
Well, you mentioned ZywOo. Let's get a few words from him, courtesy of Paula.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to Tournament MVP presented by Mask. I'm with one of the players in contention, ZywOo. Great series against ENCE. How do you feel you've been performing personally across the whole of the tournament?
I mean, I think I play good, but I can do much better because, I mean, while I'm playing with the team, I mean, I can do better individually, and also with the team play, everything, I can do better, of course.
Tomorrow you'll be playing G2. Do you think ZywOo will be on fire more than ever?
I hope so, because a long time I didn't play in front of God, and maybe I'm gonna be excited, maybe I'm gonna be stressed, but I'm gonna give my best every time.
ZywOo, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff from ZywOo thus far here at the Spring Finals. I am so darn excited to see them entering the stage. As ZywOo was saying, you know, one of the first times he's played in front of a crowd in a very, very long time. But we do also have to round out the show by looking at our Betway predictions. I'm going to look away for this one because I got a big fat 0 today.
Wait.
I
did good.
Yeah,
that was a
what
good
the?
day. I told you I woke up today. I said today's an upset day. I could feel there was something in the air,
Who's
something in my breakfast.
actually in the lead at the moment? Is Launders? He is still in the lead.
I wish people could see you, Freya,
predictors.
just lurching towards the TV,
Yeah.
literally 30 centimeters away from the TV, just to read these numbers.
That's my question, though. Does any of the 2 of you dare to pick OG tomorrow?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's gonna be a no, though.
That would be so
That's gonna be a no.
I mean, Launders is guaranteed. He's going to be picking it.
he's gonna lose
I don't know. You're going to have to tune in tomorrow to be finding out. We can take a look at exactly what's on the cards. Oh, hey, dupreeh. How are you doing?
Hey, man.
He's looking forward to the arena, as are
Maybe
we.
wanted a
As we
different
head...
interview.
This is our playoffs overview, as we can see exactly what has gone down today. Of course, those are the quarterfinals, which is are cementing our semi-finals matchups going into tomorrow. As you were saying, Pimp, OG taking on NAVI once again at the Spring Finals. Can OG do it twice?
A bit of a grudge match right there, especially if you're NAVI, right? They took a very, very surprising loss to OG in the very first game of the tournament. So if you're NAVI right now, if you're Simple, you want to make a statement. And then, of course, to me at least, the big game tomorrow match. G2 versus Vitality in an arena filled with a lot of crazy people. I cannot wait for it.
That'll be a spicy one. Look, Vitality showed a completely different face today against ENCE, and I can just only hope from the bottom of my heart that they bring some of that bravado against G2, because when we talk about Nico being on point, you clash ZywOo on top of that, a little bit of dupreeh,
I'm
It's gonna be
very, very excited to be dissecting that one tomorrow. Of course, you guys can join us as we are going to be entering the Altis Arena in front of the glorious crowd. The beautiful stage coming out here as well in the Blast Premier Spring Finals. We'll be back at the same time, same place tomorrow. You do not want to miss it.